Hello! Welcome, Normal America Shows, your host, the James Brown of the online streaming community. Rob Noor, great to be here. Got a debate lined up for you here, a panel debate. Uh, really enjoying the day here. I am as busy as you could imagine. Of course, I was hoping that today would be a non-busy day, seeing as how tomorrow is my 24-hour show. But no! Instead, today's really busy, and then tomorrow will be even busier for 24 hours. And then I can take a break Saturday. That's okay. Now, you notice I don't have the dono bar above me. That's because I'm about to join this panel to do this debate. So, bad form to have your dono bar up there while you're doing a panel or something like that. So, but I promise I'll read all super chats by the end of the show. Panel's probably going to be close to 2 hours, would be my guess. I don't even really know what the topic is, if I'm honest. Something to do with corruption with Somalia and the Somalians in Minnesota. So, I don't. I mean, it happened. So I don't know where we go from there. I was just like, sure, it's a topic I'm familiar with. So don't worry though, I'll do well. But yeah, should be a fun show. Moderated by Admiral Gibbs. Some of the characters that are going to be there are Average Debate Enjoyer now is going to be there. Tyler, Good Motorsports, Castle. I don't know who that is. Liberal Cluck, Radical Coder, and then Ryan Mullally, my co-host for Law and Order. So it should be a good show. Max Reddick, $5 says, Rob, we need to get you back on Timcast for the Culture War to debate Pisco. That would be epic. Much love, brother. Also to the New Orleans. Yeah, I mean, man, I would go on and Tim's show and debate whoever, including Pisco. Don't bother me. Just gotta find time for it. Naughty Germ, $5. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Now, the one thing I do have to criticize. I freaking hate doing these things through Discord. It doesn't work with my StreamYard very well. How do you join my Discord? Here, I'll send you a link. Here's the link to join my Discord. As far as Gibbs' Discord, I don't know how to join it, if that's what you're asking. So we'll have to work out the technical issues, as always, but I'll figure that out. Where the hell did this go? Oh, man. There we go. Join any video chat. What the fuck is it? There we go. All right. Well, Boomer Rob trying to figure out the bullshit here. What's up, Gibbs? How you doing, man? Let's see. What do we got to do, Gibbs, to get you to get StreamYard or something? I think so. Okay. You guys don't mind that I'm streaming? I'm looking at you, Liberal Cluck. No racial slurs? We good? Try your... Well, then just drop it now before I'm streaming. Go for it. Have at it.
and it's
See, I had been using Streamlabs, but I think I'm going to not be using Streamlabs. I think we're going to go.
But and it works perfect.
I might have
no problems.
Why is my camera not working? There we go.
There he is.
Yay! I made it. Can you hear me and everyone else to my audience? Just let me know in the chat.
We have two Ryans. Two Ryans.
Oh, look at that. It worked.
Gibbs' real name's actually Rob as well. So there you go.
Yeah,
Rob Ryan?
True story.
That sounds like a hate
Joe
crime.
Gibbs. That was the guy.
Joe.
Rob Ryan sounds like a hate crime.
Jameer Gibbs. That's actually my cousin. I'm like twice removed. If y'all didn't know.
That sounds about right.
All right. Well, we'll just get started while we wait here. We got a few people coming in slow. But
real quick before we do, Gibbs, are you using your right mic? Does anyone else think Gibbs sounds a little?
I'm not using the right mic.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Good catch.
Gibbs doesn't have a natural robot voice.
Yeah, well, it's because I fixed it in the Streamlabs and I didn't fix it here, but we're good now, I think, right?
Yep, you sound much better. Yep.
Yeah, that's what a mic sounds like.
Oh, that's so. We're learning things today. Back up. Okay. There's time. And all right, yeah, let's just kick this off and we'll get going. Welcome to another edition of Give Me a Break. We're talking about Somali fraud is what's happening in Minnesota, and we're going to talk about all sorts of things related to that. There's a lot of you here I know it's going to get contentious. So, if I ask y'all to stop talking, just stop talking. It's probably housekeeping mainly, or to let somebody else go. So we'll just try to keep it organized as much as we can. We'll go from there. All right, we'll start with Tyler. What are your thoughts on Somali fraud? What's going on with it? And also give us your intro, who you are, where you're at, and all that good jazz.
Muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
All-time boomer streamer.
Pro streamer right there. Pro streamer.
Average debate enjoyer. I'm right fucking here. That's where you can find me, bitch. Come at me. Everything I say is correct moving forward. If you disagree with me, sorry about being wrong. And really, this is a big deal because it's bad, obviously, but the attacks on Walsh are unproven. Democrats love to pump money into NGOs and things like that. Republicans love to blow up when Democrats fuck up. There was just as much COVID malfeasance in Ohio. So kind of the centrist here to be enlightened and smarter than everybody else. That's my niche.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. All right, Grid.
I'm not sure that we can all fit in here with his ego, but we'll try. Look, whether or not Walls himself is involved, it's obvious that there was embezzlement, malfeasance, whatever you want to call it, in all of these various endeavors highlight or around the Somali and other groups that were brought into the country as refugees seeking asylum, which most of them, have not actually filed for asylum, and it's been over a year. It's been like 3 years, 5 years, in some cases, which makes them here illegally. That's just what the law says. It's not my opinion. At any rate, over $1 billion in taxpayer dollars has been misdirected, embezzled, whatever you want to call it. I think that's really bad. And I honestly don't think the cousin fuckers will ever actually fit into American society, and I don't know why Democrats want them here. And with that, I'm going to move on. I'm going to let everybody else speak.
I don't know if he's talking about Somalia or Alabama, but we'll find out. I'm sure. Castle,
they don't
go
fuck
ahead.
cousins in Alabama anymore. They gave that up in the 1800s.
Did they? Oh, okay. Castle.
Cool. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me again, Gibbs. I think the discussion around the whole fraud case, I came into it assuming that fraud is actually happening in Minnesota, whether that's Tim Walls' fault or not, or he's up to this is a separate question, which I just don't think we have enough facts yet in this case to really make a judgment call on that. So I'm interested to just really see what the discussion evolves into later today about it. I think that it's definitely a serious problem, and people have been indicted over it and will be criminally charged for it, which is a good thing. But whether or not that's the state's problem and the state government's problem in this wrongdoing is kind of up for debate. So hopefully we can kind of get to a somewhat reasonable conclusion from this, but I'm not hopeful. I'm not hopeful about it. So we'll see.
Has anybody ever told you kind of look like a young Jim Cornette?
No, is that a good thing or bad thing?
Yeah, somebody said that in my chat. And I was like, I've been trying to figure out why you look familiar for months now. Now
you got to get a tennis racket.
Exactly.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
I have one. I can get it.
There
right
you
now.
go.
I can use that as my prop.
Don't hit anyone with it though. We're
In the
non-violent.
sweatband. Get the
Yeah.
There you go. All right, Liberal Cluck, what you got for us?
Yeah, so I did research on the feeding our children fraud case. I hope it's the same one that everyone else here is talking about, because when I hear the other side, the MAGA people in this panel and like the MAGA people in my life talk about it, I have no fucking idea where they're getting the shit that they are saying from. So I'm really looking forward to like seeing the evidence that like Tim Walz was a part of this, and from what I understand, most of these people weren't even migrants. Like they're American citizens. They may have immigrated here back in the 90s. So that's what I came up with when I did research. So unless we were like talking about two different things, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the other side has to say.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Coder.
Yeah, I'm Ryan, Radical Coder. Pleased to be here. Happy to be reunited with my close friend Rob Noer. As it turns out, I mean, Liberal Cluck and Tyler, Castle, I think as well, all seem to be right on the money. There was fraud. The people who did the fraud are being charged. There are tons of indictments. There's been several convictions. Fraud is bad. I'm not going to defend anyone doing fraud, but I mean, there's no evidence that, like they mentioned a lot, there's a lot of rhetoric around Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar. There's just no reason to believe these people were involved. There's going to be a lot of speculation about that tonight. And so I guess maybe the evidence will be revealed by our friends here on the panel. But I'm suspect of that. What you will hear also from, people like Grid, obviously, is a kind of collective punishment indicting all Somalis and calling them cousin fuckers, and also accusing all these people of being asylees. I have no. I'm not. Excuse me, Grid. I'm doing my opening statement. I'm not aware of any evidence, or I'm not even aware of a breakdown of how many of these people were asylees. I think, like Castle mentioned, or Cluck mentioned, I think a lot of these people are probably immigrants. Most of them were Somalian. Again, that doesn't mean anything about how we handle other people who are Somali. We don't do collective punishment. That's kind of cringe. So yeah, I'm just interested to see what evidence is provided that anyone who hasn't been indicted is involved, and especially with this Justice Department, which is obviously very trigger happy with indictments. We'll see.
All right, Mr. Noor.
Thank you, Rob Noer. Show is Normal America with Rob Noer. Doing a 24-hour live stream tomorrow. So if anyone wants to join, we'll be taking call-ins. Anyone wants to call, even people like Ryan will be welcome to call in for tomorrow.
Hey,
this both Ryans, yeah. This story, obviously we can get into the nuts and bolts. It's not just the Feeding Our Future. There were a couple other groups that are alleged to use fraud as well. The gist of it is this: there's government money that was given. These organizations set up sort of fake things that they were doing to feed families, to people that were diagnosed with disabilities, autism, and things like that. And it turns out that a lot of this was just fake or straight up fraudulent. I believe there's been 72 people indicted. All but 2 of them are Somali in ancestry. And so that's the nuts and bolts if you're watching and you're wondering what we're talking about. We'll get into specifics about who is responsible, whether or not they were responsible in just a culpable way, in a legal way, what the differences of those will be. I think to give a brief summary right now, I have not personally seen evidence evidence that would be worth indicting Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar, or another person that hasn't been mentioned that it seems very shady is Keith Ellison, former head of the DNC, who was the attorney general there, who's on audio actually working with a lot of these people that would later be indicted, talking about how the organizations there in Minnesota were too aggressively going after Somalians in circa 2020. So a lot of questions will be asked by these people. I think that at least there needs to be a criminal look into this. There needs to be an investigation into whether or not the Walz administration and prominent Democrats there either collaborated, because we know that they were involved in getting money in the form of donations, etc., or that they were the people that whistleblowers have came out and said about Walz, for example, that there were things that they wanted to look into, and basically Tim Walz rebuked them. So I think those things are worth looking into. What I will say is, without being too crude, although I don't mind it at all, I enjoy Grid's crudeness, if I'm quite honest. I think what we see here is two things. One, anytime we have mass government spending and these huge policies, they're going to be rife with fraud. I almost look at the Somalians in this case and say, I sympathize with them in this case. They're probably shocked that anyone would ever be indicted for any of this. They're like, how the hell's Nancy Pelosi get away with this shit, but we don't? Maybe a little racism on the part of the Democrats throwing the Somalians under the bus, while the traditional white elitist Democrats are allowed to get away with fraud of these sorts all the time. I don't know. The second thing is, it's just fundamentally true that we need to stop importing people from cultures that don't jive with us. And this story helps prove that we have an entire community and remake what Minnesota looked like in a way that's very detrimental to our country. And right out of the gate, we could see that one of the things we see in addition to the cultural changes is mass abuse of our generous systems. So stop importing these people, send them back, and whatever we do, stop with these expansive programs that could be taken advantage of without the incredible ability to audit every dollar that's sent out. I'm tired of the American taxpayer and the blue-collar worker, people of all colors and ethnicities being taken advantage of.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Mullally.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan Mullally. I run a little show called Natural Law, and of course, am the other half of the hit show Law and Order twice a month. So check that out sometime. Also, the good Ryan, the evil Ryan's made an appearance, but you can't trust him. In any event, I think this story is exactly what it looks like, and exactly what people have been saying for the longest time, which is that when you create these government programs, they fund NGOs. The NGOs become essentially untraceable slush funds. And then, surprise, surprise, we find out that the untraceable funds are being misused. This system was rife for abuse. Everybody knew the COVID funds were rife for abuse. But this particular abuse is shocking because of its scale. $1 billion is a lot. Because some of the money may be funding terrorist organizations. That's not exactly a good look. And I agree with Rob. I don't think that I've seen any evidence that would lead to a criminal indictment for Walz or any senior Democrats in the state in that regard. But I don't like this weird reflexive thing we sometimes do now, where we say accountability equals criminal prosecution. Accountability should mean what accountability normally means. You lose the next election because you did a bad job. This is a guy who could have been the vice president of the country, and it turns out he's not too great at running his state. It looks like, and we'll see what the evidence shows over time, but it looks like he made the misguided, perhaps overly empathetic decision that he wasn't going to investigate how this money was being spent because it was during the pandemic years, and he felt like it could, rub people the wrong way or be bad optically or run the risk of taking money away from someone who needed it. And because there was not adequate oversight, there was a massive fraud. And the buck stops with you. You're the governor. I think that's more than enough reason to lose an election, and we don't need to charge him criminally for him to be accountable.
All right, thank you so much. Oh yeah, before we get into this, let's try to let people finish before we go. I feel like that's always good. And then here, I guess we'll start with this question. Seems to there be a little bit of contention. Is there any actual fraud happening? Is that what evidence is there of fraud?
Let me finish on some of
There were convictions. I don't think anybody here is denying the fraud happened.
All right. So what evidence is there? Tyler, you seem to be pretty excited about it. Go ahead. Why don't you start?
As the walking, talking, extremely boring version of Wikipedia, yes, there has been a bunch of fraud going on since 2019. we have multiple allegations of whistleblowers inside of the Walz administration and the state government saying that they were warning about these red flags as early as 2019. Walz was shutting them down, working with these groups, and also the House Oversight Committee verified that he received funding right after the grants were given to one of the major groups that was doing this fraud as well. So there are reasonable ties to assume something's going on. Plus, we all see, like, with the Inflation Reduction Act and how Stacey Abrams' brand new super PAC got $20 billion basically to pay off out of work Democrat staffers, that this is a tactic that they like to do. Give out some money, get a little bit back. So I think, reasonable to speculate there is something greater to look at here. We just don't have it yet.
Plus,
my question to you
just
would
to make
be,
this easy, there's been 50 plus convictions. So it's not like this is like is there fraud scenario. There's been many people who are in jail right now because of the fraud. So there's no question there was a ton of fraud.
Well, they're like
Yeah, I agree. And also the investigations and the indictments and all this stuff has been going on since like 2021. Like this was when they really started
2020.
investigating all this stuff. 2020, excuse me. Yeah. So like it's
that's when the DOE starting to tightening its regulations around the feeding our future.
I guess the question is how widespread it is, I guess. And then here's the second thing. So what should be done? There seems to be some consistency. I've even heard denaturalizing people. How far should we go with getting rid of?
Well, hold on. I want to go back to something that Tyler said. Can we do that real quick?
Sure, go ahead. But think of that answer
Tyler,
as well.
so you said that like there's been multiple allegations of Tim Walz just like ignoring, and I've heard you didn't say this, but I've heard that he was punishing people for whistleblowing. Is that something you agree with? Is that something that you've heard too?
We don't have the facts yet. That's what's being alleged right now. Yeah.
Okay. And besides that one Twitter account, do you know of anyone else that has alleged that?
The Oversight Committee in the House has also alleged this as well.
Oh, the federal House? What were they basing that off of? Do you know?
Oh, it looks like they have cited taped conversations where Walz allegedly pledged to assist feeding our future amid discussions of campaign donations from Somali leaders.
Oh,
but that's different than like punishing whistleblowers and ignoring allegations.
Yeah, that's very different.
That's just him supporting. That's just him supporting feeding our future, and this could be at a time where
that specifically
quid pro quo.
That specifically came from the text. Yeah, we don't have validation that the texts are true yet. These are whistleblowers that they're being investigated right now. So,
well, and to be clear, the House is opening an investigation. They didn't conclude their investigation, right? So I think we're all being pretty measured. We're saying like we don't know for sure what Tim Walz did or didn't do. At present, there is not evidence worthy of an indictment. That could, of course, change because this is getting a lot of attention and new facts could come out in the future. But I don't think, hopefully that's not controversial.
I do appreciate your innocent until proven guilty stance, but I feel like that you would say Trump was guilty of something on January 6th, despite the fact that he hasn't been charged or convicted of anything.
Yes, they will.
Well, I would say he was charged. He was indicted. The federal government did indict Trump for January 6th. But
what was that? Where was that indictment for January 6th?
But anyway, why are we doing whataboutism already? We're supposed to be ones whataboutisming
you're
Trump.
Making shit up.
No, I'm not making shit. I'm not making shit up. I asked a question. That's the only thing I've done so far.
I'm impeaching your credibility like a defense attorney would do to a witness.
Because you
it's regarding the scheme.
Indicted for January 6th, and he's never been.
He was indicted for the elector scheme. Yes.
Yes.
For defrauding the American people. That is what his indictment was for.
No conviction, baby.
All right. Let's go to Rob. Let's go to Rob. Get us off January 6th.
So, okay, just a little more clarity. First, I second what Ryan said in his opening statement. Not everything that is bad rises to the level of criminality. There could be things that are bad enough that we say, we don't want you anywhere near that. For example, you could just be grossly incompetent and allow mass embezzlement, and that's still worthy of impugning you and worthy of investigating, particularly when some of the people that were criminal were donating to you, and there are allegations from whistleblowers saying, look, we warned this guy. To be clear, though, there's not evidence enough to indict right now, and in fact, unless there's been an update on this, according to the official House Oversight Committee's website, Tim Walz and Keith Ellison they've requested testimony and a bunch of documents from them, and they have until December 17th to respond. So this is literally just the opening stages of investigating. And so obviously at the beginning of an investigation, you're very likely to not have evidence to rise to the level of conviction, but there's certainly a lot of smoke here. And as commentators, I think Tyler makes a good point that, and even me, I would be willing to criticize Trump or Republicans if it looks like there's smoke to say, look, I can't prove criminality, but my goodness, this looks really bad. This warrants an investigation. And that's the point where I think most of us on the right are on this panel right now. It looks really bad with Tim Walz. Will it ever rise to the level of criminality? We'll see. But this certainly happened under his watch. There were warning signs available, and Tim Walz did nothing, and in fact benefited from the very groups that were engaged in the fraud.
say
That's
it's not true that
undisputed.
Tim Walz
nothing.
did
He-
nothing, though.
What did he do?
Yeah, it's
This
not
is
true.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, what?
He
Yeah,
he,
so-
he helped
Okay, go ahead.
get the
One view
FBI
at a
involved in
time.
this.
Yeah, let's go to Coda. Coda, go ahead.
Yeah. Tim Walz like helped get the FBI on top of all this. So I mean, that say he did nothing. Like why would he be cooperating? Yes, he did. Why would he be cooperating with the FBI if he was involved?
Hold
Like
on,
that
hold
would be a
on,
very
hold on,
silly
hold
thing to do.
Where do you find that Tim Walz put the FBI on anything?
Grid, when
Tim
did the
Walz
FBI start
literally
their
said
investigation?
There's
Grid,
nothing
when-
wrong, and that's why they're right now looking at him. That's why his records are being reviewed, because he didn't say to the FBI, "Hey, go look at this." He said, "No, there's nothing going on here. You just made that shit up again. Stop making shit up."
No.
He's
He
also
hasn't
making shit up. I'm not making shit up, but you are right now when you say that he said there's nothing going on here. Like I'm not aware of any quote like that regarding this. But like when it did start to come out that there was stuff going on, or when it started to look like there was really smoke there, Tim Walz cooperated with the FBI and
That's-
helped get these people or get
Well,
the
that's a
FBI
really
involved.
just cooperated.
specifically.
It wasn't just cooperating.
Not just
with the
cooperating, like he was giving them information, right?
Yeah, hold on. So I got a timeline. I was trying to find. You used to have like a message thing in these video chat
All right,
where I could
I
post
got a
things. but-
timeline for you. July
You can
2019.
post it in the group chat.
Whistleblowers raise alarms, but election is delayed due to concerns over political backlash.
Okay, so
I got another
so
one for you. The Feeding Our Future scheme begins siphoning funds with initial theft, estimated $250 million for meals. Walz does nothing. Walz literally
December-
sits there and says, "This is
December-
nothing. Don't
December
look at this. It's
2020,
fine."
December 2020,
Please don't look at this.
December 2020, Department of Education was refusing renewals to Feeding Our Future. In March 2021, they stopped funding 21 other nonprofits working with Feeding Our Future. State judge forced the department to resume funding in April 2021. So they had already stopped the funding to these people as early as 2020. He was according to you first reported in 2019. I'm sure that they're not going to just stop funding to a somebody that they think is helping a bunch of
Where you got
poor
that?
people
Because-
immediately. I can post it. I just need to know where to post it at.
Just post it in the
Literally,
group
Walz
chat.
and Walz and Omar's staff both ignored the warnings to dodge racism smears. Literally,
Well, no, that's not true. What happened was there was a lawsuit filed, a discrimination lawsuit, which did impede the process of the investigation. But once that was settled, everything continued.
that's
So I guess
that's not.
I guess my question is like, if the
I'm
governor,
sorry you didn't include
if
that in
the
your
buck
timeline.
doesn't stop with the governor, why not? Like, I mean, he's the person who's the boss of all the committees, all the commissioners who are handing out the money. He's the one who's in charge of the government. He's in charge of the executive branch. It's his state. Why?
Yeah, so he gets
what-
credit for them trying to fund
Oh,
freeze the funding in December.
But he doesn't get
I think-
blamed
I
for the
think you
$1
can-
billion of fraud. Like I'm
I
not
think
even
you
talking
can
about, like,
be
criminal. I'm just
honest
saying,
and
like,
Billions a very
as like a
inflated number.
baseline of just like common sense. You don't think that the governor of a state should be accountable for massive fraud within his state and his administration? What, like,
Probably
why
not
not?
if he's doing like all kinds of reasonable things to make sure it stops.
Like what? What
Yeah.
did he do? What was he
Like
involved
funding
in?
the freezing as early as December in
He did that.
2020.
Tim
Like,
Walz works for the
freezing the funding.
Tim Walz personally had a hand in the Minnesota Department of Education that temporarily froze funds. He had a hand in
if
that.
you're going to what this guy Ryan just said was that he is responsible for all the agencies that's under Tim Walz. The
Correct.
buck stops at Tim Walz. So
Correct.
he also gets credit for the things that they do. That's good. Like that's just
Yeah,
that's
that's
just
standard.
consistency.
That's not true, right? What we would say is this specifically is that investigators under someone could do something and then fail in court because there wasn't sufficient materials given to them, support for them, that they would be able to do this. What we have is the following. One, your idea that they cooperated with the FBI, particularly that Ryan said, is laughable. Sure, once the FBI starts kicking doors and Tim Walz goes, okay, I'll be happy to help you now. That's not him being proactive in stopping fraud as it's occurring. Second, even if we take your timeline that you gave that said that in 2021 and about July that they froze funding, remember, that's only about, 6 months before the FBI would eventually kick in doors, right? And what we see is this fraud was started back as early as 2019. There were obvious warning signs. So even if I give you credit for what the Minnesota Department of Education did temporarily in, I believe, March of 2021,
They were
that
forced
means,
to
let me
start
finish
again
real
and
quick. I'm in
by
the
the
last
courts, by
sentence,
the way.
please.
Oh, yeah,
That would
let him
mean
finish.
that
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
2 years that the Walz administration allowed them to get away with this obvious fraud.
No, it was 1
right, go
year
ahead,
before they started trying to freeze the funds. And my guess would be
Okay,
that
so
just
is
because-
Walz a complete fucking
Hold on,
idiot?
Hold on, wait.
Hold
Hold on a
on,
second.
let Cluck go.
So
Let
it was
Cluck
1
go.
year before they started trying to freeze the funds. And my guess would be that you're not going to just freeze the funds to an NGO that is supposedly helping feed people, which they probably were actually helping feeding people, just not as many people as they were claiming to. That was where the fraud was. My guess would be they're not just going to immediately freeze funds just because they're accused of something. My guess is that the Department of Education has to investigate, which they did, and then they found that there was suspicious stuff happening, and they tried to freeze the funds, and then a judge told them that they had to unfreeze it.
Fuck. Let me ask you a question before I turn it over to Grid. This is kind of like what Ryan kind of has implied. Like, forget the criminality, but let's say, like, let me just give you an example. I want you to kind of hit me with it based on what you just said, right? So, say I get $1 million from Uncle Sam to start a soup kitchen, and I go, okay, and I use 10,000 of that dollars to open up the kitchen, and I put a storefront out there, and I keep it open for like 2 months, and I'm feeding 10 people, but I stash the rest of the money. All right, like, who should be held accountable for like my fraud? Like, at some level, y'all trusted me. Somebody's head's got to roll. Like in college football, if the athletic director hires the guy and he gets bought out by the end of the season, they fire the athletic director if the buyout was too high. You know what I'm saying? So like that's kind of what we're asking. Who is Tim Walz accountable in your mind to answer for his failure as a leader to do something about this? Or recognize this is happening.
The person responsible would be you, and if the administration that you are working under actually knew about it, and we had proof that they knew about it, and they let you continue, then I would say it was the administration. But we don't have proof of any of this from the Walz administration.
May I really?
Exactly.
Really quick?
Well,
Fine.
here.
Then let's ask this
Go ahead,
question real quick. Let's assume this is true, that Tim Walz was trying his damnedest as early as 2020. He was like, there's something suspicious. These people were doing fraud. That's your argument, and they tried to freeze the funding, but then a judge overruled them. Correct? That's your argument?
That's what happened. Yes.
Okay.
Walz
Then
didn't
let me finish. If
Well,
that's
yeah,
the
the
case,
Department of Education did.
let me
Let
finish.
him go. Go ahead.
Okay, if that's true, then what? This is from the actual chairman on oversight committee, right? That's launching an investigation into Walz from December 3rd, 2025. This is what they say in their official communication. Quote, this woeful oversight of remittances is concerning, especially given that since 2014, including under your leadership since 2019, oversight of remittance payments has been the purview of the state. Quote, you were caught on tape pledging to help feeding our future fraudsters in a conversation that also included discussion of campaign donations from Somali community leaders to secure your donor base, and only days later, you and your son accepted contributions to your campaigns from individuals in this meeting. Based on these reports, the committee is concerned you were negligent in the handling of these tax dollars. Now, that tape is allegedly from 2022. If it's true that Tim Walz suspected these people of fraud, so much so that he was trying to stop funding from them but was hamstrung by the courts, why is he meeting with them, pledging to help them after this, and accepting campaign donations?
Wait, how could that be before? Wait, if he's on tape with them talking about funding Feeding Our Future, how could that be before if they were using Feeding Our Future for the fraud?
He's talking about helping out the people from these communities and from those organizations that were on tape after the initial freezing of the funds. What do you mean? The funds were
Wait,
unfrozen to them.
this tape is from after? I thought
Yes.
the tape that Tyler referenced earlier was from before.
What are you talking about?
2022.
2022 is allegedly on tape. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood.
Now, I haven't heard this tape. This could be bullshit. But if that's true, I'm just coming this out because as this investigation is ongoing, if the House is saying we heard this tape, they're probably eventually going to provide the transcript of some tape. And at that point, would you two be willing to say, oh, clearly, if after he suspected them of fraud, he was sitting in a meeting with them, pledging to help them after that, then clearly he's complicit. Will you go that far to say, if that evidence comes out, that you would accept that it's evidence that he was complicit?
I would say it depends on what's being said in the tape, first of all. But I'm open to it. I'm okay if it turns out that like Waltz or Ilhan Omar or any of these people were actually involved in this. Then like charge them, whatever. Like we'll see what happens. We'll see where the evidence falls, right? But like if the tape is just like Tim saying, hey, we're going to continue funding these or giving these funds to make sure that these children are fed, that's not a bad thing, right? And even if there is suspicion of fraud going on, it wouldn't mean that, we're not going to release any funds for any people who are involved, who are benefiting from this program. It would just require the investigation to continue.
I think that we can see. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
I want to do a fact check real quickly. The funds that were frozen in 2022 of March, it was because the IRS noticed in an audit that the nonprofit status was not filed for by the group feeding kids, stealing money from kids. They did not file for a nonprofit status.
Stop that money.
So that was why that money was stopped by the Department of Education, is because they were no longer able to take that money. It was the IRS that actually did the investigation itself. So it came from the federal government.
And just like one more just point of clarification because of things that were said earlier. The judge, at least according to the judge's statement, I haven't read the docket, but the judge in that case, after Waltz lambasted him, issued a statement and explained that he did not actually order the government to resume payments. What happened was he had sanctioned the government because they failed to process the applications. And if you do any reading between the lines, what that meant is the Walz administration didn't want to shut down the program because that's bad PR. They didn't want to deny the applications because that's bad PR. So they were just pocket vetoing them. And the judge said, you can't pocket veto them. You have to actually make a determination that you're not processing these for payment because of the fraud. You have to sack up and say, no, we're not doing this. That's what happened in the court. It wasn't like the judge was like, yes, there's fraud, but you must continue paying them. That's not what happened in court.
Also, hold on. So Waltz, while he personally, as far as we know, really didn't pose himself in the actual trial. However, according to the Minnesota, I want to make sure I got to make sure I get this right because I don't want the United States Department of Justice, according to their press release, four people were indicted for attempting to bribe jurors with literal bags of cash, $100,000 or more in each bag. They approached jurors to bribe them. And this is the type of thing that is going on there. That's a type of criminality that's going on there. Now, I'm not saying that Waltz himself knew about this, but it's his actions as governor that fostered this environment to where it could be abused. And now the reason that Waltz is being investigated this heavily right now is because what's coming forward is because these trials are moving forward and evidence is being introduced. What's happening now is that there are now pictures of him with these people and text messages with these various people, these various criminals committing criminal acts. And now that's why they have until the 17th to produce those text messages, those records of meetings that he claims originally never happened, that he had never met these people. And yet now he's got to turn over his calendar, both the official calendar and his private calendar, to see when he had the meeting if he had meetings with these people by the 17th. Now, that may come to nothing But again,
All right, Grit. The only argument here is that Waltz is a shitty governor. That's literally all your claim is from everybody here.
Yeah,
That's it. There's no crime. Nobody has any evidence of
didn't say
anything.
that.
You can say,
Yeah, and even
I know, but
even
it's
that's kind of
stupid. It's a
stretched.
stupid.
No-
It's a
nobody-
stupid
nobody-
debate, though.
Well,
It's
literally
a silly
nobody
debate.
has said that
I
Waltz-
don't
hold on,
not
hold on.
be criminally responsible. I'm not a judge here.
Okay, then who
Is
cares?
that he knew about this fraud and he allowed it to continue.
No, he
don't-
didn't
that's
know about the
that's
fraud.
that's
That's
speculation.
criminality.
Hold on.
Grit, if he knew
let's
about
actually
that, would be
expand
the
it.
criminal act.
Let's actually expand this a little bit, because one of the other people featured prominently in some of the photos with this person that's alleged fraudster is Ilhan Omar, who's got her own alleged fraud issues going on, as well as maybe immigration lies. Like, so what's going on here? What should we do about this? Did she marry her brother? Did she not marry her brother? Should we denaturalize her? Should we open up denaturalization to all these people? Grid brought up the asylum, being taken advantage of. What are we thinking here with Omar specifically?
Well, we can start with the brother
that.
thing, right? I mean, the brother thing's an obvious, obviously like a racist lie that's been slandering her for years. I mean, there's really no evidence except for like people pull up this old like Instagram post that isn't even really verifiable, and it's just like them like seeming to use the word uncle to refer to some kids who might not even be her kids. There's really just like nothing there. So I mean, we could maybe put that to rest.
No, I don't think that that's all there is. In fact, there's people around them that said that she was married to her first husband in a Islamic ceremony, her being Islamic. The marriage to her second husband was one that wasn't through a traditional Islamic service, which people connected to her found very odd. It didn't seem to be a big celebration like her first one. People around the situation said that her husband was openly gay. The second husband that's being alleged to be her brother, which they also found strange. And there have been people that have claimed through better data that they were actually brother and sister. I don't really give a shit about it, but I'm not willing to say that we should bury it. It's not a story that I've delved much into, nor do I give a shit that much. Obviously, if she committed fraud in that sense, fine, but it's not something I'm particularly interested in. But no, I don't think I'm prepared to just be like, can we put this to bed? There's nothing there. There's shit there. That doesn't mean it's true, but there's more than you're leading on that's
Rob,
there.
would you support like denaturalizing someone like Omar if they found out it was fraud? Over
Yeah,
the,
I would be fine with
brother thing?
denaturalizing first-generation immigrants to this country if they've committed serious crimes. I'm fine with that, with denaturalization, and that's,
Well-
you know.
Mr. Riley, you're a lawyer here. What would that? Yeah, I'll let you turn. You want to open it up in a second, but I want to get our lawyer's opinion on how like something like this would work with the denaturalization process.
I mean, I'm not an expert in denaturalization, but generally speaking, it's a pretty high bar. You get denaturalized only if you did something illegal or you lied on your forms when you were procuring your naturalization. So, like, if you did something fraudulent in the process of acquiring your citizenship, that could get you denaturalized. I think you also could get denaturalized if you did something that was like aiding and abetting a known terrorist organization,
I can
for
answer that.
example.
I know exactly what the process.
Before you do,
looks like.
can I ask Ryan? So you're to be clear, people are saying that she her ex-husband now I believe was openly gay. Some people are saying this. Some people are saying that there's reports that apparently are stronger than this Instagram post. These people are saying these things. That wouldn't be enough to show that she's committing fraud in her immigration papers.
No.
No, you have
what
to have
about-
a court
here's
proceeding.
something-
There'd have to
I thought
there'd have
so.
to be
You
evidence
mentioned-
of what she. Sorry, go
Well,
ahead.
you mentioned the terrorist organization aspect, right? And there's alleged aspects to this fraud thing where maybe with the terrorist organization. But we have on record the foreign minister in Somalia saying that Ilhan Omar is not working for the United States; she's working for his people, and some statements from her saying that. Would that be almost grounds?
Let
to
me
like,
let me be
denaturalize
clear. There's two different questions here. There is currently under the legal system what is grounds for denaturalization,
Right.
and there's what ought to be. Should we change the law?
Yes.
I have no problem with the changing of law to say that first generation immigrants, which I don't even think Ilhan Omar necessarily would qualify. I'd have to look into this, but I believe she came as a child, right? She may be considered. I don't know, but like. Here's the thing, right? If there's a crime that's heinous enough or something like that, fine. Regardless if the law allows for it or now, I'm for the denaturalization for first generation immigrants. However, that would be very difficult for even me, who wants to see mass deportations, to believe that should be the case for a second-generation immigrant. The truth is, we have a legal system for a reason, and we have punishments up to and including jail time that don't necessarily mean that denaturalization needs to be something that's a punishment on the table. So, if someone is an immigrant, they come, they do something shitty, am I okay with, like, to hell with them, send it back? Yes. But if they are the child of an immigrant who was born here and right now is deemed an American citizen, no, I don't think that we could just willy-nilly say no matter what heinous of a crime they did, send them back. Throw their ass in jail? Sure. So I don't know. I hope that answers the question. And just to speak real quick to what Coder's saying here, no one is again, once more, I am not suggesting that she be deported because she married her brother right now, because I have 100% proof. I'm merely making the point that your dismissal of it, of there's no evidence, there's evidence, but it certainly doesn't rise to the bar that I would accept it if I was on a jury to say that this is guilty unless there's more out there. I'm just saying that you're downplaying what's out there.
Yeah. I would just say that evidence is pretty much all hearsay, but go ahead, Tyler.
The denaturalization process, I'll just give you a quick rundown real fast. What happens is the holy authority cuts your hair, then you have to walk down the streets of King's Landing butt naked while someone with a bell behind you yells shame, and they throw food at you.
Yes, that's
And then
great.
you-
Let's
and
do
then-
that. Yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I didn't do any research on Ilhan Omar and marrying her brother, but I would like from Tyler. You said that Waltz. Shit. What did you say about something about 2022? They froze the funds because of the IRS. Could you send that to me so I can read it? And Noor, could you send me the where you got the information on the tape of Waltz saying, "I'm going to help funding our future or feeding our future"?
I know
in
Rob's is
2022.
oversight.
Mine's the
send you that.
oversight, so it's from the December 3rd, 2025 House
December
oversight
3rd.
letter. I could put it up, I can, but then I got to close my window so the audience is going to
No,
see.
it's, I can find it probably. I'm sure.
No
Well,
one said
well, while
anything.
you do that-
Real quick. No one said anything
ahead.
in our little Discord window that they would be upset if it pops up my screen, right? Because for me to close my window, that's going to pop up and all that good shit. You guys don't mind that? We didn't have any
There's
spicy
pictures of me
conversations.
naked smoking crack,
Yes,
actually.
I don't think that was going on. So, all right. But if you can't find that, let me know. I
But
also have another
let's-
site.
so-
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Grid, you brought up the you don't like the asylum system here. It seems like there's a lot of fraud going on with this group of people. What would you prescribe to this situation? Do you want to kick everybody out that's a Somalian?
Oh, I just think that if they're going to come here, they should follow the law. And what we actually these investigations are showing is that they came here as an asylum seeker, and the law is really clear that they have a 1 year to file for asylum. If they don't do that, then they're here illegally. And apparently, there's a large percentage of these Somalis who have been given extensions, which, by the way, don't legally exist. That's not in the code. But they've been given these extensions so that they have not yet actually filed for asylum.
But to be clear,
and-
you're referring to Somalians who are not involved in this fraud case. You're just extending to
I don't
Somalians
know.
broadly and talking about immigration.
I'm just looking at the percentage of Somalis. I mean, I don't know how many of them are involved in the fraud.
I go further.
Most of the
I don't
people
even
that were
give-
involved in a
About
fraud.
70 something.
Most of the people that were involved in a fraud are American citizens. Also, fun fact: the ringleader, the founder of Feeding Our Future, is a white American woman, and that never gets mentioned for some reason.
No, that's not true. In fact, they named the case after her. It's Amy Buck. I specifically said
When did it get mentioned in this
It hasn't come up
discussion
today.
before I did?
Well,
when
that's
I
because that's
said
not part of
it,
the discussion.
when I
Because-
s- would you like
Okay,
me
go
to
ahead.
answer?
Go ahead.
When I said
Yes,
in my
yes.
opening statement that of the people convicted, all but 2 were Somalians, that would imply that 2 of them weren't Somalian, right?
Sure, but nobody has mentioned that the founder, the ringleader, was a
Because it's
white
irrelevant
American
to the
woman.
conversation.
But yeah, of course, it's irrelevant to the conversation for people who just want to attack Somalians. But
Well,
you know,
that's-
that's
No,
neither
we're
here nor
talking
there.
about the
I'm
people
gonna-
who have not yet been convicted, and the ones that have met with Waltz. Her name has not come up in Waltz's phone records, but all of these other names have. Therefore, her name is
All of the-
irrelevant to this conversation, other than you wanting to throw white people in there to make.
And
it
she's a
seem
Jew.
less-
Wait, but Grid, that's like
Okay, you're the real
Pablo
racist
Escobar
liberal
is-
Cluck.
It's Jewish.
It's like saying
never mind,
Pablo
I'm taking it all
Escobar
back.
isn't important because his underlings
I
were
just
the
don't
ones
see.
being indicted.
I
Like,
don't
come
see
on.
why the fact that these people are Somalians are even important to the conversation.
But there's two reasons that it's there's two reasons that it's important.
incredible
To
focus.
There's
germane
two
to the
reasons that it's
conversation.
important to the conversation. Number one is because it shows this insulated group that is balkanized and sort of ghettoized and came together to all be in one area. And yes, there's other problems independently with things they're doing when it comes to abusing the welfare system, taking more out than they're putting in, have massively different culture. However, the part of it that matters for this discussion is it's easy for fraud to occur in these sorts of communities because these people don't really understand the federal system that much. They sort of just understand what's going on. In fact, I was reading from an expert at the Heritage Foundation that talked about this, how a lot of times these communities are engaged in this sort of stuff because the people that are leading those communities know that these average people aren't even going to understand how these programs go. Here, just sign this fucking paper here. It doesn't matter. They don't know what's going on anyways. They're listening to their community leaders. So the fact that these Somalian community leaders were engaged with this fraud is something that happened exclusively because they're Somalian. The other reason that this would matter is there are allegations that one of the reasons that the Walls administration and Keith Ellison and company didn't act sooner was because they were both simultaneously afraid of being called racist and that they wanted to pander to the Somalians in that state, and they were afraid that if they aggressively went after Somalian community leaders that they would lose their re-election. So for both of those reasons, the fact they're Somalian matters.
And we can.
So to point one that you made,
just to clarify something for my own sake, is this separate from the autism thing? The autism.
So there's three different organizations that were involved, I believe, and one of them was involving autistic children. And like Rob said, I will agree with him here. Like there were people who were being victimized, right? People being taken advantage of, who had like autistic children, and these people, you know, they claimed to be helping them, and they were using their name to enrich themselves. And those people are facing charges and being convicted. So the system seems to be working as like appropriately.
These are, but
so I just want to say to Rob that there's one thing about the first point you made that I guess I don't want to say take issue with, but I think you can claim that immigrant communities, and it's not just Somalians, do this a lot. There are Hispanics who have taken advantage of Medicaid fraud in South Texas that I've read about. Ukrainians, Russians in New York who do the same thing. They get, they commit fraud all the time. I think the reason why this whole Somalian debate is more interesting is because Trump has gone after them specifically, and you haven't heard about other communities that are more pro-Trump being talked about in this way that have committed fraud in the past.
Which one of these?
So I think that's where.
No, I'll accept this if you could tell me which mass migrant community is more pro-Trump.
Hispanics are very pro-Trump.
You
in
think
Miami,
recent Hispanic immigrants, ones that have just came, you think they're pro-Trump? For example,
wait, why do they have to be recent though?
Because I don't.
These people weren't recent. Wait, these people.
Yeah,
weren't
you added
recent.
that after the fact.
Let me explain what I mean by
Also
recent.
true.
What I'm saying is someone that's like fourth generation Hispanic that's upset about mass illegal immigration. I don't think these are the people that are traditionally balkanizing and committing fraud. Those people that are likely to be Hispanic.
But we have proof of people in New York, people in South Florida, South Texas who are committing fraud. I don't know why it matters that they're fourth, second, 18th generation. Like these are communities that are committing fraud. I think we should all go after that.
There's another community with $1 billion of fraud and links to terrorism.
I'm
Which
willing
community
to hear
is that?
And hold on.
Wait, there is no link to terrorism.
Links are not supported yet, but
they are
could be.
currently looking into the link to terrorism. Yes,
right. They're looking into it, but there's no like actual link.
They have you have just recently there and it's recently been decided, but it's been going on since it looks like about 2017. There's a case. I'm going to just pick one case because it's illustrative, where the Somali guy has raped multiple people. He was let go with time served because his religious leader wrote a letter to the judge that he just didn't understand American customs and hadn't acclimated yet. And he just didn't understand that it was wrong to harm these women. And the judge released him with time served. And it's because of actions like that by our legal system favoring, which I believe goes to Rob's point of nobody wants to piss these guys off. They're pandering to them.
What's the name of the guy you're referencing?
Abdemahat Billy Muhammad, 28, was charged by complaint. And this is coming from the Office of Public Affairs, U.S. Department of Justice.
So
Was he charged
what
or
you're saying,
convicted?
And-
Grid,
Convicted.
Yeah, it was yeah.
you're
He's
saying
being
a
charged
small
federally
group of
now.
people with like minds in the United States banded together for political power and got some political sway. You're telling me the system's working as it should, right?
Also, I want to go back to what Castle said here for a minute, right? When I take what you, and it seemed that you agreed with Radical Coda there somewhat, that talked about immigrant communities being taken advantage of. Can you explain how that works real quick? Either of you want to explain how that works? Like, what is it uniquely about immigrant communities that allow people to take advantage of them? Give me some of the characteristics that would allow it.
Well,
one
I don't
thing
know if
could-
I said, go for it, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, one thing could be limited English.
Now,
For
do
example?
you think the people that have limited English that are Hispanic are Trump voters?
A surprising amount, probably, yeah.
No,
But
I think that
I don't know the numbers off
when
the top of
we
my head.
talk about naturalized Hispanic citizens that tended to slightly go for Trump, I think what you'll see is a lot of those people are people that are more interested in assimilating. Particularly, we're going to see that groups that are rife with taking government money and like money that's coming through these NGOs, probably these groups that are engaged in this fraud, even if they're Hispanic or any other ethnicity, probably aren't the biggest Trump supporters. Right? Because the mere fact that Trump's someone that's trying
numbers
to
on this, or are you just riffing?
well, I think that it makes sense intuitively. One, if the reason that
They're
they're being
riffing.
I mean, again, we know the old game. So much of dealing with liberals is them pretending to not know things, thus making discourse impossible. Is anyone here other than Radical Coder going to reasonably disagree that if you are an NGO that's engaged in fraud, that's reliant on mass amounts of government money being sent your way for these programs, that you would be more likely en masse to support the guy who's promising to stop the funding to the NGOs? Anyone going to make that
Rob,
argument?
your excuse is that if you are an immigrant but you like America, the fraud that you're committing is better if you hate it than if you hate America. That's
Where
like the
did
dumbest argument ever. There are
Where did
Russians
I
in New York who
remotely-
have been
I'm
committed.
not really
Of,
sure that's the argument.
Where
that
did
he's
I
making.
remotely say that?
that's
You're
that's
making-
what he said.
You're making the
I do think that
argument.
Rob.
You're making the argument that in a case where there's been convictions, which you all part of the other side's argument on this is the investigation started under the Biden administration, correct?
Well, we
Sure.
said
Yeah.
the investigation started with the DOE
During the Biden
under Tim
administration,
Walz.
right?
During,
It was-
well, I don't think any did. Maybe somebody brought up Biden.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is your argument is the reason we're hyper focused on this is basically because Trump is a racist and wants to attack the Somali community. Not that this is one of the most amounts of convictions we've had on corruption of such a grand scale. You're like, nope.
Then let the case go through, Rob. Just let the
Well, I
case
just-
go through.
Okay,
Yeah,
then why are
also-
you? Wait. If that's the argument that the things I'm saying here shouldn't be said because instead I should wait for the case to go through before I say anything, why did you agree to come on this panel?
Wait,
You're
nobody's
talking
saying
I want
about
to
it
see what
before the
dumb
case
shit
went
argument you
through?
came up with.
What are you talking about? I didn't say that people.
You don't have a case here, Rob. There's
What
no.
is-
There are people
Steal
who have
man-
been indicted, and there's,
steal man my
there's
argument.
evidence that.
I want you to steel man my argument that I've said that I don't have a case for it. Go ahead.
Because you already said you don't know if Tim Walz has been involved. We all just agreed about that.
What are you talking about? Like, I didn't say we don't know if Tim Walz has been involved. I said we don't know that it rises to the level of criminality. However, it's completely
Okay,
fair
it's
to
not a
say-
crime. Okay,
Let me
but that's the whole
let me
point of the
finish.
case.
Let me finish, right? We admitted that. Ryan admitted it. And now you're
That
saying,
wasn't
so
actually
you
the
guys
call.
just need to be quiet until after the case. But we're specifically saying, yes, we're not accusing him of criminality until after the case. So what are you telling me to be quiet about?
Yeah, this isn't a panel
Rob,
about
that's
whether
just why
Tim
we
Who
told
Walz
told you
is
to be
charged.
quiet? Wait, who told you to be quiet?
He said that I should just wait. That's what he just said.
Yeah, I didn't tell you to shut up.
I mean,
Let me just
honestly,
argue about it, but I'm just
nobody
saying.
did that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nobody
If we
puts
cut-
Rob Noir in a corner.
If we,
Hold on, Mr. Millar, you go ahead, and then I'm going to reframe it. I think. Go ahead.
I think if we cut through all the noise, and there's a lot of noise on issues like that, like this, and people are people say stuff, Trump says stuff, everybody's sounding off and getting their sound bites. What do we really know? We have a community in Minnesota that's grown exponentially because of the TPS program. This is since the 90s. We've been relocating people from Somalia to places like Minnesota because of the various crises that have happened in that country. Now what we've seen is a mass scale fraud, and we've seen long-term data that there's disproportionate use of welfare, SNAP, other programs within this community. And if you set aside all the noise, what was Trump's real response? he's stopping the TPS program because he doesn't think it's in the best interest of the country. This isn't like a wildly insane policy. I think this is kind
Well,
of
let's point to another
He's
part of
literally
Trump's
tar-
response, right?
he's-
So,
Let him finish.
not
Let him finish. Go ahead.
I thought he was done. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryan.
So I just want to point to another part of Trump's response to all this, which is to talk about Ilhan Omar alleging, again, with as much evidence as Rob has here, alleging that she married her brother, talking about how her turban and then having his crowd. I'm sorry, can I finish? Because Trump is bringing it up. The president of the United States is bringing it up, and that's why I'm referencing it right now. So, and that's what I'm talking about. So Trump mentioned the brother thing, talks about her wearing a turban, and talks about how she needs to be sent back, and has his whole crowd at his rally just a few days ago chanting "Send her back," which is pretty concerning.
That's I don't have a problem with this.
So no response to the.
Yeah, I got
really?
it. I want to
Yeah.
respond to Ryan. Ryan, you're more attacking compassion-based immigration, more saying essentially without saying that merit-based immigration would be a better way to go. Compassion-based immigration is why we brought them in. It's more just left-wing versus right-wing policy preferences, and I can make that argument if we want to go that route with the panel, like because at the end of the day, the things that we're saying about this group of people. There's another group of people within the United States that since the founding have received adversity. They're one of the most persecuted people in the world. And the major accusation is they have dual loyalty to another religious group. And it's the Catholics, the Papists. Benjamin Franklin did not want those filthy Papists in our country. And there was a massive movement to keep them out because of these giant monolithic arguments that we're making. I think that we need to do compassionate-based immigration, at least to some degree, because a lot of these Somalis are victims, even if they are on welfare slightly more often.
And again,
I just don't think that being Somali just makes you more prone to committing fraud. I don't see the evidence. It's just like this one case. Most of them are from Somali descent.
Well, you don't see the evidence because you don't see the evidence because that wasn't the argument.
Correct.
The argument was that this fraud has shed a light on this community, and that the data from this community shows a wildly disproportionate drain on state resources, on government funds, on enrollment in welfare programs, enrollment in SNAP programs, etc. And the question that begs is it in the United States' best interest to continue programs that incentivizes the immigration of Somalis into the country going forward? President Trump's answer was no. We should stop doing that, at least in part, while we figure out what's going on and what's not working.
Right, because the people receiving the welfare weren't the ones committing the fraud. The people receiving the welfare weren't the ones committing the fraud.
But you're conflating issues. You're conflating issues. If I'm
I think that was a direct response to what he said.
No, what Ryan is saying is this. There's all sorts of questions about this community, right? There is the fact that there's massive cultural differences where we have like imams with calls to prayers on the streets. The demographics have changed rapidly, right? Now these people are getting political power in the area, and they've all but taken over certain areas of Minnesota. Not only is their cultural massively different, which I don't give a shit. You could call me racist. I don't want to see Islamic culture dominate places of the United States. I don't like it. I think our culture is better. So that's something that we're right to raise our eyebrows. Just like Tyler points out, it's something during the election of JFK that people said, is there a concern that you have priorities to other countries first? And we certainly see people in the Somalian community in Minnesota, including allegations of people like Ilhan Omar and others that have seemed to suggest that they heavily concerned about what's going on in Somalia as a first priority. We have no problem with lefties, and I agree with them many times, saying, wait a minute, is this person have dual loyalty if they're Jewish and they're talking about Israel and the need to benefit Israel? Lefties have no problem saying, yes, that's right, that's fair game. Same question here. So in these questions that Ryan points out where we have that Somalia has high crime rates, there's all sorts of problems with like issues with assaults on women and things like that. There are low IQ rates that mean that people aren't capable of being productive in higher level jobs, high unemployment in Somalia, all of these things. Then we mass import these people that are so culturally different than us. And now we find out after being called racist for years and years that yes, our gut feeling was correct. They have balkanized. They are not. Let me finish.
I don't think. Well, you have gone on so long about a different things.
It's fine.
Like-
I'll finish because you keep conflating issues. So we see that actually these people, unlike we were told we were racist for noticing, are using welfare far more than average Americans. On top of all of this, now we see this criminality that's occurring in the Somalian community, and people like you that I assume you hate white people and hate U.S. citizens are like, we shouldn't
hate
talk.
white
God,
people.
you're
Hate them so much.
We shouldn't
Fuck
talk
US
about
citizens.
this. We shouldn't talk about this because
Go ahead,
it's
Rob.
racist to talk about Somalians in any way that's negative whatsoever.
Okay,
We don't
no.
give a
Here's the
shit
thing.
what
Here's the thing.
say.
Nothing you said is inherent to being Somalian. The crime that we are saying that we are saying is real that isn't inherent to Somali. Them being Somalian doesn't make them more likely to commit those crimes. It was a white woman, American, that ring-led all of this.
I don't know
Was
how
there
to
anything
make this.
about that woman
I
being
don't know.
white
I want you
that
to
made
show me-
her more likely to be
I
a
want
leader?
you to- no, I'm
Punishment.
willing-
He wants
I'm
to do
willing
collective
to-
punishment.
I'm
Just say it,
willing to
Rob.
shut-
All right,
I'm
hold
willing
on,
to
hold on,
shut
hold
up.
on, hold on.
Let me finish the point, Gibbs. I'm willing to shut up the rest of the
Yeah,
time.
make a few more
If
points.
you could tell me one time that me or Ryan or Tyler, and I don't think Grid said this either, have said being Somalian makes you more likely to commit fraud like this. Go ahead and show us where someone said that.
That's definitely what you're heavily incredible. If you didn't say it straight out, you're heavily insinuating.
No one
it
is
right now.
insinuating
The
that. No one is
entire
insinuating
field.
that.
No, bullshit. You're
No.
making
You also
shit up.
just made a lot of shitty claims
So
about
why does them being
Somalia.
Somalian matter about this fraud case? Why does them being Somalian matter at all?
We already
Okay,
explained.
all right.
You
Well, I'm gonna
refuse to listen.
go to Castle. Hold on.
They want them
I'm
here.
gonna go to Castle. I'm gonna go to Castle next. I think that but I do want to say I think it matters because one, it's a lot of Somalis. Two, it's all the things that Rob just said. Where
It's
like all
80
these
out of
different
hundreds of thousands.
Sure. And then you keep bringing up the welfare, right? These are Somali welfare programs going to Somalians, right? Right. That's who it's supposed to be helping. Well, here's a negative. If we're having to take taxpayer dollars and give it to another group of people because they can't provide for themselves, is that like a quality that's like good or bad? Like that's not a good
You
thing.
think that
And
Somalians
that's
are
kinda
the
what
only
argument
ones
is.
that are on welfare? We take taxpayer dollars and give
But
it to
if it-
everyone,
that's
including
not
liberal.
Yeah, but that's
Look,
Gibbs,
81%
hold on. We're gonna go to-
of Somalis in Minnesota are on welfare. That's the point.
Yeah, can I
81%.
simplify this a little? Can I simplify this a little bit?
81%.
No, literally
And then we're gonna
nobody is
Castle.
arguing for collective guilt. What the point I made is that this fraud shed light on an ongoing problem, which includes overly high disproportionate use of government services within a community, and Trump's actual policy response, not his rhetoric, not what he said at a rally, not what he said online, but his actual policy response was to say, if that's the case, why do we have a special program that is designed and in fact has been mass importing people from Somalia since the 90s? If it is leading to this result, that might not be worth doing. That does not mean that they can't apply for asylum. That does not mean that they have like some inability to access the country compared to any other nation. It means that the special program that gave special benefits to this country in particular is going to be curtailed because it's not in the best interest of the country. And that doesn't seem like a crazy thing to do.
If the basis for that is
I like that. I like that. But so
Go to
even if
Hold
we-
on. Wait. But Castle, go ahead, Castle. He's been waiting. Go ahead. Castle.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. So I just wanted to say one thing to Ryan too, is that I think the one good point you did make up was that the amount of fraud in this case was $1 billion. That's the most fraud I think that you can point to from an immigrant group that really raises eyebrows. And it's valid to say that, we don't have any instance of any other immigrant group raising to that level. Where I took issue with that point, and then I think also to Rob's point, was that it's clearly targeted, and at least from the rhetoric from some of the people on this panel, that people feel like Somalians need to be addressed in terms of whether they should be allowed to stay in the United States or not. Now, in Florida, and I mentioned this before, there are large parts of Miami that are 80% Cuban, Venezuelan. Somalians make up 1% of the population in Minnesota. They're about 10%, or not even 10% in Minneapolis. So they're a very small part of the state itself. And I think there are other parts of the country, and there are other large cities, whether it's New York, Miami, Dallas, wherever you name it, where there are larger parts of the immigrant community that actually take over these cities. There's no Islamification of a majority white state and city right now going on either, but there's no issue with them because they're either Catholic, They're people that support Trump. And that's why my point earlier is like, there's fraud going on here too. There's welfare fraud going on, Medicaid fraud, healthcare insurance fraud. So there are things that are going on that I don't think are being addressed either because it's certain demographics that we don't take issue with because of this color of their skin, their religion, whatever it is. And I think that's a big reason why Trump is targeting them more than others. That's my only point.
Would it make you feel better if I told you that, like, if we had a special program that let people from my home country of Ireland into the nation, and it turns out that what the Irish were by and large doing with
we do that with Cubans and Venezuelans.
Let me finish the point. You were just talking. What they were doing with that special program was by and large taking advantage of the welfare system and being linked to $1 billion fraud, that I would think shutting down the special program that gives the country special benefits that no other country receives might be a reasonable response to that.
But shutting down the program is fine. But then you're talking about taking the Somalians themselves and kicking them out.
No.
Or denaturalizing them.
Feeding our future was not a special program just for Somalians.
Liberal Cluck, you have no idea what you're talking about in this debate.
I can get off this point if we're going to agree to this. We all agree that shutting down the TPS program for immigration that was bringing in people from Somalia is a reasonable thing for Trump to do. That's what Castle suggested.
Nobody all agrees.
We're all on board with
that. Wait. I thought you were talking about the
I disagree with that, but yeah, it's well
I don't think anybody on our side agreed with that.
Ryan, I wasn't agreeing to
he just said it, so that's why I'm trying to clarify.
No. I thought you were talking about the food bank that was committing fraud. I was like, yeah, you can shut that down. I think the TPS program, that's a different thing. But to your point about the TPS program, again, there are other people in this country, talk about Venezuelans, who have special programs and they're sending remittance back to their country, or they have special programs where they're committing fraud too, and that's not looked into the same way. That's all. So there's a double standard.
My guy, we're in an escalating armed conflict with Venezuela, and we're
bringing them in
under the Alien Enemies Act. There is no.
Do you know how many people?
Getting more
you know how many Venezuelans live in Florida right now who are coming over here for protected status? Cubans.
If I could, there's two things. There's two things to say about this. First thing is what we're saying, and what Liberal Cluck's not understanding here, right? That goes along with this is there is a hyper focus on Somalian community for various reasons. One, the program that Ryan's talking about, that they get special status to come in. Second, because their culture is vastly different. Ryan, what's the name of the exact program that allows the Somalians to come over?
It's called TPS. It's a program that was it started in the 90s because of the various famines in Somalia.
So when you hear Liberal Cluck say that's not what Feeding Our Future was about, no one.
I will fully admit that I was misunderstood. I missed that part of the conversation, and I apologize.
Okay, so what we're saying is there's this hyper focus on Somalians because yes, they are vastly different culturally. It would be less of an issue if there were cultures coming in that were very similar. For example, if there were groups of Canadians that were balkanizing in cities, we would say, yeah, their culture's very similar to ours. We don't really see a difference. That doesn't make you racist to notice that there are things like people that are into Islam a lot and from cultures where crime is one of the top 25 worst crime countries in the world, where the average IQ of a Somalian, I think 68. That means that the average IQ of a Somalian this is the average, would qualify for mental retardation in the United States.
Rob, I just don't understand why this is relevant in the context of this fraud case that we're talking about.
It's relevant because
it is collective guilt. It is about collective guilt, and they keep admitting it and then pretending, and then they kind of shimmy and pretend not.
Let me just say something right now, because Ryan.
I'm going to finish.
Wait. No, Rob.
Tyler's had his hand up for a while.
Hold on. All right. Rob, finish, and then we're going to go to Tyler, and then we'll go over back to y'all. Go ahead.
The reasons it's relevant.
Rob, finish telling us about race and IQ.
The reason it's relevant is because your side said, you're only focused on this because of collective guilt against Somalians. And we're explaining, no, there are two issues. There are reasons to look at the Somali community, but the reason we're focused on this criminal case is because the massive scale of this criminal case and the convictions. That's why we're focused on.
That still doesn't answer my question. That's still not an answer.
That still has nothing to do with the people that you're like the TPS thing. None of those people who are I don't even know if any of these people came through TPS. And also, why would shutting this down have anything to do with that? That's what we're trying to ask.
Prove that the only reason we're focused on this is because they're Somalians. Go ahead.
Well, you're talking about the victims of this.
You literally just outlined 3 reasons why it's good to focus on them for being Somalians. So
I want you to prove your claims.
Rob, I can explain it to you right now.
Tyler, I can explain it to you right now, Rob. Go ahead.
Rob,
All right,
there are
okay.
300,000 Venezuelans that we're currently at war with that Ryan just said we were at war with Venezuela that have TPS status. So
Prove-
why are we
prove-
bringing in Venezuelans?
I'm so glad you get.
We're a country with.
I'm so
Well, they
glad
probably
you
want to
said
punish them
that.
too.
Yes, no. Let me finish the point. Guess what country's TPS status has been revoked? Venezuela, because that's what happens when you have a
Let's
problem
go-
with
let's
a
go-
country.
hold
They
on.
stop
Let's go-
getting
hold on,
TPS
hold
No, it's not.
status.
It's still in place.
Hold on.
Still in
Your
place.
entire point is just absolutely evaporated.
Hold on, we're gonna go to
because
Tyler
Trump
after
is
that-
treating
after
all these
Nikolai
countries
finishes.
exactly the same.
They're
So,
still
well,
coming
Tyler,
over
go
here, so
ahead.
that's clearly not
No,
right.
Tyler's going
hold
over.
on. They can still come over other ways, but their TPS status was revoked, and then Kristi Noem at the SCOTUS level won the case to be able to deport 500,000 people that were brought in from Biden's potentially illegal visa plan. Anyways, that's to clear that up.
You can't just make shit up.
Yeah, Trump clearly is doing this because of merit-based immigration. This is 100% compassion-based immigration. The thing he ran against in his first term, ran against in his second term, and put all sorts of legislation and executive policy in place to shift toward merit-based immigration. We're weaponizing stupidity or making the racism in the gaps is the argument being used right now as tea leaf reading. We know why he's doing this. He's ran on it. I would just take his word for it until you have proof of something else.
And
But 92%.
that's exactly the point. Like,
92,000 Somalians.
you're right. That's exactly
you
the
can-
point. The point is there's a focus on Somalians and other communities, mind you. Remember the Haitians, right? There was a focus on them as well, and it's because of this merit-based immigration.
Yeah, and JD
system
Vance
that
acknowledged he was lying.
That Trump, he did
No.
not acknowledge he was lying. That's an absolute lie. I'll be happy to talk about this in a second. However, what we're saying is Trump has this overarching argument about we're bringing in people from basically shithole countries. In other words, what he's saying is people that are a net drain on the system. You all make the boisterous claim the only reason we're focused on this criminality is because Trump talked about these people. And how does this mean that you're more likely to commit this sort of fraud if you're Somalian? No one's saying that. We're saying there are reasons to be skeptical of if it's good for our country to mass import Somalian people. And there is this fraud case that we're talking about, but no one has made the argument that being Somalian makes it more likely that you commit this exact type of fraud.
So-
No one's made that
That's
argument.
what. Hold on. Let
So
me get
the
to that.
immigration-
Hold on. Let me get. I finish my statement here because the mass importation. Ryan brought this up. I was ready. I'm gonna go at Ryan here. He's my foil. 92,000 Somalians have been brought into the United States based on low estimates since the 90s. That's 35 years, 92,000 in whole. To say it's mass importation is a little bit crazy. For me, it's a little bit of a stretch, but we do this. We have a ton of wealth in the United States. And just like my boy Daniel Penny, I want to use my government to protect the weak on the world stage. Israel, Russia, and I want to protect the poor people and the poors and bring them in. These savages, these barbarians, these troglodytes from Somalia, they come into the United States after 2 to 3 generations. The IQ balances out, the productivity balances out. And with Hispanics in particular, when you bring them in, within 2 to 3 generations, they start identifying as white. So all the people that are worried about white replacement, there's your numbers coming back up. Like, we import these people within 3 generations. They are great members of society as long as it's done legally.
Prove that about Somalia.
Did you mean to say Ukraine? Ukraine, or did you include Russia in the poor and the downtrodden?
I meant to
So
say
can-
Ukraine. I'm sorry.
No,
can
it's
I-
much
can I
funnier
just-
the other way. We should have a
So-
bunch of Russian refugees because of the
Just
poor
one-
downtrodden. It's just rough over there. Okay.
I thought he was joking when he said, but that just so I've got this clear, you're admitting that like our conversation around the fraud case is actually irrelevant, like the immigration TPS and all that is like irrelevant to the actual fraud that was committed.
No, I gave 2 reasons as to
hold on.
why it has something to do with it. One, which no one has touched on, is one of the reasons that people were saying that this was allowed to go on, just like we saw with the grooming scandal in places like the UK, is that people were afraid to be called racist by actually cracking
said
down
that.
on the fraud. You would not do this, for
said that.
example, if you had an
Okay, okay.
Appalachian white community that was
What was the
engaged in
evidence of
this
that one?
fraud. What was the evidence of that? Let's see.
Yeah.
We have, according to expert Simon Hackinson, senior research on Heritage Foundation Border Security and Immigration Senator, says, when you come from a culture that provides you with nothing in center, everything is family, everything is clan. Let me see.
Just to be clear,
Let's
we're
see.
looking for evidence right now that the reason that I believe the reason like some of these things weren't initially looked into or charged for was because of people being afraid of being called racist. That was your claim, right, Rob?
Yes.
I actually disagree with the idea that this was even allowed to go on because, like, we talked about that at the beginning. It really wasn't.
I mean,
Well,
that's not true.
Hold on. I hate when people do. I hate when people do this. So I gotta ask. Wait, what's your evidence that that's not true? Like Rob's obviously looking for it. Do you have evidence that Rob's claim isn't true?
Yeah,
Like you can't just be like, oh, it's not true. If you don't have any evidence, it's not true.
the Minnesota. I've already we talked about this at the beginning. Hold
on, Cluck. I'm not talking to you.
I'll do it again.
Simmer down.
Oh,
Simmer down.
okay.
Well, I mean,
I thought you were. I apologize.
I'm asking Coder. I'm asking
myself.
Coder because Coder just told Rob that his statement is.
I'm very curious.
Okay, do you have?
And if that's the case, I would. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would. If that's true, I'd like to know. I'd like to see the evidence because I mean, that would be very interesting. And it would. And to be clear, hang on, let me finish. And to be clear, I would. Good, hang on. I would say that's a bad reason to not charge people. I would say like being scared of being called racist is a bad reason not to charge someone. So that's why I want to know.
Yes. So do I have a chance to respond? Go ahead, Grid.
Report by Minnesota's nonpartisan Office of the Legislative Auditor about the lapses that enabled meal fraud later found that the threat of litigation and of negative press, racism, affected how state officials used their regulatory power. You can go find the article.
Does it say racism in your source?
It does.
No, he added that.
Racism. It also says the group told the state agency that failing to promptly approve new applicants from minority-owned businesses, in quotes, would result in a lawsuit featuring accusations of racism that would be sprawled across the news.
Well, it did result in a lawsuit. Did it not?
Yeah, the lawsuit was part of was what froze on.
Lawsuit.
But it
actually,
resulted
literally, it was a discrimination lawsuit. Yeah, it literally was a racism lawsuit. Yeah.
What do we?
Explicitly.
I guess my question is, if it's not racism, what do you mean by negative press?
Taking away funding from funding from people who are potentially
racism the whole time. These folks
Let answer the question.
That they're not doing it. That they did.
It's not racism. What is the accusation?
One possibility is
want to be called racist.
Let Cluck answer. Let Cluck answer.
So can you actually put that in the group chat, Grind? Because I would like to read that. But anyways,
sure, you can post it in the group chat as well. Yeah, what is that?
My guess would be, and this is only a guess because I'm not looking at the same source that this guy is, would be that taking away funding from NGOs that are supposedly feeding poor people is bad press. We saw that when SNAP benefits disappeared during the government shutdown.
Yeah,
no,
bad press and bad policy.
I honestly feel like
to be clear, hang on, Ryan. To be clear, these programs, like the majority of these programs, are actually still going to feeding children. This was one very bad case, but that doesn't mean that these programs are inherently bad, right? Which is another thing that's being kind of weaved underneath all this.
I mean,
honestly, have you guys like memory hold what 2020?
That resulted in $1 billion being swindled of taxpayer money. Stop trying
to pay out
100% that's good. Most of these are fine. No, we don't give a fuck about those. Those are fine. We're not trying to prosecute those motherfuckers. We're prosecuting the motherfuckers.
No, you're not engaging with what I just said, Greg.
I mean, what's wrong with you, Ryan? Why do you always have to like make shit up and pull shit out?
Oh my God, you didn't respond to anything I said. It's okay. Go. Someone else can go. Everyone else heard what
about this conversation is it feels like people, at least my friends on the left here, just don't remember what it was like in the country in like 2020, 2021, 2022. Everybody was being called racist all the time. That was like what every story in the news was like.
Nobody ever called me racist.
National media was at that point. And then we're also like, I guess, confused about the way that politics works in this country, where there's a problem, it goes on for a while, it doesn't have a national news story, then there's a big event, it sheds light on the issue, and suddenly there's a lot of attention paid. Like the Somali, the issues in Minnesota with welfare, SNAP, etc. This has been long-standing. The fraud's been going on for a long time. Now there's a media moment, so people are paying attention to it and doing something about it. That's not weird. That's how politics typically happens.
They've been paying attention to it and doing something about it since 2020.
I'm kind of amused that this is confusing to anybody.
But they've been paying attention to it and doing something about it since 2020. You're making it out like they just started in 2025. 2025. That's just not the case.
We're relitigating what we already talked about. I'd like to get to some
but
specific
y'all
evidence.
keep getting it wrong.
I'd like to.
So we
I would
have
like.
to relitigate it.
Go
We're
ahead.
not.
No,
Hold
you're
on,
just
hold on.
selectively hearing me, and as a result,
So
your
Yeah, go ahead,
imagination.
Rob.
Well, I also heard a part where you said
Right.
we were getting called racist in 2020. I wasn't called racist
Hold
in
on.
2020. First time I ever been called racist was today.
All right.
You're a
2025,
racist.
America.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Listen, all right, go ahead.
I
Rob.
mean, in
Go ahead.
fairness,
Yeah,
you
go
do
ahead.
seem pretty racist.
Everybody.
The
Rob, edit
attorney
this. You said you
general,
wanted to get into it.
the
Go
attorney
ahead.
general that would have been in charge of these prosecutions in Minnesota at the time was Keith Ellison, right? Now, there's been evidence that's been introduced in court cases from an audio exchange he had with people involved in Feeding Our Family and other people in the Somalian business community. And this meeting occurred in December of 2021. Step one, we have this is in December of 2021. You all agree because this attempt to freeze was first occurring in 2020 that at this point, that Ellison would have known that they were credibly accused of fraud and him and the Walls administration tried to stop the funding, correct?
Yeah, so for the record, real quick, I think when you first mentioned this recording, you claimed it was Tim Walls. I may be wrong about that. I may have misheard it.
No.
But
Walls
that's why
is
I wanted
also
to see it. But no,
accused-
I knew it.
I think they're
Walls
both in it, is what he's
accused to
saying.
be in the recording.
No, there's two separate meetings and two separate recordings. The one I haven't heard the audio of, but the House is claiming, the oversight committees, that they have the tape, they're claiming it. This one, we could actually hear the recording because it's been entered into evidence in a trial. And so we know that in December of 2021, Keith Ellison, the top prosecutor in the land of Minnesota, after you said that these prosecutors in the Walls administration were aggressively trying to go after
Well,
him.
I didn't say prosecutors. I said DOE. But go ahead.
Okay, who would prosecute the case then?
No, I didn't say that they prosecuted the case. I said DOE froze their funding.
Okay, but clearly that
Yeah.
the top prosecutor would be aware of allegations of fraud that led to the freezing of funding and wouldn't be sitting down breaking bread with these
the
people.
prosecutor
That's
could.
what
The prosecutor could totally be corrupt. I didn't look into him. I don't know anything about him. But and I would say if he is, fuck him. Get rid of him.
Okay,
Send him to
I just
jail. I
wanna-
am for that.
Do we see the tension
What's the
here,
quote
though?
you're saying
do
he
we
said?
see do we see the
I'm glad
tension
you
here
feel that way.
when it
So
comes?
that's what
I
we
mean,
need
wow,
to
there's
do
so
as
much to
well.
say. I'm not going to be able to get through. But we see the tension here. So when the MDE, the Department of Education, freezes the fund, you're like, yes, Walls would have been aware of that, but not Ellison. Possibly not Ellison. The
Well, no,
Attorney
I
General.
was using the standard that Ryan gave to us to say that. That was me using the standard that Ryan gave to us.
Yeah, the whole buck
But my
stops with
real
Tim
opinion,
thing.
my actual opinion is that Walls is probably not involved in a lot of this shit. He's probably appoints people
All right,
to the DOE, and the people take care of it. And if something comes up, then buck stops.
This
at
is
Walls.
Exhibit 7.
Rob, if you can speak 1 second, I hope this doesn't have to be said. My standard is a political standard. Rob is talking about a criminal investigation. Those are entirely different things with
Yes.
entirely different standards.
All right,
Go
so
ahead.
It's a fine standard,
All right, go
Cluck. I'm
ahead.
this
sure
is
you have the same grace for head
Exhibit 710, introduced by Amy Bach's defense attorney, is this audio. Let's describe some of the audio. We have in the recording, you hear the voice of Salim Said and a bunch of them. I'll just read a couple of them. Who's defendant number 3, co-owner of the Safari restaurant and co-defendant with Bach in the recent trial. He was convicted of all 21 counts. Egram described it 1 minute and 8 seconds, a huge contributor to Mayor Fry of Minneapolis. Ellison's heard at 1:22 to respond. I hope Fry remembers. At 2:45, Aspir Omar's introduced. The first but hardly last accusation of racism is dropped at 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Beginning at 6 minutes, Omar describes his organization's fundraising prowess on behalf of elected officials that are willing to protect communities of color. To repeat, Omar's not accused of wrongdoing. At 8 minutes, Ellison gives his initial thoughts. He describes his interventions within DHS Commissioner Jody Harpstead, stating at 8:15, Harpstead left her purse earlier in the year. The Minnesota Star Tribune offered this headline in January 2025. Minnesota Department of Human Services Commissioner Jody Harpstead leaving post, led the department. She's departing the agency as it faces renewed scrutiny over fraud in its programs. Ellison states on the recording that we are in the middle of battles with agencies now. He asserts at 8:59 or at 9:07, quote, Walls agrees with me that this piddly, stupid stuff running small businesses out of business is terrible. At 9:22, he could be here drawing a diagram. At 9:50, he agrees with the propositions that there is discrimination in his agencies against East African businesses. What you see if you take this in context is that these people from the Somali community are like, we think that we're being targeted by these agencies because of racism. And what we have is Ellison saying, yes, Walls and I agree. It is racism that why you're being targeted. So yes, the
That's not
allegations
how I
of
heard that
racism
at all.
actually do matter.
Isn't it? isn't it possible that like these communities are actually discriminated against, and that using the cover of a lot of ongoing discrimination, these specific people took advantage of that situation and did this fraud? Isn't that like perfectly compatible with everything you just outlined?
No, I don't think that would be compatible. The fact that we see from what we're now seeing,
Walk me through the contradiction, please.
Right, I will walk you through the contradiction. The fact that we see that this was blatant fraud, that the indictments are showing that this fraud was easy for anyone to see, and then we have the top prosecutor in the state saying, Walls agrees with me that you guys are being targeted by these agencies because of racism. Right? That's why it is. No, it beggars belief that this wasn't part of their reason that they weren't looking into it.
To be clear, you're now saying that the quote was sure. What?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah,
After
well,
you go and he responds, we're going to move it along to something else. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we should. But like the quote is about those communities being targeted, or he's saying you guys specifically, the ones I'm talking to right now on this recording, you guys are being targeted because you're Somalian, or he's acknowledging Somalian discrimination. Like those are two very different claims. You acknowledge that, right?
He's acknowledging that the targeting by these agencies of looking into Somalian businesses and groups is based on racism.
And it could be, right? Realistically, that's logically possible, right? You acknowledge.
It's also logically possible that Kamala Harris was engaged with these Somalians running sex trafficking of children. You'll admit that that's logically possible, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so I wouldn't vote for Democrats.
So no contradiction in so thank you. So you did not walk me through a contradiction. Gibbs, you can reframe or whatever.
It is not. The contradiction is you guys claim that racism wasn't part of this when we literally have these business people, many of them that were accused and convicted in this, saying we feel we're being targeted for racism. And and Ellison says, yes, Walls and I both agree you're being targeted for racism. And you were like, well, that's not a contradiction because maybe these same people that were convicted were being targeted for racist reasons on other things, but that's not a reason that they wouldn't have been gone after here, that people would have been fearful of calling them racist. Yeah. It's a joke. Once more, arguing with liberals, it's you pretending to not understand things. So that
since again I'm being misrepresented, I would like to clarify, since I'm being misrepresented again. What I actually said was that there's no evidence that I'm aware of that these people did not bring charges because they were scared of being called racist. That's what I asked for. Rob never provided that, and he also did not provide anything like that in this last speech about these tapes. But that's okay.
I provided evidence that we saw that these people were saying, we think we're being targeted by racism, and we donate a lot of money to you. And then the people that were tasked with going after them said, we agree, you've been targeted because of racism. That's what I provided evidence.
And those communities
Listen, I'm going to move it along because I know y'all are going to get into this next question. Yeah. I know that we're going to get into the fight here in a second because I think that y'all are all kind of beating around the bush. And so I'm just going to fucking ask the question. Is it racism or is it just isolationism or a new American decision to not want your culture to change? Traditionally, Latin American immigration, people have assimilated, right? We've seen in Europe, people have not assimilated. And it seems this is kind of a microcosm of that with Somalians specifically not assimilating. And now we're having the fraud and this other stuff and some other accusations by people on the right. Hold on.
You are conflating the two things and everyone's saying that you're not conflating.
Brother, it's his show. Shut up.
Yeah. I'm doing the thing. I literally just said I'm doing. I literally just said I'm doing the thing, right? Did I just say that? I said that. So what I'm saying is, there's people that are arguing that some cultures, specifically Islamic cultures, are incompatible with the United States culture, and the Somalians being a prime example of that. What should we do? Should we get out of the asylum treaty? Should we denationalize people? Is that seem to be, or is it racist to ask these questions? Because that seems to be the fight y'all are wanting to have, but y'all aren't really having. So let's just have that fight. What are our thoughts?
I think that Somalian culture, there are probably aspects of it that are incompatible with American culture. Like if any of that oppressive against women bullshit that many Americans actually believe in, by the way, it's incompatible with
99%.
With incompatible with and Groypers are 100% like that. So and Groypers are 100% like that. So anyways, I think those aspects of their culture is incompatible with American culture. But I disagree with the idea that these people don't assimilate. I think they probably do assimilate, and I do not think this fraud case has anything to do
of where they've assimilated.
Yes, the individuals. Yes, please. Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Minnesota.
Yes,
like,
in Minnesota.
Do y'all consider Minnesota assimilated? And let's take this.
Ilhan Omar is an
Right.
elected
there-
official voted by mostly
Do you
white.
think? Do you, Tyler? I just want a quick yes or no on the panel. Do you think Minnesota is like a good example of assimilation?
No.
Yes or no, Tyler?
No.
No. Okay. No. What about you? Castle.
Who's
Oh,
Castle.
you're pointing the wrong.
Oh, me?
backwards?
It's me or
talking
you.
about the Somalians. And,
Oh yeah, my bad. It's not good for me.
You. I mean-
okay.
I would say for a majority. I
Just
mean,
yes or
there are
no?
probably some folks who aren't. All right, yeah, sure.
Right.
This isn't a
right.
yes or no type of answer. Like,
Probably.
you can't give
Hold on,
But-
just real
yeah,
fast.
You're talking about
I'm gonna
It's
miss
easier
you.
to
If you-
say this
We're
first,
doing
right?
the
So
thing.
yeah,
I
go
just-
ahead. Yeah, I know.
Ryan, go ahead. You, Ryan. Assimilated?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Other Ryan.
Wait,
You
I-
assimilated, yay or no?
Not a good example.
Which one's other right?
There's two. Okay.
Coder
I think
says,
we both
we'll
answered.
call Coder
Yeah, yeah.
Coder. He says, yes, it is assimilation. Ryan Mullally says,
Okay.
no, it's not a good example of assimilation.
Okay.
There,
What about you,
there,
Clark?
I'm-
Yes or no,
so-
Clark?
Can I clarify? I don't think every single Somalian in Minnesota is assimilated. But yes, as Castle pointed out, a mostly white area elected Ilhan Omar.
He's asking for a
All right,
generalization.
Community an example of assimilation.
Yeah. How about Rob?
I-
Rob, what do you think?
No, I don't think it's a good
No,
example.
yes or no? All right. Hey, Cluck, I'm assuming you're going to say yes. So, all right. We clearly have some. Why is it assimilated or not
Ask
assimilated?
me. You didn't.
He wants to say something
well,
nuanced.
wait.
I could have.
Grid says yes. Grid says yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wanna give you an
Grid
example.
definitely believes it's
If
assimilated.
you look, if by assimilation you mean made the current average IQ in the area drop 30 points, then I could agree with you, because I
You
actually
have data,
shot
or
Tyler
you're just
the other
talking
night
to us
because
as
we were
usual.
talking about this, and I said, look, it's a simple fact: 99% of the of Somalis are Sunni Islam, and their culture is a culture of cousin fucking, and that scientifically drives down your mental health and your IQ. And what did you find when you looked that up, Tyler?
48%. 48% of Somalis are some either first or second generation born, or first or second cousins in a relationship with first or second cousins, or the result of a relationship.
My God, it might as well be
48%.
Mormon in the U.S. or just in Somalia.
Yeah, in Somalia maybe, but I don't. Is that true of the immigrants
If you
here?
drag down the local
Just general.
population's IQ by 30 points, you cannot assimilate into our culture.
Grid, that's the most
Yeah,
American thing you
that's-
could possibly
that's
do.
about- I want to ask you about that specific claim, right? So you're telling me that they're dragging down the what is the average IQ of Somalian immigrants in the United States?
That's
Do you
a
know?
Tyler question. I'm not a walk.
Well, hang on, Grid. It might be a Tyler question, but you're the one making claims based on that idea, right? You're the one making allegations about that specific
Well, you
value.
think
And it's a
you think
pure
the-
question.
all right, so you-
Clearly you don't know the answer, right?
Hold
You
on,
just
what
acknowledge
do
you don't know
think?
the answer to
What
that.
do you think? Just
I think you were talking out of your ass, and you were saying that all these
I'm
people are
talking
dumb
out
and
of my
low IQ because you're
what do
racist.
you think the average Somali IQ is?
I have no idea, but I wouldn't claim to, and I wouldn't claim to say that it's dragging down the average
See,
IQ
I'm
to
not
30
talking to
points.
Tyler about this, but I bet Tyler's going to find it's between 80 and 85.
Is there
First
something wrong with
generation.
Coder's mic? I don't like.
Yes.
I can't. It's popping and crazy. I can't understand anything he's fucking
Well,
saying.
he
First
turns it up
generation-
so much,
Has it been doing this whole time?
First generation, there's almost no difference between natives of Somalia. Second generation, we see a steep incline in education and productivity.
Wow,
I put that-
assimilation.
I
That's crazy.
put that into the Discord. Yeah, let me answer Gibbs' question real quick, because Gibbs, no, it's not racism. It's xenophobia, which I think is a perfectly fine thing to be, especially if you're somewhat of a natist or a nationalist. I'm a pretty big U.S. nationalist myself. Back when the Democratic Party didn't hate the United States in the 90s. So this is American culture. Franklin didn't want the papist Catholics in here. We see from the historical document, Gangs of New York, that the Irish had a hard time coming in here. Eastern Europeans faced a ton of discrimination coming here, not just from nativists, but from progressive eugenicists that wanted the Nordic model, which is West or Eastern European. So the Jews were denied fleeing the Holocaust. This has just been the way it's always been in the United States. And you see that in parties that take power. When your party takes power politically or culturally, you start doing things to solidify and keep your power in the long term that might not be the most democratic in the world. So, this is just human nature to say, this is our slice of the pie, and these new people are going to take a little bit of it.
It could be
I
human
agree
nature,
with that,
it
Tyler,
doesn't
but
mean
it's
that
not necessarily a
thing.
good thing, Right. It's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah,
that's what I
so
was
should we
gonna
leave
say.
the asylum treaty and not accept any more refugees?
No,
If that's the
we
case.
For
should
Somalians
stay and accept
particularly,
I don't
or
like
just
that.
anybody?
Or
Jews
in
during
general,
Holocaust,
both.
man. I don't like that. I think we should stay in. Maybe a little bit of tweaking to it to make it not so abusable. But yeah, I don't like that.
Or like,
I
or like
agree.
a
I would
temporary
agree
hold
with,
on
like-
refugees for 50 years or something.
I would totally agree with like a good faith conversation about how we can tweak the refugee asylum system in order to make it not so abusable for people who just want to come over here for economic
I can
purposes.
tell you how.
That is a reasonable thing. I have a
I
feeling
can
I'm
tell
going
you
to disagree
exactly
with it, but
how.
go ahead.
Bill Clinton signed a cruel and unusual punishment deal with somebody, or maybe it was a treaty. That's what we need to leave, because that's what Obama used as his legal mandate to open up asylum to the abuse that we saw in 2009 when he issued that memo. After that, that's what Joe Biden also used. What they did was they took reasonable fear, which is a new category they invented, and downgraded the requirement to prove reasonable fear. Trump has the juxtapose, which is justified fear. I'm pretty sure it is the justified fear asylum clause, and that would be one that actually requires the burden of proof. So the reasonable fear thing came from Clinton's a cruel and unusual punishment treaty. That needs to go.
And we can do a lot without leaving the asylum treaty in addition to that. Like, for example, we can create centers or require that people stay outside the borders while their asylum applications being processed in certain instances. Particularly, we can focus on issues where the asylum seeker has crossed multiple countries to get to the U.S. So, like, the idea being, if you have a fear of your home country, but you've crossed 6 or 7 countries to get to the United States, why are you seeking asylum here as opposed to in any of those other places? There's a lot of ways that we can tweak it without leaving the asylum treaty, and the Trump administration is doing some of those things. The issue
What would
is
you think of like having?
those kind of fixes can be they're executive policy fixes. So the next administration can just reverse it, which is what ended up happening when we went from Trump to Biden in the first time, that all the policies that were meant to limit immigration and limit asylum seeking then get reversed and the floodgates open again.
What would y'all think of like having an app that the people could use to be able to file their asylum claim and stay in their country while they're waiting for, hey, this might be a real case, this is probably not a real case, while they're waiting for their background checks and stuff like that?
And that would be really cool if we had one of those.
In the
Benefit
back,
of that.
the
Yeah, it would
average
be.
IQ in Somalia is 67. The average IQ in the United States is 97. That is the 30-point difference that I mentioned earlier. So, go look at it, read them, weep, whatever you want to do.
Great.
And-
If a lot of us, if a lot of people from Somalia are
people into the country.
if a lot of people from Somalia are coming in through refugee status or TPS, they probably are coming from countries where they're not able to get the education, and especially if you're coming from a country where you don't even let your especially if you're coming.
Are you this stupid?
Especially,
have you had your IQ tested? IQ has nothing to do.
You
with
think
education,
Somalia
sir.
has? Hang on, Greg. You think Somalia has the same like robust IQ testing that we have here?
It was performed by an international agency.
Well, wait.
Counterpoint.
wait. So are you saying this is all just like their genetic?
They're stupid people.
Wait, are you saying? Wait, great. Are you saying this is all genetic?
I don't think.
To the United States.
Yes, there's
all genetic.
We should not
Yeah,
drag
absolutely
down
they
our
are.
average IQ to make you feel
Well,
better.
Yes,
Let me
I would
ask you
say.
this. The left is it.
Yes, I would say.
Shit, you're saying.
I will say that a lot of
Let's
it
go,
is
Rob.
genetic. In fact, we could see there is direct correlation to societies that allow inbreeding to the lowering of IQ. We see this all across the world. The more open societies are, particularly those that are Islamic, that say that it's okay to marry your cousin, and the countries we see where rates of cousin marriage are very high, we also see that there is an almost direct correlation to all sorts of negative consequences, including low IQ. The data on this is quite stark.
Hey, guys, is
that
it legal to
inbreeding
marry
lowers
your
your
cousin in
IQ.
Minnesota?
When the second and
Is it
third
legal to marry your cousin
generation
in
of these
Minnesota?
people, okay, when the second and third generation of these people get higher IQs, where does that come from?
Well, it could be for
Magic,
several reasons.
apparently.
First off, let me see that proof. Let's see it.
So they're breeding
Magic
with the right
soil or
stuff,
whatever.
right?
I'm not
Let
too
me
sure.
let me
That
see.
happens because
That's
we don't have
fine.
the
Let me
proof.
see the proof of the increase in IQ from third generation Somalians. Go ahead.
I mean, Tyler was the one that said it.
I-
I don't actually have.
I have a question for
Let
the
me look at
lefties.
that evidence.
The people on the
I
left.
put it in the Discord.
I tagged you in
I-
the group chat with it.
Well, so I have a question with lefties. The right, or the people on the right here have brought a litany of reasons why they don't think we should be bringing these people here. What are the benefits other than like, oh, it feels good to like save people from a war-torn country? What benefits is it bringing to bring this group here? Because it seems like fraud is a problem. Seems like higher crime
Well,
rates.
it's not a
Seems like
problem. It's not
education,
it's not a
IQ.
problem amongst the population. But go ahead.
Yeah.
80
Okay, well,
people
I mean,
out of 100,000.
okay, this is a problem. We have a group that we brought here as refugees. 81%, we know that's the number, is on welfare. You don't see that as a problem? That 81% of these people are welfare, they're not contributing, it's a net loss? Is like, what is the benefit to bringing these?
Getting more claims in there. I've heard this 80% number, which I'm a little bit skeptical. But even if that's true, like that doesn't mean they're a net loss, right? Like that's a stronger claim.
Tyler,
that's
where
you're making
at
multiple claims there.
in the Discord? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
No,
I think the claim though about that Gibbs is that you come over here and let's say you're using welfare. The hope is that it's an investment into your kids' future and the future of the country that we're growing. They're becoming educated. They're going to college. They become productive, even more productive members of society than a lot of people who were born here in America. And so I think that's the claim. Is like there's a lot of immigrants who do really great things here, and I think that's the hope is that it's an investment, even if it's you claim it's a net loss. And I'm sure some people aren't making money here. I think that's just
There's also the population.
Use of it.
Hold on.
There's
I love
also
that
the
energy.
population.
Go ahead.
Castle, I love that energy, man. But here's the problem I have. That's not what they're doing. They're not assimilating. They stay in these groups. They're very tribal people to start with, and they stay in these groups. And actually, for whatever reason, in these Democrat strongholds, they're kind of put in these groups. They kind of kept in these groups, I guess, so they can be kept on welfare. I don't know. That's just a guess. I have no proof of that. But they don't assimilate out. They don't do what we would expect, and that is become actual Americans. They don't.
Well, I don't know if you're saying
What
that
they
from
become
a
is
first immigrant,
they
from
dependent
like a first.
on our society.
So I don't know what the
Now,
stats are
within that
between
two
first and
generations,
second
we don't
generation
get improved.
grid.
Well, so,
But
so
I
part of-
don't know. I think a lot of second generation Americans do think that being outcast is probably not favorable to them, and so they would want to assimilate. Like, there's a lot of young kids, whether they're Hispanic, Somali, whatever. Like, they go to school and they're not going to go back home and
in Minnesota doing that.
Bohong.
of assimilating. I mean, come on. A lot of young kids right now who are Somali and who are second generation they listen to rap music. They go to basketball. Like they're incorporated into American sports, I mean, not all of them are going to be.
You're asking for something that hasn't actually been studied in a way that we can look up, but you also don't like have proof that this isn't happening either.
We're making this so much more complicated than it needs to be. Like I think in basically every segment of the population that you look at, you see the same phenomenon, which is that when first generation immigrants come in, often they're buoyed by like immigrant pluck, meaning their self-selection. The people who work very hard to immigrate over here are very motivated to succeed. And you also see communities that are stuck on welfare, stuck on benefits, where people get trapped. I was a teacher in East New York and Brooklyn. This is exactly what it was like. I had a lot of families who were Nigerian immigrants. Their kids did fantastic. They were super hardworking. Their parents were super invested in their education. They, by and large, did great. The hardest people in those communities to work with family-wise were the families that had been in this community for like 5, 6, 7 generations on welfare, on the government systems. The problem that we have with this particular immigration segment is that because of the TPS program, we've been importing people en masse, as Tyler said it, for compassionate reasons. Because it was that, they do not have immigrant pluck. They are coming here and they are taking advantage of government programs, and they are not advancing themselves in the same way that an immigrant community that immigrates through traditional means without the benefit of so much government assistance would. So, I mean, this is a very common phenomenon. We see this in many segments of the U.S. population. The problem is when you combine mass immigration policies with robust social welfare systems, they don't mix. It's oil and water. You have to pick one.
Again, studies show, looking from 2014 to 2023, studies show that the native household in Minnesota, so someone who was born in this country of non-Somalian descent, 21% chance they're on any welfare. If you're a Somalian immigrant household, 81%. 81. So native 21% on some form of welfare, Somalian 81%. Now, one of the things that we heard said earlier was
But
the argument.
you guys perceive welfare as moral failing, and so you're adding that as if it's a bad thing.
We'll
But
get to
if people
your
need
argument here
welfare,
in
it
a
should be on
second. One of
welfare.
the things that we heard earlier was, well, there are Americans on welfare. The argument that we're making is we should not mass import people from cultures that are massively different than ours, particularly if they're going to be a burden on the system. The moral duty of our government is to take care of the citizens of this government, not to increase the burden and be able to offer less assistance to them because we're bringing in mass amounts of people from around the world that are using this welfare system and taking more out of the system than they're putting in. Yes, it is a failing, and we should not be doing that. It is immoral.
What percent
Well,
of those
when Grid
people,
throws in-
Somali, what percent of the Somali people that are on welfare are American citizens?
These are immigrants that, why would citizenship matter? One.
You mentioned citizenship. You said we need to take care of American citizens.
Right. So the populations is
which they
here.
can't get welfare unless you're a citizen.
Well, that's not true. You certainly could get
Be more
welfare
interesting.
even if you're not a citizen.
That's absolutely not true.
Secondly, right, the idea is that our government's supposed to take care of the people of this country. We're not supposed to intentionally import people and then say, oh, now we'll give them citizenship. Oh, now they're citizens, so now it's treated just the same and we have to give them welfare. No, instead what we should be doing is stop bringing in these people
if
and
they are,
stop.
hang on, if
Ryan,
they are an
can
immigrant,
you control
Rob.
yourself? Every time you speak, I'm going to talk over you, just so you know. Okay.
Well, maybe
So what we can do
I can
is-
interrupt you
what we
too.
can
You've
see-
been, we've
what
been
we can
interrupted a
see-
few
what
times.
we
It can
see is
happen.
that we
Yeah,
don't have to-
go ahead.
What we can see is that we don't have a moral duty to bring people in that would be a net drain. There's an argument to be made that we shouldn't bring in cultures anyways that are massively different, even if they help us out economically. But certainly we shouldn't bring in those cultures if they are a detriment to us economically, which is the case from Somalian immigrants.
Go ahead.
I don't even know if that last. I don't even know if it's true that they are an economic detriment. Right? Being on welfare doesn't mean that you're like being even majority on welfare doesn't mean that the entire community is an economic detriment. I don't see that follows, and that was a stronger claim than them just being on welfare. And I don't know that anyways provided any data for that.
Why don't you see that? Why don't you see that a group that is on
Because
welfare
there's other ways to contribute.
economic debt?
Yeah. Because if people are contributing to the economy in other ways and also being on welfare, like I don't know what the net is there. It's going to vary.
The rest of them were defrauding the American government for $1 billion.
You say, to be clear, the rest of them, you're talking about 70-something people. Like, you're not talking about the millions or however many fucking Somalians there are, hundreds of thousands.
Led by a white woman. Led by a white woman.
Yeah,
Let
also.
me, please, let me get in there.
But
I can make a
before
very
you
good
go
argument
there,
about
what Grid
passion
just
based
did,
immigration.
please, Tyler, please.
Go ahead, Tyler.
I want to oh, come on. Fuck me.
Because
Go ahead, Coda. Go ahead, Coda. Coda, go ahead. Then we'll go to Tyler. Got you. Yeah.
I just want to be very clear that although Ryan and Rob have been very careful to avoid towing this line, Grid has absolutely full-throated the idea that we should be doing collective punishment here, right?
Tyler, go ahead.
So we actually, as I was talking about earlier, over 35 years, we haven't even brought in 100,000 Somalis by low-end estimates and under 130,000 by high-end estimates. Over 30 years, 35 years, we're bringing these people in and we're slowly assimilating them generation by generation. We need to do this because of birth rate loss, unless you want your portfolios to tank, unless you want most of our social services for old people to tank, our government to not be able to afford things. Now, that does merit another conversation about our current spending levels and regulation and things like that. But unless we change those things that people don't want to change through voting, we need to continuously grow. We need to bring people in. This merit-based immigration thing works to a certain degree, absolutely, but other countries caught on to it. Everyone else wants merit-based immigration too. And if you think our government is going to be able to bribe people better than the communist state of China to go work there, then you're fucking crazy. They are able to throw the fucking sink at them. So we have to find other ways to do it. And some of the other ways we do it is bringing these people that are undesirables on the world stage and grow them from the ground up. The most loyal employee you're ever going to have as a business owner is going to come in, untrained, not know what the fuck he's doing. And you're going to train his ass from the ground up, and he's going to stay there his entire life. He's going to suck your dick for $12 an hour.
Not if
That's
he has a
what you
68
want.
IQ. He might suck your dick if you're his cousin. But yeah, if they have a 68 IQ, they're not going to be able to contribute in the way that you're saying. You know?
And if you're a
Tyler,
Somalian immigrant, this is what they think of you, by the way, just to be clear.
Honestly, Tyler, the problem with it is that when we combine immigration policy with robust social programs the way that we have, we disincentivize the American dream, which is the key part of assimilation within these communities. So even what you get is not, there are exceptions, of course, I'm generalizing, but by and large, you're going to find communities that are less likely to get off of welfare, less likely to succeed, because in part they're insular and because they don't have to. That's the problem with it is it disincentivizes people to go out and do the things that make the American dream possible. There are other immigration patterns that are better. It's just a better way of doing things. This is not a good way of doing things.
I want to like kind of chime in here. I think that part of it that y'all keep kind of glossing over, like, is the culture aspect, right? Like, I know, at least for me in Texas, I know a lot of illegal immigrants. I know some that have become legal ones, right? Lo and behold, living by the border, that happens, right? And one of the guys I'll know, his name is Juan. He's now legal. He's a legal alien here. He started off illegally. The guy worked 3 jobs. He owns a Porsche. He just got married to some fat American woman. He's got like 3 kids now. He's like lived the American dream. Like, he just like, what? No, that'd be a good one. No, but this guy, all right. So he like that's what living the American dream. He like wanted to come here, even though he did it illegally at first. Then he worked in the process to become legal, and he like status. And he's never been on welfare, like as far as I know, right? He worked 3 jobs. That's kind of like that immigrant pluck. Even if he did it like the wrong way at first, he like did it until he could do the right way, right? And this way though, with the compassionate stuff that like Tyler's talking about, it seems like we're rewarding bad behavior is kind of the issue I'm having. And I don't know if I'm going to go as far as what Grid and Rob are saying with the IQ and the cousin fucking, but I am going to say I think that it's pretty evident when we look at Europe and we look at America. Latin American immigration has been beneficial to the U.S. versus Islamic immigration has been very bad for Europe. And like we can see the crime rates, we can see the economic disparity that's happening, we can see countries falling apart. Like we're seeing this all over. UK has already lost their identity. Like I think this is a concern that we need to at least think about in the US, like as well. Like
you're conflating a little bit because what happened with Europe is a lot to do with refugees that don't get the same level of vetting as immigration, especially the high bar of immigration we set in the United States. I'm talking about the immigrants we bring in. And we're bringing in 1.25 million people a year. Trump got rid of the lottery, so we saw it decrease by about 4% under his first term. But we're still bringing that many people in. A lot of them are coming in with work visas. People from the southern border, especially from Mexico.
Go ahead.
Let me just finish the last sentence. Especially the people coming in from Mexico, they're coming in, they're earning, and then they're leaving. They're not loyal to the country. They're just coming in to make some money, and then they're getting the fuck out once they've earned enough. We want people that are going to stay here generationally, and that's how you get them.
Tyler, I'm so glad you made that point. I agree with you about the difference between refugee immigrants and immigrants that come in from different categories. Are TPS programs refugee? Is that a refugee program?
Yeah, they were illegal.
Yes, it is.
They were protected.
Yes, it is. That's exactly the point I was making. This is the type of immigration program that I agree with you, Tyler, doesn't work very well. There's other programs that work better.
Get rid of it. Yeah,
Biden abuses parole authority. I am not going to defend his immigration policy at all.
Yo, Tyler, to your point about
go ahead, Cass.
I was just going to say, from maybe something we can agree on, is that I don't think Trump mentioned it, but I don't think he did anything about it. But one of the things he said was that if you're a Chinese student, you go to American college, you should be living in America for like 5 years before you go back to China or something like that. Like we need to have people pledging loyalty to the U.S. if they're going to take, advantage of our colleges and universities. So I definitely agree with that. They shouldn't be sending money back over, going straight back to China and with their engineering degree, building, the next, nuclear reactor there that they learned from here. So I'm totally for that.
But hold on, let me just like play the devil's advocate here real quick for you, Kat. So like, let's use my friend again. He sent money back to Guatemala, right? He was sending money back so that he could get those people here the legal way, right? Wouldn't we be okay with doing that? Like that seems like something that would be kind of be a flaw in your plan. How do you know that they're not sending it so they get more Chinese engineers over here? Like that's the catch-all. Yeah, and then I guess I have one more question for you, lefties. Like on the right, it seems pretty clear that they have an issue with certain cultures coming and changing. Are there any cultures that y'all would be like, okay, we don't want that culture coming and taking over America? Or is this something we just want all the cultures here?
Can I respond to Castle really quick? Because he said something really
Go ahead, Grid. Then we're going to them.
Yeah. Then we can get to your question.
I'll be right back.
Here's the thing, man. interesting that when we deal with smart people like the Chinese, when they come over, they have to have a sponsor that can afford to pay for their expenses so that they can't ever get on welfare while they're here. They have to have their tuition prepaid for. They have to have a plane ticket to fly home to be in the country as a student visa. And even on most work visas, they have to have at all times a paid for plane ticket so they can fly home if they have like the government decides to kick them out or they do something stupid and get drunk at a frat party or some shit like that. But we don't require that of these stupid fuckers. We bring those people on in Moss, and we bankroll them. So I would actually prefer, and I do agree that we should, if we're going to have an education here, especially if we give them any kind of scholarships or anything like that for them to go to school here. Absolutely, yeah. Let's do that. And
hold on, Grid. Let me just
examples of that of people that I've worked with in the past, but. The problem here is that's great for smart people like the Chinese and the Indians.
But Grid, hold on.
Japanese.
You heard it here first, folks. Chinese people smart.
Hold on, Grid.
Somalians dumb.
Why is it so hard to look at the data?
Let me just.
I mean, like, it's just a racism. It's just stupid. That's very simple.
Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna come back to the lefties in a second. I want to press, I guess, the righties here real quick. All right. I used the Guatemalan guy as an example, right? The average IQ in Guatemala is between 47 and 79. That's low as fuck, right? But most of them are Catholic. Most of them assimilate when they get here, and then after 2-3 generations, they do exactly like Tyler said. It goes up, right? That's basically the data I'm seeing on this quick Google AI search, right? So I mean, now whether or not that's good data, who knows? But I just for funsies, I looked it up. I don't think that most Americans would have a problem with the Guatemalans. Do you have a problem with a Catholic Guatemalan that comes the right way?
Hold on. What you said is
fair enough. Rob does.
Okay. Yes, Rob does for sure. He says.
But what you said, the reason that worked for your friend is because he came here illegally and he worked his ass off at jobs that illegally so that he could pay here. The government wasn't involved. If the government had been involved, they would have said, "Hey, you have to have all of these other things to be here."
Yeah, but other legal immigrants,
that's why
they work. Hold on. Other legal immigrants come here and work 3 minimum wage jobs too.
Also, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was the purpose of Biden's open border. Illegal immigration. You have illegals. They're harder working. That's what you guys want. You want harder workers in this country. If you just open the border, you get all the illegals in.
Acknowledging what he said, his example, I understand the difference between his example and what you were talking about. What he's talking about, yes, that does happen. I had a couple of employees who were very much the same who came in. And by the way, I had just, when I was in California and I had the shop there, I had more people who came to my shop wanting a handout and expecting to then blackmail me because they didn't have papers. They were just going to get me to hire them in, and then they would blackmail me because I'd employed an illegal, and they were going to basically ask me for more and more money. We got rid of those guys, but we had just as many bad examples of Latinos from south of the border than I had good examples of Latinos south of the border. So while I will acknowledge that, yes, that does happen. What Gibbs said, absolutely, it happens. But I
guess we need bodies.
I
guess we need bodies to work minimum wage jobs and other shit.
And he didn't, and the government wasn't paying for it. In my example, where people came over legally, they had to pay their own way. What the problem with these Somalis and some of the others are, we are paying for them. Taxpayers are paying for them, and they're not the best and brightest, and they don't come here and get jobs, and they don't work in the fields, and they don't do any of that shit. 81% of them sit at home and collect welfare checks. Whoa. And that is bro. No,
hold on.
That. Let's be clear.
We're going to Rob. And you don't
does not mean they don't work, right? Good. You acknowledge that being on what you don't have to work to be on welfare, right?
Can I answer Gibbs' question?
Let me go to everything he said.
I want to hold on. I see Rob. I want to hear what Rob real quick, and then I want you all to answer my question here. Rob,
so there's a billion things to talk about here. One, you can see the coder defaults to racism. To even look at data, it's just the data must be racist. Are the international human rights groups that measure international data racist when they talk about some countries having people that have lower race IQs than others? Are you accusing them of racism?
Interesting.
No, okay,
What?
you're not accused. So therefore, it's not racist to look at the
Wait,
actual
no.
studies
Well,
done
let
by
me
credible-
explain what I was calling racist. I think I might be having connection issues, but I mean, what I was saying is racist is when he paints Somalis as dumb, like just all dumb. Like that's what Grid was saying.
No.
That was racist. I don't care
Again,
if it, like the IQs might be lower. You guys have a lot more value on IQ than I do. I think there's a lot of other factors than just genes, which I didn't know I was on a panel with a bunch of race realists, but I mean, it is what it is.
Hey,
So
you're
again,
acting like a real Somali right now.
Yeah, and what it is one of the signs of low IQ is people, when you say, here's something that's true on average about a collective group, and they say, but I know someone that doesn't fit that group. For example, if you say men are usually taller than women, and someone says, but I know a woman that's 6'3", that's what Ryan's doing here. No one is saying that every Somalian is stupid. We're saying that on base, people that come from Somalia have this average IQ, which is one of the lowest IQs in the world. That's true. That's what reputable international sources have told us.
Grid called them dumb. You both called them cousin fuckers.
We also see, again, Tyler, what was that data? More than half of Somalians are in sexual relationships with marriages.
48.
48. Okay, around that.
Is that true of the immigrants? Is that true of the immigrants? I'm pretty sure in Minnesota, is it legal to be? Is it legal to marry your cousin in Minnesota?
Well, apparently Omar possibly married her brother, and that's not legal, so it'd be irrelevant. The point that we're trying to make is we're bringing those people over, right? And those sorts of things lead to not just their cultural preferences, but also lead to IQ deficiencies and health issues, etc., which then end up burdening our health system for their children. Second argument that I want to make to go against what Tyler was saying. I'll start with what Gibbs said real quick. Yes, we have a problem with illegal immigrants. I don't care if they're Catholics from Guatemalan or if they're Protestants from the United Kingdom. Any illegal immigrant someone like me has a problem with. Yes. So to answer your question, Gibbs, yes. Thirdly, am I more accepting for immigrants that match our culture more? Yes, of course. I think that's one thing. But I also want those immigrants to be a net benefit, not, well, if we invest in them for 3 generations, eventually they'll be a benefit to us. And lastly, I'll say, when bringing up this specific question about are they a net benefit, etc., let's look at the actual Somalians we've brought in. The Somalians in Minnesota, everyone agrees with this, is roughly 1% of the population of Minnesota. It's like 75,000 at largest estimates. We all agree with that? According to the Center for Immigration Studies, of all of the children living in poverty in Minnesota, 1 in 8, that's 12.5%, are from Somalian households. They are 1% of the population and 12.5% of children living in poverty. This is not a population that is in net benefiting our country. That's why 80% of them are on these welfare systems, because they're in poverty so much beyond what the average Minnesotan is. Why would we?
They're impoverished, and you're like saying this is like a character failure. You're saying this is it's bad for anybody to be. I agree, it's bad to be in poverty. It feels bad to be in poverty, but it doesn't mean that it's like blaming, like you're assigning as a moral.
No, the point he's making is that we've created, and by we I mean the country, through the TPS program, has created a population that is set up to fail. They're imported in large numbers. Tyler, we can call it mass or not. It doesn't really matter to me. We import in large numbers, given robust social safety net, and it is not working very well. The data suggests it's just not working.
That's what I want to ask.
So we should have
Can I please address the first claim? Can we engage with it?
Dude, if you talk over me, no one can hear anything. So just wait.
I want to engage with the point, and you would go like 5 different points. So fucking
up. Why?
No, fucking wrong. You're going to engage with the first point you said, and you want to move on.
No one can hear anything now. You're just talking with your popping mic that no one can fucking understand. Fix your connection issues. And wait a second. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like literally the entire point is that we should just come up with systems that work better than the one that is obviously failing. And one of the failures that when you have a system that doesn't work like this is lack of assimilation, because assimilation is something that can ameliorate problems like poverty, like lack of employment, like even IQ over time, as Tyler pointed out in the generational stats. So this program is bad. Trump has ending the program. That seems like a good thing.
I don't think that
okay, yeah, go liberal Cluck. I got something to say after.
Well, I'm gonna let y'all both go here. I want y'all also to answer my question when y'all answer as well. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think that like measures of welfare and measures of IQ are like the only things that we can look at when it comes to these communities. But to answer Gibbs' question, are there cultures, whole cultures in which I would say no, you cannot come? Probably not. There are probably aspects of cultures that I would say I wouldn't want in America, and I would say that those aspects of the cultures I would just want to make illegal. So like stoning gay people, I probably would just want that to be illegal in America, so that when those cultures come over here, even though they're
What happens? But I guess the question is, what happens when they become the majority in the city?
I don't think that there's. I
I
don't think there's a huge risk of that.
98% of Somalians are massively against homosexuality. 98%.
Okay, but we have like what?
Well, I disagree with them on that.
80,000 Somalians in here.
Okay.
In this country.
So would you say then?
80,000 in Minnesota.
Right, and
hold on. But before we move on to that, Ryan, do you have any cultures that you wouldn't allow to come to the U.S. that you think are just incompatible?
Me, Republicans. No, but seriously, like I think like Liberal Cluck said, right? Like I mean, there are things that I would want to not be allowed, but like I mean, there are like hyper conservative people who want really shitty things, and they're here in America, and some of them are immigrants too, and like I think they're both those policy positions would be bad, but I'm not going to like say we should have a blanket ban from exlocation or whatever because like a bunch of people believe things I don't like. I mean. Yeah, I can imagine people who I wouldn't want here, but like I don't know that I would do immigration policy based on like just my own like I don't like your values kind of thing. Like I'm not sure that's appropriate.
So I think another point to this is like the Somalians are living in like one of the most pro-gay states in the U.S. Like they can leave if they want to. They don't have to stay here. So like the whole point about immigration is assimilating. They're forced to assimilate to a culture that is so much gayer than anything they've ever seen in their lives. They would probably kill themselves if they were in Somalia, but they don't do that here because they have to live with it and they have to accept it and assimilate to it. So I think you do see a lot more people assimilating to U.S. culture. There are obviously going to be a lot of people that we see on the online or through these articles that don't, and then they get written about and talked about in the news. So I just think a lot of it gets blown up. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying there are people who hate this country who live here, immigrants, but I really do think it's a way to separate and divide us as a country instead of trying to galvanize us and bring us together, which I think is the better option here.
But again, this is go ahead, Greg.
I'm sorry, Ryan. Just give me 1 second here. So I'm going to take a little bit of an issue with that because I don't agree with that. As a matter of fact, it seems to be that they're not only are they not assimilating, they're more and more. We're finding more and more crimes committed by this group of people who's in most areas are a very small subculture, right? It's kind of like if the Amish went on a crime spree, it would be very noticeable because there aren't that many of them, right? So interestingly, this very week, actually last week now, but within the last week, here in Nashville, where I live outside of Nashville, but a woman was raped to death on the steps of a church by a Somali man who had 16 fake IDs. We actually don't know his real name. He had 16 fake IDs or real IDs, depending on how you look at it. They still don't know who he is. I believe they're going to use DNA evidence to figure it out. And this is the culture I don't want. And you can't tell me that they're not all like that because they're all Sunni Islam. They all have the same religion. They all come from the same place.
Grid, what about that?
Heard it here.
Wait, Grid. What about that Christian white man? What about that Christian white man that raped to death, that raped a woman to death in Virginia the other day?
White people do bad stuff too.
But you can't tell me that all Christians. You can't tell me that all white people aren't like this. You can't tell me that all Christians aren't like this because they're all Christians.
I can say that the majority of Somalis.
But you did just say that about Somalians.
If I could jump in here, I would not say that all Somalians would be potential rapists. I won't say that. However, what I will say is two things. Twice now we've heard in this debate when we talk about problems in these communities, say, but there are communities in the United States. There's people that are in Appalachia that use welfare. That's true. And we're more willing to accept people that are already native to this country and providing support for them. That doesn't mean that we should be obligated to bring people in that we know are going to be a net drain on the social safety system. That is not what we should be doing. Secondly, although it's true that not all people in this group would be tantamount to being bad, if we only look at our European friends, we can see what happens. Of course, you're right. If we have immigration at low enough numbers, then yes, people are forced to assimilate. However, what we saw with the Biden administration allowing tens of millions of immigrants to come in, including illegals, the vast bulk of them illegals, what happens is as you increase the amount of people from these cultures by the millions, it causes these communities to have lack of assimilation and they sort of ghettoize and balkanize. And what we could see in the UK is people were making the same arguments over there for years that we hear the lefties making here, which is, oh, there's no evidence that these cultures are inferior and there are bad people that are white that do things. Now we see grooming gangs by the scores that are occurring with estimated hundreds of thousands of specifically targeted native British girls by people primarily of Pakistani Muslim origin. The truth is, because people were in that situation afraid of being called racist, because people like Radical Coder here would say, how dare you lump them all together? How dare you say they're all bad? What the price was to feel good about that was hundreds of thousands of British girls being raped. Now we see European countries that were formerly some of the safest countries in the world, like Sweden, have some of the highest rape statistics because they have imported from people these cultures that aren't correct with us culturally and don't assimilate in this ways and have different views on what they think and how they can treat women.
Rob, can I ask you something? You said that the vast majority of the migrants that came in under Biden were illegals. What did you mean by that?
I mean that they were people that didn't come through a green card system or that didn't come here through legalized immigration, student visas, etc., work visas, etc.
So they're like gotaways. They're people who came in and tried to avoid border patrol and tried to live under the radar.
I believe that's a large portion of them, correct.
Okay, you're wrong about that. That's just not true. But anyways,
I can show the data. That's no problem.
I've got some questions because you guys are bringing you guys brought up welfare.
Wait. You made a claim. Let Rob pull up his data. You told him that he was wrong.
No, we don't have to wait for it. He can do it while he's talking. Like Rob made like 16 points. Let Liberal Cluck talk for a minute.
Yeah, I get at least 3, right? I do have a question for like the conservatives on the panel who's like, oh, all these Somalians are on welfare. All these Somalians are on welfare. We should probably
81%.
not let the we should probably not let the Somalians in because they're on welfare. Would you be more in favor of maybe we let the Somalians in, but we tell them you have X amount of time to be able to be self-sufficient?
No.
Or else we're going to deport you.
No.
You don't actually value that thing.
So the welfare doesn't actually matter to you.
Well, I actually
on the welfare, they're not going to get off. So no, I don't want them here.
There is the data.
Right.
Net immigration from 2001 to 2024. You see the red there under Biden? Those are entries without legal permanent status, i.e. that they entered illegally or overstayed their temporary visa. You see all of the 3 presidents before him, how even though we saw that immigration itself was lower, they were of those blue groups, which were lawful permanent residents or those that were admitted temporarily for specific work purposes like temporary work visas, student visas, etc. So yes, it is fundamentally true that the vast majority of the people that were coming in under Biden were not in those categories and either overstayed or entered illegally. That is correct.
Biden was
Okay.
shit on immigration. So
The most
can I
people who
jump in?
entered under. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah, go ahead. Let me jump in. So the problem is again with just getting the best and the brightest as merit is the best and the brightest come in from H-1B visas. What we see with a lot of these people is they either go back home to have their families or they send money back to a family they already have in another country and just come here for work. Compassion-based immigration also includes what Trump called chain migration, is when you come to the United States to work and then become a citizen, you can bring your family over and that makes you stay long-term. And it might not be economically beneficial to bring somebody's stay-at-home wife over here, but in 50 years that investment pays off. And this is only like 5 to 10% of our overall immigration yearly. 90% of it's still merit-based. We're just trying to grow some homegrown.
But you're looking at this
again. Just Rob, if you don't mind, just one second. The issue here, again, just to be really clear, is the fact that this was a refugee type migration program. That's where these problems are coming from primarily because it messes with the incentives. When you have individualized migration, you have people coming and they're trying to come into the country, you can ask them questions, you can vet them properly, you can create a community that's going to not have some of these problems. And there are things in Somalian culture that do need to be vetted. I think there's like a 92% female circumcision rate. You need to ask people, like, are you going to keep doing female circumcision when you come over here? We're not okay with that. We're not okay with marrying your first cousin. We're not, or if you naturalize, are you going to vote for Sharia law? Like, these are questions that are worth asking because, and they're the kind of things you can do in actual immigration programs that work better, but because this was a TPS refugee program, these things are not on the table, and that's a worse system. There are so many ways that these things could normalize and get better over time with a better system, but this system is indefensible.
And a couple.
So would you be okay with
Ryan Mullally, the good Ryan? I agree with the good Ryan.
Would you be okay with a more robust refugee system? We let in more refugees, but we are could you let me fucking finish? But you are screening for these things.
No, I'm not.
You are. I know. You.
Okay, you don't have to let him in then, Grid.
Here, it's fine. I'm asking Ryan because he brought up some things that I actually agree with. It's like if you want to screen these people for things that are like illegal in this country, female circumcision, I believe, is illegal in this country. Marrying your cousin is illegal in most states in this country. If you want to screen these people for things that you know are a part of their culture, in order for them to come in, I'd be okay with that. Would you be okay with a more robust refugee system, allowing more people in if we're screening them for these things?
It's
Ryan?
incompatible with a refugee system. The point of a refugee system is that you're bringing people in en masse because of problems within their country, not because they individually are a good fit for this country. What I'm suggesting is that Trump is correct to shut down the TPS program from Somalia. And then down the road, if we want to open up immigration to Somalia on an individualized, vetted basis, I would have no problem with that. But that's a very different proposition than what's happening now. And experience teaches. I think earlier you brought up like an asylum app. The asylum app was massively abused. The refugee programs are massively abused. So what we should do is individualized immigration, which is the better system.
Now, if I could,
real quick. On that note, go ahead.
So there's 2 points to make here. I wanted to respond to Tyler with the H-1B thing, but to respond to this first, the other problem is this. We cannot trust our politicians, particularly Democratic politicians. The same Democratic politicians that told us the border was secure in 2021, it was secure in 2022, it was secure in 2023, and then there was a problem in 2024, and it was Trump's fault, right? Now when we see that the totals come out and how many illegals were able to come in here, around 10 million total migrants that came in under the Biden administration in such a short period of time, the vast bulk of those illegal. The problem is when we have systems like this that say, well, what if we had a refugee system, but it wouldn't be abused? What if we did it? The problem is it will be abused.
That's not what I said, but okay.
No, let me steelman your argument. What if we had a refugee system that had robust vetting and we made sure there was robust vetting? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a better
I assume the implication is you would also say you didn't want that system abused, correct?
Well, if we're talking about abuse, yes, I would support putting more people on the vetting process so that it's a lot harder to abuse.
So when you interrupted me and said that's not what I said, that is
in effect what you had said.
That is in effect what you said. You said, let's have a robust refugee system that wouldn't be abused. That's fine. I believe that's something you would want. The problem is the people that want mass amounts of migration would allow that system to be abused again, just like they have in the past every time that we've used that system, which is why we need to say no more of these refugee systems, because one, it's a bad idea anyways, and second, because we can't trust our politicians to not sit there and pretend, oh, we didn't know it was mass people were coming in and we couldn't vet people and it was being abused. We just didn't know. We'll tell you 4 years later, now that it's done. That's the problem. So no, I'm
My
sorry.
question
Our
is,
goodwill's
so-
been
so
exhausted. Sorry.
I disagree with your characterization of the motives of the Democrats for the policies that they. But let's just say I'll give you that just for the sake of argument. Hold on. No. I want to ask. Why is it that the Republicans are the complete extreme opposite end? They're trying to get rid of people that are here, that are working, that are doing what they're supposed to be doing, not committing crimes. They are trying to get rid of, instead of trying to make the refugee system robust and less abusable, they're just getting rid of it. Why is that the only other option? Why can't we?
Wait, Grid, please, if I can. First off, that's not the only thing that Republicans are saying. What the Republicans here are saying are different depending on who you're looking at. Grid's saying things that are slightly different than me. Ryan is loosely
don't characterize
Republican,
us with the Democratic politicians then. Don't characterize us, because we're saying
What
this.
did I just
We are
say?
saying we want a robust. We want a robust refugee
I
system
literally
that are
said,
vetting these things.
maybe you're having trouble listening. I literally said, I assume you don't want a refugee system that would be fraud, but we can't trust the politicians, particularly the,
and we can't trust Republicans to do it either.
Why are you and Ryan incapable of not interrupting people? Why are you incapable of it? I sit here quietly while you guys
because
are
you like to go on with all kinds of things.
Hold on. Let us finish. I'll let you go respond.
So the point is, I literally said, I'm not saying that you want this abuse. However, we can see that this abuse occurred under the Democratic politicians, and your response is, how dare you lump us in with the Democratic politician, where I went out of my way to say, I'm not saying that that's what you're advocating for. Now, what I will take umbrage with, and I want to ask you, you said, well, you disagree with the motivations of the Democrats and how they allowed these illegals to come in. What do you think explains the fact that these illegals came in record levels under Joe Biden if this isn't what he wanted? Rank incompetence?
And before you answer that,
hold on.
Yeah, before you answer, let her another question.
All right, but Malawi, go ahead and say a question. Then I'm gonna let both of y'all respond, and then we're gonna come. I'm gonna take over from there. We're gonna get to closings. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to add to what Rob said, and bring it back to the original topic a little bit. It's kind of like, there's a whole bunch of fraud in Minnesota, and then take our word for it, it's going to be okay. Except there was $1 billion of fraud, and then Biden says, this week there was a story that he got a memo that said his soft on immigration policies were going to cause chaos, and he ignored the advice. So you brought up earlier, liberal Cluck, that there was an app that was used for asylum. The app was massively abused, despite the fact that Biden was warned that these policies would cause chaos at the border and mass influxes of immigration. So when Rob says it's tough to trust the Democrats on this issue, what he's referring to is that the most charitable explanation for Biden's behavior I can come up with is he just wanted to do the opposite of what Trump did.
Yep.
It's hard for me to understand why he would refuse to follow the advice of his own administration to not let this happen in immigration, but he did it anyway for some reason, and that's the state of play. So that's why it's hard to trust. It's not like Rob's making this shit up.
All right, go ahead, Cluck and other Ryan. Y'all are gonna get your both get a response in here. Then we're gonna.
What was your question? What was your question, Rob?
My question was, if it wasn't that this is the result that Biden wanted, what's your explanation? Incompetence?
My explanation was that we just came off of a historic pandemic where the border was completely shut down. People were not only not allowed to cross the border, so they were backlogged in Mexico. There were people that were choosing not to come to America because they didn't want to do it during the pandemic.
Wait, what?
No, I am not high. I'm not going to say. I am not going to say that was like all of the influx, but I think that a lot of the influx, a significant amount of the influx, had a lot to do with that.
Now wait,
Biden
can I real quick?
Wait, hold on. Biden kept whatever that executive order that Trump put onto the border when he came in. I forgot what it was. It was a COVID era. It expired because the emergency ended.
He bragged about revoking those executive orders.
I'm gonna turn it over to Coder. Hold on, we're gonna turn it over to
Cluck's
Coder.
talking about. Hold on, Cluck's talking about the emergency power of Title 42.
No, hold on. We're gonna
Yeah,
turn it over
that's
to
probably-
Coder.
that
But
sounds right.
Cluck, I gotta know. Are you high? Because you know the only reason why I started streaming, right, is because my ranch was literally being destroyed by fucking coyotes, and I'm not talking about the animal. I'm talking about fucking illegal aliens using it to escape border control. Oh, you know when that was happening? That was happening during COVID. I literally only got into streaming because this was happening in mass during COVID. So I don't want to say you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, at least on this issue.
I
So
would love to
somebody,
respond.
somebody, I forgot who. Somebody, I
But
forgot
we're gonna
who
go to
was.
we're gonna go to the other Coder. We're gonna yes. Go ahead, Coder. Yeah, you
Well,
get
I mean, real quick,
then we're gonna Tyler.
to what he's saying.
No,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
he's saying his like just because there
Oh, yeah,
were
I believe
like
somebody-
illegal immigrants that he was dealing with, like that contradicts your data or something.
Huh? I'm saying
Yeah, it
that when
contradicts the
we
data.
see a mass problem, the worst that we've ever seen with illegal immigrants coming, and Joe Biden bragged about, I'm rescinding Trump's executive orders day one. And then the predictable result is we saw the border crisis get out of control. And I say it seems like this is exactly what Biden wanted, because for 3 years he saw this and did nothing. And in fact, him and almost the entire Democratic Party said, it's not a problem. We don't think that there's a problem here. We don't think there's a problem. And then in year 4, once they realized it was bad for them during an election, all of a sudden they were like, oh, okay, there's a problem, but it's Trump's fault. My question is, seeing as how bad those numbers
Trump
were, and
stopped the bill that would have helped,
anyone
but-
with a pair of eyes could see how bad the problem was. Did Biden allow this to occur because he was horribly incompetent, or was it because that this is what he wanted to occur? There could be no third explanation.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I guess
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I have some clean outline of exactly what caused all these like a surge in immigration or whatever. I mean, I'm not really interested in that. I want to respond to a few other things that have been said tonight. Like number one, it's become like kind of a truism that these people are a net drain on our society, which is what I believe Grid, Ryan, and Rob have all asserted multiple times. But I don't think they have any evidence of that. Grid has even argued that 81% of these people are actually not working, which is not what being on welfare means. Right, like most people who are on welfare are employed often by companies like Amazon and Walmart. So obviously it does not follow that because someone is on welfare, they're unemployed. That doesn't follow at all. Also, Ryan was asserting very strongly earlier that, these people are being on welfare. They're not, that this is a failing thing. They're like, the implication being that they are not at all, like there's no rate of increase, right? Like the idea that there's no improvement in these communities and people who might start on welfare. Like he's implying that there's no improvement to their financial situation. That could be true. I don't think that that's been demonstrated. I don't even think Ryan has seen that data or whatever. I think he's just painting very broadly that it's been a failure, like he did with the Department of Education last time we spoke. I mean, it's just a few things to kind of poke in. Like all these people will repeat over and over and over. They'll say that. One other thing was no, I mean, I think that's fine. But like, it's all these things you guys keep repeating over and over, and then you move on to a bunch of other topics. Realistically, we came here to talk about specific cases of fraud, which everybody here agreed, I guess, was happening. But you guys want to start talking about Somalian immigration more broadly because of these 77 people or whatever, which is interesting. But
if I can real quick, the reason that we went on to this was
some of you are at least.
The reason that we went to this is because the guy who's running the show, Gibbs, asked us to change to talk about this stuff specifically. That's number one. Second, to talk about liberal Cluck. Do you see the chart that I have up there, liberal Cluck?
I do not see you. You mentioned a chart earlier, and I didn't see it in the group chat. I didn't see it on.
I'm sharing the screen. Can you
click the watch stream button. Click the watch
stream button.
Anyway, while you go look at the
real quick,
chart,
I want to make this point. I want to make this point so that Cluck could answer this. I just want to be clear. Your argument is if we look from 17 to 20, you see how those numbers under Trump were going down? You see they're sort of low in his first year, then even lower in his second, then even lower in his third, and then you see where they are in the fourth. The fourth year would have included COVID. Your argument is that number would have been way higher in that fourth year, and there's a huge backlog of people that wanted to get in that fourth year, but because they couldn't because of COVID. That's your argument? Why were those people not trying to get in the year? Real quick, just to clarify the question. Just to clarify, why weren't those massive amount of people trying to get in 19, the year before COVID?
Interesting. Well, you call that. We're going to go to closings. Closings. Tyler, go ahead and kick us off with a closing. Cluck can answer. that question when it's his turn here. Go ahead, Tyler. Kick us off with the closing and any other things.
As always on these Gibbs panels, the best points tonight from all 6 of you started with, as Tyler was saying, so you're welcome. I want to just get to a couple things I didn't get to be able to get to. So if welfare like this existed in the 1800s, the Irish would have been on it, the Polish would have been on it, the Italians would have been on it, and maybe we wouldn't have seen something like the mafia. If you look at the reason why the mafia was formed, it was because of oppression to the Italian people from the powers that be in the United States. They formed their own agencies. It also came from Italy as well, but they had their own agency of policing. That's why they did this. That's also why the Bloods and the Crips essentially were formed as well, as a neighborhood watch. And the Ku Klux Klan was formed as a neighborhood watch against Catholics. It transitioned into racism later. So what we see is somewhat that this welfare is actually stopping this systemic problem of criminals being majority of these people. Now, it doesn't excuse the 70-something that were arrested. So also, a very important fact that didn't get brought up tonight that I was really trying to get to is that education is a majorly impaired by lack of nutrition. In the United States, if you're arguing we should not be giving these kids that come over from these bad conditions welfare money, you're just basically saying let's keep their IQ low. We're bringing people that are impoverished, coming from bad societies over, we're feeding them, we're raising their education up, and we already see from the second generation, because we've only been bringing them in since the 90s, the second generation is exceeding the first generation. Not substantially, but it's looking better. Give it one more and they'll even out with the rest of Americans. So I think it has been proven that the first generation of Somalis are as bad as, maybe not what Grid said, but probably more what Rob said. But Ryan, you really opened the door to this litigation when you called Trump racist in your opening. We have to now litigate why this is happening. So at the end of the day, you guys are welcome for all the wonderful points that I gave you that you could bounce off of. And Rob, if you want, I can come on your show tomorrow and finish up a discussion on the actual topic we were trying to do.
Sure, that's great.
All right. Thank you so much. Castle.
Yeah, so I think the big thing that we just came out of here that we can all agree on is Tim Walz is innocent. No, but I think the actual debate that happened afterwards, I'm kidding. The actual debate that I think was more prudent afterwards was about immigration, which I enjoyed. I didn't really have anything too much to say at the end just because I wanted to address it in my last points, which I'll do here. But I think I can agree with some of the folks, and like what Ryan was mentioning too, is like what we see in the UK, maybe other countries in Europe, is that I think a solid immigration plan is having people come over here in a steady fashion. And I think when people pour over the border by the millions like they did under Biden, or whether you put them in certain communities by the hundreds of thousands, that does create a problem. And I think that you have to have that done in more orderly fashion for it to be more successful. And then you get these kind of areas, whether it's in New York City, Miami, Texas, LA, where there are enclaves of people who kind of stick together. They either speak Chinese, they speak Spanish. They don't really start to learn the values of the country. And I think that's definitely happening. That said, I'm still pro immigration, and that the points Tyler made, I agree with 100% that there's still a benefit and there's value of having people come over here and learn the language, learn our customs and values, go to school, get a solid meal so that they can become productive members of society. And I think that's going to greatly benefit us over whatever fraud is happening, right? The fraud is happening. I think we can all agree that it's bad for the country, and the people who commit it should be sent to prison or deported if they're not here legally. So I'm totally for that. But I do think that the amount of money that they either pay in taxes or the jobs they're getting, the kids that they are having, are going to produce so much more value over time than the fraud that they're committing now, that I still see it as a net benefit for the country. So yeah, overall, that's where I would end it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Coder.
Yeah. I mean, like I said at the beginning, obviously, fraud was happening in Minnesota. I feel like Tyler just assigned, you said that I called Trump racist in my opening. I don't think I did. I don't think I ever said that in my opening statement. I mentioned at one point later on, I talked about his statements about Ilhan Omar, which were pretty disgusting. And I called Grid racist because he was being extremely racist, and Rob was at least vice signaling about racism. So I did say those things, and I still hold to those things. I think that was happening many times during this debate. I mean, it's all on record. You know, this will all be recorded. It's all obviously on all of our streams. So that's the reality. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like, I think there are problems problems with immigration. I think there's problems that arise from assimilation. I think it's frustrating that, like, if we want to have these conversations with people like these guys, we can't have like real practical conversations, right? Like if we have a policy like the TPS regarding Somalian immigrants or refugees specifically, like Liberal Cluck starts proposing very reasonable restrictions that he might add in to tighten this, you guys might call it a faucet or whatever, like to kind of like just turn it down just a little bit and like restrict people who might be explicitly problematic. You guys don't want to hear any of that. You guys don't want to talk about any of that. You just want to cut it all off completely. You have no interest in having nuanced conversations about any of these policies, just like you have no interest in talking about any policies that would actually make it harder for people to do fraud in these situations. That's why tonight we didn't talk about any reforms that would actually affect the fraud that was going on. All we talked about was blaming Somalians, talked about Somali immigration. We talked about alleging it's not collective punishment, and then going on to say this is why we need to cut off immigration from Somalia. This is why Somalians are in that drain. This is why they're dumb and stupid and cousin fuckers and all this sort of stuff was the conversation you guys wanted to have, which is, again, you guys don't actually care about practical solutions, and it shows. Everyone can see it, and it's embarrassing, and I'm ashamed for all of you, but I appreciate.
All right. So we'll go to Mr. Malawi next.
Yeah, I wonder in the conversations I've had with Evil Ryan, what would it take for something to be deemed a failure? You know, like we did the Department of Education, and no matter what data I suggested, it's funny debate. My debate opponent conceded that the Department of Education had been a disaster in every program that I mentioned, and still Ryan thought that wasn't enough. You know, here we're talking about the TPS program. We've pointed out massive problems in terms of the impact it's having on the population in Minnesota. We've had massive fraud that has shown light on this issue. I'm not sure what it would take for a program to be deemed a failure if nothing that happens on the ground can ever evidence failure. This program has not worked out well. It's okay to admit that. And as is often the case with Trump, there's a lot of bluster and people get caught up in the noise, but then there is a solution that makes sense. The TPS program is creating a perverse incentive. Let's shut down the TPS program. That's not that complicated. And unlike what I believe Liberal Cluck said earlier, it's exactly what happened with Venezuela when we were having trouble with Venezuelan immigration. The truth is, the TPS program is a refugee migration program which limits individualized vetting. It limits the capacity to do the things that make assimilation likely. So you end up with a situation where assimilation doesn't happen with all the downsides that are entailed by that. There are better ways to do these. You don't have to call people racist or get all worked up about it. We can just admit that the program has failed. And then once we admit that, we can talk about other solutions. But it's like, sometimes when I talk to liberals about immigration, it's you can imagine they're outside their house and the hose spigot is busted and water's just pouring onto the street. It's just fucking pouring out. And they're like, and I'm like, your hose spigot's busted. And they're like, let me tell you about my water conservation policy. I'm like, I don't give a shit about your water conservation policy. Your hose spigot's busted and water's pouring out on the street. Your policy doesn't fucking matter. You have to fix the problem first, and then we can talk about sensible solutions.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Grid.
Okay, yeah. So where to even begin in this closing? Well, it's easy, to be honest. Yeah, we shouldn't be letting stupid people into the country. We should not be lowering our collective IQ. If the claim is going to be that we need these people for something, then let's make a good claim, and maybe that can happen. But so far, all I've heard is my feels. And it hurts my feelings that you won't even consider another option. Yes, I actually have a great option. Don't allow anyone in. Because if we don't do that, then we don't have to worry about embezzlement. We don't have to worry about $1 billion being squandered. We don't have to worry about all of these things. It's so easy. The easiest thing in the world. But let's just say we want to let some people in. Great. As long as it doesn't cost American taxpayer dollars to do so, bring in whoever qualifies. And you can use a qualification. But not one tax dollar can bring in these people. Not one. My opinion, because American tax dollars get spent on Americans. As a matter of fact, I am such an isolationist, I don't think we should send another dollar to the Ukraine or Israel or anywhere else in the fucking world, because those tax dollars belong here in America. And yeah, that's where we're at. So, and Ryan didn't say shit tonight that made any damn sense whatsoever, except the good Ryan. The good Ryan said a lot of really smart and intelligent things, and you should listen to him.
Thanks. You got to clarify good or evil.
Can I go next?
Yeah, the evil Ryan. Do not listen to evil Ryan. Evil Ryan is wrong. He's wrong because there's no level that where he will be happy. There just isn't. We literally have cousin fuckers coming in the country, and he's like, "Yeah, that's fine. It's cool. Bring them in. It's fine."
All right.
That's what's wrong.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
okay. So I think that what we saw in this panel today, that people like Grid, Rob Noor, and Ryan, they said a lot of shit that they expected everyone on the panel to just take as truisms, right? They said that Tim Walz was in on it. Hold on, did I interrupt you when you were saying your stupid ass shit? No, I did not. Anyways, they just they expected us to take Tim Walz was in on it as a truism based off of a statement that the prosecutor said about something Tim Walz said in 2021, December of 2021, which didn't even actually say the thing that they. And then he's like, we should be lowering the IQ of the country by bringing these people in. Look at the IQ of Minnesota right now; it's 5th in the country. So I don't really know where that comes from. Shut the fuck. Anyway, and then. And I'm supposed to be answering a question as a part of my. Do I think that all of the influx of immigration under Biden was due to COVID? No, I do not think all of it was due to COVID. Especially if you're talking about things like visa overstays, which was like historically a thing that has happened. Has been most of the illegal immigrants in America for like all of American history. But when we're talking about like the ones that were crossing the border, newly under the Biden administration, I do think that a lot of them were due to a good portion of them were due to COVID, making the conditions worse in the country, making more asylum seekers. That's why the whole Kamala Harris being the border czar thing was a stupid thing to say, because she wasn't the border czar. She was in charge of trying to help make the conditions in these countries better. So we have less people wanting to come in America in the first place and wanting to stay in their country. Obviously, that's a huge ass task that's like nearly impossible to do, but if for one person to do. But yeah, so I do think that. I don't think that the conservatives actually brought much substance to this debate, and a lot of it does seem to be based around these broad stroke, painting these people with like broad strokes. They brought some numbers. 80% is like it has low IQ, but also those metrics are largely irrelevant. And then when I bring up something like, hey, let's disallow them to be on welfare for so long, because they're bringing up the welfare numbers, and they're like, oh no, we don't want to do that either. So it just seems to me like they just don't want brown people here. I don't know. That's just what it feels like to me because of the things that they say.
All right. Well, last but not least, give us some substance to close us out here, Rob.
Sure, I'll try. First, on the broader topic that we were here to talk about, it's ironic. I think everyone on our side of the aisle was clear the entire time. We don't think there's evidence that Tim Walz committed a crime, but there's certainly a lot of smoke there that would warrant an investigation. In fact, by December 17th, he is asked to supply evidence from his communications to the House Oversight Committee. We said that investigation was something that should occur, right? The fact that we could see that we're constantly told, oh, they said this about Tim Walz. None of us said that. And it's almost like there are two different debates going on where we keep saying things and then we're told that we said something else totally ridiculous. So, yeah, there's all sorts of things we didn't talk about in specific case. Keith Ellison's connections to this, as I got to a little there, seems to be remarkably shady as well. The scale of the fraud is ridiculous. There are credible allegations from insiders that suggest that a lot of this money went to fund terror groups. And I think although it was fine to take it to immigration, one of the ways that I would have liked to discuss this is how these programs being set up through these NGOs in the first place are rife with the ability to commit fraud in general. And it's probably a reason, and it's something I said in my opening statement, that we need to have systems. One, I think we should dramatically limit all of this spending of NGOs. And secondly, they need to be significantly audited, because this sort of stuff, and we saw this with COVID funds galore, the PPP loans, there's estimates that some 15 to 20% of them were obtained fraudulently and ended up making their way out of the country. That's absurd. We're talking about billions upon billions of dollars of our taxpayer dollars that's going to fund possibly terrorism and other bad interest around the world. When it comes to the immigration policy, I mean, I don't know what to say other than we just get to this racism that you see all the time that's ludicrous. Ryan, the bad Ryan, accused us of not offering solutions that couldn't be further from the truth. We specifically talked about how we wanted these sort of refugee programs to end. The fact that they exist mean that they'll be exploited, and that what would be better, and Ryan, good Ryan, went specifically and said what he would recommend is getting rid of these immigration programs, and then if we need to bring immigrants in from Somalia, doing it in a non-refugee basis, which would allow us to bring the best and the brightest from Somalia. In other words, merit-based immigration. Now, there might be a disagreement between Grid, Ryan, and Tyler and I on how much of that merit-based immigration we would like to see come, or what exactly those merits should be. But nonetheless, that's a far more defensible position than this compassion-based immigration. And you can see it all through this debate, where our opponents, it's like, well, we have to leave these Somalian immigrants in, so let's find a way. What if we tweak this to, where is it that says that we're obligated to let immigrants from any country? Why shouldn't we be choosing the best and brightest? If all of the best immigrants end up coming from countries that aren't Somalia, who gives a shit? The goal of my country is to benefit the citizens of this country. We owe nothing to the people of Somalia or the people that want to immigrate. And that's doubly true when we're talking about this refugee program. And as we bring up statistics of things, what you can see is they're either hand-waved away as racist, they're misinterpreted, and they say that we're saying things that we're not actually saying, which is ludicrous. Or you can see, like liberal Cluck, when you're presented with evidence about, like, how do you explain Joe Biden allowing this? He comes up with these inane explanations like, well, the reason is a lot of these came because of COVID, because of backlog of COVID. But I showed you the numbers. Actually, the number of people during the Trump administration while COVID was there increased. The amount of immigrants were increasing even during Trump under COVID. So the idea that just precipitously in the 3 years prior to that under Trump, there was a decline in net immigration, or a decline in the total amount of immigration that we saw, but it was about to boom during Trump, during COVID, and so therefore we should use that as some possible explanation for Biden is nonsensical. The truth of the matter is, all of this, when it comes to the abuse that we see through these programs, which sadly we didn't get to talk much about how all of these programs are able to be abused, or it becomes these immigration system, it is America last. We care little about the American people. You can even hear them being belittled. American people are on welfare. American people do this and that. Yes, it's true. There are people in our groups that are in poverty and other things. Saying poverty isn't a moral failing. It's saying that we should not be bringing in people that predictably are going to be in poverty. We should not be bringing in people that predictably are going to have 80% of their households be on some forms of welfare because they're in such poverty. These are not net gains to the country. And that's not to even talk about discussions of the cultural changes that will occur. So it's not a matter of racism. The accusations of racism literally mean nothing to me. At this point, it is the last bastion of people that don't have an argument. And as is usually the case with Radical Coder, that's a device that he will rely on because he knows that he's incapable of arguing the facts of the issue. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Rob. Hey, hold
Can
on.
we stick around
Coming
if
up.
people want to?
Hold on. Let me just do a little housekeeping real quick. Coming on Sunday, folks, we're going to have our semifinals of our debate championship series. We're going to be having Tyler here who's going to be debating Fabian Liberty in the semifinals. What was the topic, Tyler?
I feel bad.
FDA.
Wait, you're
FDA
Fabian Liberty?
regulations, good or bad?
FDA regulations. It's going to be the topic. It's going to be good. It's going to determine who's going to the finals to determine a regular season champion, which there's going to be a cool prize for the winner that they're going to get mailed to them, and I'm pretty excited for them to show it off. And then we're going to be having starting our Grand Prix after that. It's got some more big announcements. It's real exciting times here. And then next Thursday, we're going to be talking about the Golden Dome and the Golden Fleet and American military rearmament. I'm pretty excited for those going forward. We could do some sort of open. I don't want to hold anybody too much longer. I can go for a little bit, but then I have to go do something. But yeah, we can stay open for a little bit. But if anybody needs to leave, now is your chance. Y'all are welcome to stay all y'all want. But if you have something, Cluck, you wanted to Keep going.
Yeah, I don't
Audio
understand
server.
what.
It's
What I
been,
don't
it's been real,
understand-
gents.
Oh,
Ryan,
go ahead.
I'll hit
See
you
ya.
up in a minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't understand why, like, you ask us, oh, why should we have these refugees in America, except for, like, it's the right thing to do, right? I don't
Why is it the
understand
right
why.
thing to do? Stop saying it's the right
Be-
thing to do. Give
But
a
that was
justification.
that was the prompt that we were given by
What was that
kids,
fucking
except for
prompt?
you.
You keep tra-
It was
you
like something
renamed the
like
prompt 4 fucking
except-
times. Just tell
Okay.
me why you think it's the right thing to do to have people.
Well,
come
because
into
I
our
think that
country.
we were because I think we
Answer
were
the
very
fucking
wealthy.
question.
I am fucking answering it, you piece of shit. Holy
Dude.
You're
shit!
not.
Because I think that we're a very wealthy country who can take care of these people.
No, we're
like,
not. We're fucking
yes,
not.
we are.
We can't take care
Yeah,
of
we
our
We
own people.
absolutely are. We can. We don't have the political. No, we just don't have the
Republicans just choose
political
not to.
will. We just don't have the political will from people like you to actually take care of our own people.
How many millions and billions of dollars do we have to pump into our system and go into debt to take care of people who don't fucking belong here to begin with?
It's not as much as you
I-
think,
Belong
though,
to begin
Grit.
with based on what?
I don't
Yeah.
care how much.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the welfare is actually going to quote unquote people who don't belong here. I have a feeling it's
Yeah.
a much smaller
Apparently,
number than you
81%
think
of
it is.
Somalis are on fucking welfare.
Yeah, but
Why
we
do
only
you
have like
bring those
100,000
people
Somalis here. But we only have like 100,000 Somalis here.
Who cares?
Can I'll try to answer this
So
That's 100,000
respectfully.
very
Americans that don't get money.
Significantly small
I'll tr-
amount of money for them.
I'll try to answer this respectfully real quick, and then I'm going to head out as well. But I'll say this. I do think that the leaders in the Democratic Party and other people have different motivations when it comes to immigration, but I will not impugn the lefties here. And let's say that legitimately you just want to help people around the world. I think that this is a fundamental difference between me and probably Grid, and I would guess the other two people that were more on the right here, and then those of you on the left. Those of you on the left feel that it is the duty of the United States government to help people around the world. I don't feel that way. I feel that the United States government takes tax dollars from working citizens of this country, and the implicit agreement is it exists to govern first and foremost for the people of this country, not to try to benefit poor people around the world. That is not the responsibility of the U.S. government, especially when we see there are so many people in this country that are still suffering. Some of the greatest of us veterans that served in combat that cannot receive care. Meanwhile, we're prioritizing sending money to Somalians, and then we see billions of dollars of fraud coming through in just one program that we see with these Somalians, and that's just one little issue. Constantly, we're giving money to groups around the world. Constantly, we're bringing in people, in the words of Donald Trump, from shithole countries. It needs to stop. And you think we have an unlimited money supply, but what we see is the wealth gap continues to grow in this country, and we continue to see the debt spiral over and over. And when chickens come home to roost, it'll be the working class people in places like my communities that are dying in Appalachia, who've been here for generations and been forced to pay into this system that no one in our government gives a shit. It'll be us that are on the chopping block. But you all will
So
say
if we
that's
got-
okay because it's equally important from helping people in Appalachia as it is to help people like Somalians. I disagree vehemently.
We got
Wait,
rid-
hold on, liberal.
if we got rid of-
Hold on, liberal Cluck. Hold on. Let me
Please.
just get one point in. But Rob, there's this whole instance where I don't know if you remember what the Zadroga Act was, but it was a bill to help folks who were affected by 9/11 dust, and that was something that Jon Stewart tried to get Congress to act on because Republicans wouldn't pass a bill to help them and their families who were affected by that. They got cancer, they were dying. So the Republicans also have instances where they can help firefighters, people who have died for this country, saving people's lives, and they won't pay for them. We have the money. Jon Stewart, from his behest, forced them to pass it eventually. So it's clear that one party, you're saying that Democrats might not care about this and they care about Somali immigrants more, but we've already seen instances of the Republicans who couldn't give a shit about people who
That's not true.
save people's
So
lives
the
on 9/11.
objections to that specific bill were primarily from Rand Paul, and his only holdup wasn't that we shouldn't fund this, was that he wanted to know where the funding was coming from and what the extent of how much we would be paying on this, because his worry was that this money would come from places
Who
that
cares
it
how much
shouldn't.
we would pay for it? It's
Listen,
for people who literally served on 9/11
the
and died.
reason is it's this exact mindset that leads us $39 trillion in debt. Who gives a shit what the final bill will be? The problem
Nonsense
was what
about
he was
9/11
ensuring.
Yeah, we
responders.
should
You
help
notice-
people who serve this country, like
to
veterans,
everyone,
like
to
firefighters.
everyone that's
Hold on,
listening,
hold on, let
to
him-
everyone,
hold on.
please let me finish my point. To everyone that's listening that wondered
Okay.
how this Somalian fraud case was able to occur to the tune of $1 billion, now you're seeing the mentality. Because we shouldn't worry about the details. Where does the funding come from? How do we audit it? Things like that. Nope, you're a horrible person if you want those sort of things before you pass a bill. We just need to sign the check because it's the moral thing to do. And hence how we end up with billions of dollars of fraud in these programs, because people like you say you're a terrible person if you want to work out the details before you vote for it. And that's exactly what's happening here. This is how that
That
fraud
wasn't the
occurs.
case,
That
but
very
I
detail.
appreciate
Rob,
that, but that's not what happened.
Rob,
That is exactly
Can
what
I ask you a question, Rob? I got a question. So if we got rid of all of the foreign aid that we send out, if we stopped allowing refugees in here and we kicked out everybody here that you believe should not be here, would the politicians that you vote for support funding more robust welfare systems and more robust education systems and more robust infrastructures that allow Americans to thrive?
I don't know. I probably, most of them probably not, but let me explain. You assume that those sort of things are good and necessary. What we can see oftentimes is when you fund welfare systems too much, it's actually detrimental. I'm okay for a limited social safety net, but to the extent we see in places like LA where you just throw money at problems, what happens is you're actually increasing the amount of people that are homeless. You are increasing the amount of people that are drug addicts because you're throwing so much money. Same's true of education. We're constantly told we need to throw more money at education, but it's not solving the problem. We're spending more and more money, particularly in schools that are struggling in inner cities, and we're not getting positive results. It's not a matter of lack of spending. It's a matter of the culture and the type of education that we're having. Also, this still wouldn't do things to pay down the debt, which is very important. There are other things that we could do with that money, such as using that money to put back in people's pockets through paying less in taxes, particularly the poor and working class, right? That then will be able to spur the economy by having more money that they can make their own decisions with. So yes, I understand. If you all want to smear Republicans as, well, we could point to all these evils because here was a program that would have been good and Republicans couldn't fund it, so therefore we'll smear all Republicans as they don't fund this stuff. Fine, I'll eat that as long as you guys eat inflation. That you're the ones that want to fund everything and therefore inflation's your fault. So when the people can't afford groceries, when the median home buyer age
Rob, the
now
debt under Trump has ballooned. $38 billion in debt.
Last comment in the sentence. Last comment that I'll make here. So when you see that the average home buyer is now 41 in this country, you guys just say, yes, that's because we want to keep spend and all of these social policies.
I don't think the social policies I don't think that people on welfare are the ones buying homes. Like, I don't know.
No, you're causing inflation by mass spending.
Yeah, because you take.
Rob, aren't we spending more money now under Trump?
Simply cannot
No,
afford it.
it's true. The deficit.
Yes, we are, Castle.
Okay, can you say that about every single president ever?
Okay, but why are we spending? Okay, back in 2016 when the economy was booming, why were we deficit spending if the economy was doing so great?
I agree.
There's
It's
no
one of
reason to do that.
one of the criticisms I have of Donald Trump was that he was spending too much, right? That's certainly true
Okay.
before COVID, and it's certainly true during COVID. The problem is Democrats want to spend even more. For example, we could see under COVID, one of the worst things that happened was Trump signing off on these massive spending bills, much of which the money that went out was fraudulent, went to fraudulent things. But Democrats' criticism wasn't Trump spending money. Their criticism was he's not spending more money. That's the criticism.
If you hold on. We didn't like the deficit under Trump in 2016, in my understanding, ballooned mostly for two things. One was the COVID stimulus, but even before that, it ballooned because of the tax his 2016 run.
It's first term. Gotcha. Yeah,
first term. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm on melatonin. I've been on melatonin since 8:30. But even before that, it was ballooning at a accelerated rate because of the tax cuts.
Well, but that's not really so. But you understand that's not spending, right? I understand that the way that the way that the CBO spends qualifies this is it says that if you do tax cuts, if you take in less revenues, it counts that as additional spending. My point is, though, that allowing people to keep more of their money is a good thing. Right now, having said that, yes, Trump should have cut programs, but he wasn't spending as much. My entire argument is that the mass spending that we see, that yes, both parties contribute to, but if you're going to blame Republicans by saying, well, they wouldn't be for taking all the money we're sending overseas and just reinstituting that in welfare system, therefore they're cruel, I say the fact that you want to do that is leading to the massive debts, which causes inflation. As long as we're both in agreement.
Question to you.
The truth is that it's nuanced. It's nuanced on both sides. That's the truth.
Well, I don't agree with that because we can talk about inflation another time, but I'll give you that for now. I ultimately don't agree with that, but My question to you is, if we're not taking the money that we are no longer sending overseas and giving it to welfare programs, how do you propose to help the poor veterans that you spoke of earlier, or the poor people that aren't really spending a whole lot? They aren't paying in taxes. So tax cuts don't help them. How do you propose to help those people?
I think that I am fine having a social welfare system that is temporary and for the people that need it most. For example, my former line of work was working with adults with severe autism and mental retardation and other sort of illnesses. I'm fine having a system that supports those people. However, that doesn't mean that we need to increase spending. We can see that a lot of the programs that are beneficial to those people are abused by able-bodied adults, right? And so you just making it sound like this. Well, if we're not spending this money overseas, we keep the welfare system we have right now and then take that money from overseas and we spend it on top of the welfare system we have now. I don't think that's necessary. I think another thing that's important to do is to make sure that my child and hopefully his children, God willing, that he has children when he's, aren't inheriting a country that's in crippling debt because we continue to spend frivolously for all of this dumb shit. So paying down the debt and allowing people to keep more of their hard-earned money are virtues in themselves. I do not think that it's a morally virtuous thing for you to say that you are doing great things by forcing other people to spend their money on it. If you want to spend your own money through charity, so be it. But it doesn't make you a moral person by saying, I demand that we spend these tax dollars in this place. No, I don't think that makes you moral at all.
Okay, well, I'm not even making like a moral argument. I'm asking for
Hold on, before you go on,
I got 2 minutes. I really do, but I'll listen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can go. I have to leave though, so y'all have fun.
I gotta jump out too.
I have to go. I have an appointment.
Guys.
So y'all be good.
One of your worst showings by far, Grid. But thanks for having us, kids.
Yeah, thanks for coming, guys. My chat, we're gonna be rating, because you know I like it. We're gonna be rating the hot goth girl. So, guys, enjoy that content. Y'all be good. Everybody else, thank y'all so much.
Thanks, Gibbs.
It was good. We'll see y'all soon.
See ya.
So what I'm hearing from you is that you're under the impression that if we were to take the welfare from the able-bodied people and give them to more welfare to the disabled vets or whatever, the people who actually needed it, that would be enough money to be able to shore up our welfare system where they are lacking.
I don't know if it's a 1-for-1. I would say that we probably spend more money in the welfare system. We definitely spend more money in the system that's necessary. And so if we took the money that was already there and used it in ways that were most appropriate and weeded out fraud and stuff, then yes, there would be enough money. But this isn't something that I'm saying that's a direct 1-to-1. I'm merely saying that you're making this you're making this hypothetical that's like, we spend a bunch of money, shitty things overseas. Totally agree with you. We're in agreement on that. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money back?
But I'm giving it to you.
Okay. If that's the case, then the dichotomy that people say is we could either spend that money overseas or we could spend it back home. I'm not taking the red or blue pill. I choose a third pill, which is stop spending the money in the first place. That's what I'm suggesting.
But I think that But in my opinion, that it's impossible to stop spending the money when we have poor people. And like, let's look at this. Let's look at this on like an individual level. Let's say you have the shittiest of the shittiest able-bodied mother, single mother who has who has 6 babies with 6 different men, and she's doing it because she wants the welfare. Okay, we take that welfare away from her. What happens to the kids?
Who said take that welfare away from her? Who said that?
Well, she's able-bodied. She can work.
No. The question is, so an able-bodied person, we could provide welfare in the form of subsidies to help the child, right? That's fine. Okay. We should incentivize through culture, trying to make sure those things are done. But of course, there will be situations where no matter what, it's not going to be a utopia. Yes, I don't want children to starve. We should have programs like Supplemental Nutrition Assistant. We should have programs like WIC. We should tailor those programs to make sure that they are giving a bare minimum of nutritional things that is geared towards the children and not geared to making sure that that mother could go out and buy video games or get her nails done and shit like that. We should be trying to make sure in order for her to be enrolled in those programs that she has to meet certain benchmarks, drug testing, job training, etc. Those things should all occur. But yes, I'm not suggesting that we completely kick everyone off of this or anyone that's able-bodied should never get any sort of assistance. We've all been down on our luck. right? Everybody's had a situation in their life where maybe they would need temporary unemployment or something like that. I accept that. What I'm talking about is people that use it as a way of life. And there's an awful lot of overspending that go into those programs, right? Those programs could be tailored to be more effective by gearing the money more to where they deserve. I'll give you a quick example of how these programs sort of work. You already see what's going on with the Minnesota fraud, but during the PPP loans, the payment protection loans that we saw during COVID, my wife worked at a bank. Now, I live in a small town and there's not a lot of wealthy people here, but there's a handful. Did you know that every single wealthy person that owned a business in town absolutely went to the banks and took advantage of those PPP programs? And yet, the poor and working class people that owned hair salons or small restaurants and shit, they didn't even know about the program. The truth is, oftentimes these programs are used through loopholes and other such things that end up benefiting the people that really didn't need the benefit. Simultaneously, some area that we could agree on is how much money in corporate welfare do we spend as a country? Outrageous. Why should we be providing corporate welfare to these different corporations? All of us say, of course, that would be bad. My suggestion is merely we need to limit how much money is going out in these sort of programs because we're pissing away billions of dollars, and some of the net benefits that we're getting are actually deficits. We're encouraging people to rely on the government as opposed to being self-sufficient. So I don't think that it's necessary whatsoever that if we stop spending money on disastrous foreign programs, that it would mean that we would then put those into programs back home. I don't think that's necessary. I'm willing to hear each program. I'm for a program to help 9/11 responders. Absolutely. But in a general matter, it's not zero sum of if 50% of the money's here and 50% overseas. So if we move the 50% overseas, then it has to go into the 50% domestic. No, I think the third option of allowing people to keep more of their money and paying down the national debt is something that we need to be doing, or it's going to bite us in the ass in the near future in the terms of inflation and in terms of the people calling in the U.S. debt, which is going to cause crippling hyperinflation or lead to some sort of world conflict.
Well, what I don't understand is every time when we have these conversations about sending money overseas, it goes, oh, we can't even take care of our own people.
True.
But now I'm hearing, oh, but if we did get the money from overseas, we're not going to put it into taking care of our own people. Maybe it's not 1-on-1, but you would agree that at least a portion of that money would have to go into these programs, right? The ones that you would agree with. Like
why would I have to agree with that if I'm telling you that I think some of these programs are overspending because they're not being directed and tailored and having guide rails on them to make sure that the money's spent efficiently? For example, let's say I said this to you, right? Let's say I said, Liberal Cluck, let's say you had a dog, right? And I said, Liberal Cluck, come on, you're going out and you're boozing it up every night. You're boozing it up and you're not even taking care of your dog. You could do so much more cooler things with your dog, right? What are you doing, right? And you were like, yeah, okay. So I guess then that all the money I'm spending on booze, I have to spend on my dog? No, I'm not saying that. You don't have to, if you're spending $5,000 a month at the bar, I'm not saying that you have to spend $5,000 a month on your dog. I'm saying you're not even taking care of your dog and you're spending all of this money over there, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, the argument isn't one that you can turn back. You can't turn it back on me and being like, this is in effect what you're trying to say. I'm like, wow, they're homeless veterans, and we're more concerned about providing for people around the world. That's you all's worldview. And you're like, but yes. But if we stop sending that money to Somalians, you wouldn't even directly say that we should send all of that money to the homeless veterans. You're right. I wouldn't say that it's 1-to-1, that all the money should go to the homeless veterans. Yes, you got me. What's that?
But a portion?
I think that there should be a portion of money that goes to homeless vets. I'm not necessary that we even need to spend more for those programs. I think that we need to spend more intelligently.
So when I said earlier that if we kick all the people that are quote unquote freeloading or doesn't deserve it or whatever, then that would free up enough money to shore up the holes that we have where we're not taking care. And you said no, that's not what I'm saying.
Let me try to use the analogy again. Would you be a monster if you're not spending the $5,000 a year or $5,000 a month at the bar on your dog? Would that make you a monster? Do you have to spend that money on your dog?
Well, I'm not claiming you're a monster though. So try to rephrase that.
Okay. Would you say that it's wrong to not spend that $5,000 on your dog?
If I am not taking care of my dog, if I'm not feeding my dog, then yes, it probably is wrong.
Okay, so then the only way for you
to
the only way for you to take care of your dog would be to spend that $5,000.
Maybe not all of it, because the dog probably doesn't take $5,000.
And let's say
but I asked you a portion. I asked you a question. You said no.
So let's move to the portion argument. Let's say that you're already spending $500 a month on your dog, but it's on ridiculous bullshit that doesn't help you. You're buying video movies for your dog instead of buying nutritional food. No, you don't need to spend more on your dog of that $5,000. The point is you're frivolously spending instead of taking care of your dog, right? But you actually wouldn't even need to send a portion of that money to your dog. You just need to spend the money you're already spending more intelligently. That's the point that I'm making.
So apply the videos for my dog. What is that when it comes to government programs? What is the videos of my dog of government programs?
I'm really curious about that as well.
You could buy soda with food stamps.
Oh, I know what? I actually agree with that. I think that there probably should be limits to junk food with food stamps.
There's so many programs. There's so many absurd programs that people are eligible for. There are able-bodied people that for years and years and years continue to live off the dole. There is food stamp fraud that's incredible. There's fraud in every one of these programs. Significant audits of those and tailoring to get people from being reliant on the government to instead giving them a temporary boost to get them through hard times and encouraging them to get out and work is what we need to be doing. Similarly, if we look at the spending in schools, it's the same argument that people make spending in schools. They're like, if only we had $5,000 more per student in the inner city, schools would do much better. And then over the span of like 10 years, we get basically that amount of money. And guess what? The school scores go down because it's not just a matter of the spending, it's where are you spending? If you spend that extra $5,000 on more administrators, more, sabbaticals for teachers, that's not helping the student, even though you're spending more money on the student. So it's not just about the total money. Now, I'm not saying that there's no program in existence that wouldn't need more spending. I don't know. Hypothetically, the amount of money we have doled out for homeless veterans that require, that have combat injuries or something like that. Hypothetically, the amount of money we have to spend a year is $10 million, and actually an audit would show $17 million is necessary to meet the bare minimum. That could be the case, but I'm not saying that it's necessarily something that ought to be or that need to be. I don't know what the exact amount of spending on veterans are. What I do know is this: people with your worldview don't put any more impetus on taking care of the citizens of the United States than you do taking care of people of Somalia. That's what your worldview is.
Well,
and what happens is
I think
we
you're
see
wrong
that
about that. I think
America.
you're wrong about that. I think you're wrong about that because
Then why
we
are
do
we
want to
taking
take care
care?
of the
Then
people
why
of the
did you
United
say
States.
that we have a duty to take care of? We have enough resources that we have an
I w-
obligation to take
Because
care
I
of
believe
people
we
in
do.
Somalia. I disagree.
Because I believe we do have enough
I
resources.
disagree.
I mean, I guess that's just like a factual thing that you and
agree.
I would have
Then
to
why
have
aren't
one
we?
day.
Yeah, and
So why
I
aren't
mean,
we?
I want all Americans to have healthcare and shit. I'm not. I mean, like,
Why
I don't know
aren't
who you think you're talking to.
Why aren't we?
Why aren't we what?
Why,
When
there's the political will's not there.
Democrats
Yeah.
had control of the House, Senate, the presidency. Why didn't they take
Yeah,
care
but
of
they didn't have
everyone back home?
they didn't have a filibuster proof in the Senate.
So what are the policies they would have done?
My guess, well, I would actually look at, I would get back to you with the specific policies that have gone to the Senate and died.
Okay, so presumably we'd have to spend more money back home. Forget about overseas. We'd have to spend more money back home, right? So that everyone has health care, everyone has food, everyone has housing. Give me a general estimate of how much you think that would cost.
Oh, I have no idea.
Trillions?
That's maybe. I don't
Okay,
know.
so let's just say
I have no idea.
trillions of dollars. Okay, great. Simultaneously, we have enough money to help people in Somalia, right? As well. We're going to spend trillions more here, plus we have money to spend to help the people of Somalia. How much money would it take to help the people of Somalia?
Well, a dollar would go a lot further in Somalia, right?
Okay, so how much money? Forget about just Somalia. There's nothing special about Somalia, right? I mean, why shouldn't the same obligation be to every country in the world?
Well, we were providing some support to a lot of these countries, and I mean through like USAID
Okay.
and everything, but Trump shut it down.
So how much money do we have to spend for our obligation to take care of poor people around the world?
Okay, so
If you want a number, I can't give you a specific number.
We're
I don't-
spending
I don't feel
trillions more
obligated to
back
either.
home because your argument is we have enough money to provide all of the necessities and everything for people.
I can give you. Well, hold on. I can give you an actual proposal that has been through Congress and got stuck in the
Okay.
Senate. Now, this was a long time ago.
Okay.
The public option. The congressional CBO and other studies have scored some public option proposals as being net deficit reducing,
I don't believe
primarily by negotiation. Oh, well, okay.
I don't
Well,
believe
mean,
them. That the CBO and things are wrong like that all the time. Nonetheless, that would pale in
They could be.
comparison to providing all of the things that would be necessary to provide for everything for the people in the United States: housing, food, healthcare, all of that. You're saying we have money for all that to make sure everyone's taking care of all that, and we have money on top of that to take care of all the poor people.
Can I give you one let me give you another one that says that it would actually cost money, so we get a good idea.
I don't really care to talk about the public option. My point is, you're hyper specificing on
one.
But
this is a proposal. This is a proposal.
It is not a proposal. Does the public option provide? Okay, I promise I'll listen to you right now. If you could answer the following questions in the affirmative: does the public option provide housing for people?
No.
Does it provide for their utilities?
Healthcare, if you count that as a utility.
I don't count healthcare as utility. Utilities are things
okay.
Like
so yeah.
Does it provide for their food?
No.
Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is, no, there is not enough
can
money.
I ask you something?
The amount of money to take care
No,
of
it only
all
goes
of
one
the
way.
needs, the amount of money that would be necessary to take care of all of those type needs and more for people in the United States would cost trillions of dollars more. You say yes.
I don't believe that.
Okay, then.
But
how much do you think a proposal would be to provide food for everyone in the United States? To provide housing?
Probably a couple of $100 billion.
Couple of $100 billion. Okay, housing.
$100 billion.
Utilities.
$500 million.
Healthcare.
Well, if we're going by the projections, wait, hold on. You just gave me food, housing, utilities, and you left out healthcare because I brought up the public option. You just said, okay, so we can talk about the public option now.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is you're so fucking stupid you can't get this. What happens
$700 billion.
All right, $700 billion. So now we're into the trillions. You're saying that we have
trillions? We're into a trillion a year.
Trillion and change. That's trillions. Yes, right? And these are lowball estimates. I don't even believe you in your estimates here, but let's say I accept it. My point is we don't have those sorts of trillions of dollars a year to spend back home. And on top of that, trillions of dollars to spend on poor people around the world. We don't have the money. I gotta go. But it's just absurd. It's pie in the sky bullshit. It just is. And it's clear that you all's priority isn't looking first and foremost for the people of the United States. Where are we going to get this money that you want? From. Where's it coming from? Where are you going to get the money to provide for all these people?
So the U.S. federal government on our very low tax rates that we have now after 2 rounds of Republican tax cuts and no tax raises takes in around $4.9 to $5.2 trillion.
Okay.
I just said we just estimated around 1.5 trillion.
Okay. A year.
Okay, one number's bigger than the other.
That sounds
we can raise taxes.
Sounds like
we can raise taxes also to raise more revenue.
Just to be clear, your argument is that if we have $5 trillion a year in revenue, you want to spend $1.5 trillion, and you think that'll take care of all the needs of everyone back home.
It would do a hell of a lot.
Okay, how much do we currently spend when it comes to social welfare programs, Social Security, all these types of things? How much is spent on entitlements?
You an aggregate of like how much social programs go to all of those different things?
Yes, a year.
Around $1 trillion.
So your argument is for $500 billion more, we could literally take care of every need in the United States for every person.
Okay, so maybe add another trillion, not another $2 trillion, and then
raise taxes so we can raise more revenue. Then raise taxes so we can raise more revenue. Maybe, yes. That's I know that's a cardinal sin for you. Maybe make capital gains taxes the same as income taxes, so that we can raise more revenue from capital gains. So
what should the tax rate?
Think Elon could take it though? You think wouldn't Elon be impoverished if we raise his taxes?
Let's say we take all of Elon's money. That'll lead us to like 1/10 for 1 year.
Taxes. What are you going to take all his money for?
Okay, but I'm saying even if you raise his taxes, that would be less money gained from Elon than taking all of his money. The point is, even if you did that, you're talking about what? 10% of the total budget you want to spend a year? A one-time 10%? And not to mention all of the money,
tax doesn't only apply to Elon, Rob. Like tax policy would apply to a lot of people.
Once you start to raise taxes to this extent, what happens is you drive down innovation, you drive down spending, which leads to a lower portion of the pie because you have less people that will be doing business in the United States. I'm out.
20 seconds. Hold on, 20 seconds. The estimate of $800 billion for a public option was over 10 years, by the way. So,
ooh, that's different.
yeah.
That's different.
I don't believe
Damn,
it.
that,
I don't
that is
believe it.
different.
calculus. Well, Rob, it's been a pleasure chatting with you.
I looked it up. I mean, you cannot believe the numbers that I found quickly on AI.
I do not believe the argument that we could provide health care for every single person in this country for $800 billion over 10 years.
Give me different numbers.
That's
then.
$80 billion. How much do we spend right now on Medicare and Medicaid?
I don't know.
Probably not $800 billion over 10 years, I would imagine.
U.S. approximately spent $900 billion on Medicaid in fiscal year 2023, with the federal government covering about 2/3 of states and the rest making a significant portion, of around 18%. So $900 billion for Medicaid right now.
$900 billion a year for Medicaid.
Yes.
Which does a small portion of covering medical expenses for the people in the United States.
So for what? So system, sure, but
okay, real quick. And your argument is for 1/10 of that, we could provide Medicare, or basically Medicare for everyone, not just a small portion.
Well, the argument is that the public option lowers healthcare costs for various reasons, Rob.
Yeah.
What you could say, so what that estimate's doing is like, well, we're factoring that we think that people will save money on the back end through X, Y, and Z. But the total expense of this isn't going to be free healthcare for people for only $80 billion a year. Hold up. I gotta go. I told you I had to go like 15 minutes ago.
I know.
It's absurd pie in the sky bullshit.
One more thing.
Well, fine. Never mind what I had to do.
Insurance companies' profits are 170 billion in net income. That's net, not just that's not revenue and shit. That's not gross. So that right there, if we had a public option, we would just get rid of that.
If we had a public option, there'd be all kinds of other problems like we see right now in Canada, right? Where people are waiting like 3 months for an MRI. We would see that people. We would see that this public option. Would the public option? Would the public option include illegals?
We don't have to.
We don't. So illegals no longer get any health care.
They get.
Oh, I mean emergency through EMTALA or whatever, right?
So just emergency care is all they would get. They go on.
That's how it is right now
under the federal system. Yeah.
So how much would that cost a year? Who pays for that?
Whatever it costs. Whatever it costs right now. Probably cheaper.
Whatever it costs
negligible.
now.
Yeah.
I just
that literally doesn't change under my system.
I want to know. By the way, that was just Medicaid. You didn't even talk about Medicare, which probably costs more than Medicaid a year, would be my guess.
Sure. Medicare
so I just want to be clear. Your argument is that we can provide. I just want to be clear. Medicare and Medicaid, which provides insurance for a small portion of the country, that for 1/10 the price, and it's actually going to be like more like 1/20th the price, we can provide medical care for everyone for 1/20th the price a year. That's your argument.
I think it's possible. According to the numbers that I was able to look up.
Those numbers are laughable.
Right,
You're let me finish.
Tomorrow you're having a stream-a-thon.
You're either interpreting those numbers incorrectly or those numbers are
laughable. I can tell you exactly what I'm doing, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong because all I'm doing is quickly looking up AI numbers for a topic I haven't really prepared for. But I'll come to your stream-a-thon tomorrow. Come up with find the numbers that you think that they are more accurate, and we can talk about that.
What the numbers for what? Providing health care for every single person?
For how much a public option would cost?
No,
America.
I'm not going to do that. That's irrelevant. The person that's making this claim is you. You and Ryan are making the following claim.
But we have enough. Let
me finish. We have enough money to provide for all of the needs of everyone in the United States: housing, food, utilities, healthcare. And then on top of that, we also have enough money to provide for the poor around the world. I think that is laughable. You hyper-focusing on one issue. Well, I think a public option, and let's look at it together, how much a public option, and forget the other problems that would cause and things like that. Just a public option, let's look at that as if that's somehow, that's literally doing like 2% of the work you would need to do to prove your huge
25%. 25% because we looked at 4 areas, so it would be 25%. 5 areas. You're right. 20%. 20%.
Okay,
Yeah, also
there's no evidence that would be an equal 20% of the clays. And that's only looking at the issues of how much it cost at home. It's actually 20% of half of the problem, because then the other half of the problem is providing all those things for poor people around the world.
Well, if we, I mean, for now, for the moment, like focusing on just Americans, like we didn't say we could do it all right now. We said we would raise taxes on mostly the rich, probably,
Okay,
and
then
I don't think it's a bad idea.
If you can't do it all right now, shouldn't the priority be to take care of the people back home first before we focus on the people around the world?
I literally agree with. I'm
Okay, so
fine with that. I want to do that.
You disagree with liberal Cluck. That's not what he said.
No, I think we can do both. I think wait.
We can do both.
Yeah, wait. It doesn't have to be like I'm not saying we have to like give every. Hang on, I'm not saying we have to give every human being in the entire world the exact same standard of living as every American citizen. Like, I mean, no, I don't think anybody's making that claim. That America should do that like immediately.
Someone did say in my chat that a quick grok search says to provide housing for every American would cost $36.3 trillion.
Interesting.
Every year?
Probably once total for like the building or for I don't know if it would be yearly. I guess I don't know.
So is it your position that it's just impossible for America to take care of all of its citizens?
No.
So
my position is it is impossible for the United States to take care of all of its citizens to the way that they deserve, in a way that means that we get to ethically keep as much of our money as possible while simultaneously taking care of all the citizens around the world.
Okay, so what if it was the case that we could? What if we could live in? Do you want to go? Because we could do this tomorrow.
No, I don't mind. Go ahead. I was supposed to go talk to the other Ryan, but you guys kept me here, so.
Oh, okay. Tell them
you guys are free content for me, so keep going.
So what if it was the case that we could, after we allocate all the money we need for the social programs that we need to give everyone housing, food, healthcare, and utilities. We allocated all that, and then we took care of our national defense and all that, and infrastructure spending. We took care of all that, and then we did find that we were like still fabulously wealthy as a country. Would you be okay then with us sending a portion of that wealth to other countries?
No.
Okay.
What if you're? Let me ask you this: how do you do in your house? Do you make enough money to survive, pay your rent, and everything?
Pretty much.
Or do you have a girlfriend, a kid, a family of any sort? You live with your parents, anything like that?
I have a girlfriend. My mom lives with me. I own the house.
So you're taking your units, taking care of multiple people. It's not just yourself. That's all I care about, right? Okay. What if I were to say to this, hey, after you have enough money to take care of yourself, I think you should give me the money. Why not?
Well, that's how we're taxed.
He does through taxes.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, then yes, I'm willing to give $1 to help the people around the world. Sure. Is that enough?
Okay.
You'll pay whatever your taxes require you to pay, Robert.
No, this is the
what if after that dollar?
This is the
What if after that dollar we were still fabulously wealthy as a nation? And
then
we
give
could
$2 to me.
Moreover.
And if you still have excess, then give $3 to me. And if you still have excess, give $4. And if you still have excess, give $1,000. And if you still have excess, give $2,000. Now I'll get to define what I think's excess. There's all sorts of people. Surely you have excess money, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, you know there's poor people in the United States. Why aren't you using that excess money to provide for them?
Because my individual contribution won't do much. I think the systemic change.
Additionally, I just want to say just a quick thing. Like I'm looking up. I mean, I'm using ChatGPT 5.2, which just dropped during this debate, which is pretty cool. But apparently, to provide permanent housing and support for all people experiencing homelessness would be about $10 billion per year.
That's
above current levels.
Not everyone to have a house, which was the question that we asked.
Well,
do you think my position? Wait. Do you think my position is that we should just give every American a house through welfare?
I don't know. That's what you're suggesting with the public option with healthcare.
No. Well, yeah, healthcare is fine, but housing, no. If you make enough money, you should just pay for your house.
Going back to the argument here, when it comes to sort of like, this is what happens. We think that people like you are unwilling to do with your own money what you demand that other people do through taxation. that doesn't make you a moral person or anything. You're saying we have an obligation as a collective that we are wealthy to spend on people that are less fortunate once we reach a certain amount of excess. And yet you as an individual has reached that point of excess and refused to spend on people poorer than you. You won't do it.
I do taxation, and it's not like I haven't given money to charity.
Okay, Bill Gates pays his taxes.
I do give money.
Elon Musk pays his taxes.
Yeah, I think we should raise taxes on people like that.
Okay, so do you think you should raise taxes on you?
Yes.
So you're an immoral person because you think that morally you should be giving more, but you refuse to unless you're done so through the penalty of actually being thrown in jail.
He hasn't made how moral he is or whatever. Like, that hasn't happened.
Yes, this is a moral question. It is a moral question because we're talking about the duties that we owe people around the world. Should we provide for the less fortunate around the world? That's the question. It is a moral question.
I think that the government. I think that the government taking taxing us in a way that allows us to do these things is going to be more effective than depending on every individual to give their excess to charity.
That may be true, but the moral principle of once we have excess, we are obligated to help the less fortunate should apply to us
as a country,
as a collective, and as an individual.
Well, I don't agree with that.
How convenient. When it comes to you having to sacrifice, no. But when it comes to other people's
money,
I
am willing to sacrifice through higher taxes.
No, that's absolutely.
He wants to raise his own taxes, right?
It is absolute bullshit.
I want to raise my own taxes.
There is nothing moral by demanding that the government take money from other people and then spend that in certain ways. There's nothing moral about that. You should start yourself. If you believe in this principle, then you as an individual shouldn't.
I don't believe that's going to be effective. That's not effective.
Yes, it certainly will be effective on an individual basis. You're telling me right now, if I can point to
the lady that I bought $200 worth of groceries for at Food Lion, yes, that was very good for her.
Why did you do that?
But that didn't do anything because I felt bad for her. But but that doesn't do anything for the hundreds of other people in that town that were homeless.
This mentality is absurd. If I can't solve all of the problems, then I won't solve any of the problems. That's absurd. If everyone that shared your belief that we should be providing for the poor around the world once we have excess decided as individuals to do that with their own money, then we'd be in a far better position. But each person makes the same selfish decision that you did, that said, no, I will only do that if the government forces me. Otherwise, I choose to keep my own money.
I do give to charity and shit. Like it's not even
not to the point where you don't have access. That's what you're
the critique kind of falls on his face a little bit.
Well, hold on. I don't even agree with taxing people to the point where we don't have access. I think that we have so much access that we can't afford to help take care of other people.
Okay, how much? How much access?
I don't have an exact. I don't have an exact.
The principle to the principle, and it's
the ship of Theseus fallacy. You're talking about this is the ship of Theseus. Like at what point do we replace every board?
Incredibly generous with everyone else's money. It's classic.
And mine, because I'm willing to raise my own taxes.
That's bullshit.
Yes,
that's bullshit.
I am right.
So you might as well be saying, hey, if it's not illegal, if the government doesn't say it's illegal to assault children, I would, but I'm for the government making it illegal. So I'm a good person. I'm telling you right now, if it wasn't illegal, I would assault children, but I do think the government should make it illegal. So I'm a good person.
The difference in your analogy, and that is that I think that me not assaulting a child makes a significant difference. But me not giving to charity every single bit of my access isn't going to make a significant difference.
When we're talking about moral things, if you say we have a moral duty if we have excess to provide for those that aren't as fortunate, that's a moral position that you're making. That's a moral standard that you have. You saying yes, but only if it reaches a significant bar.
I think the government has that duty.
There is no reason that should be. It is not a moral position because all the government is the collective of all of us that are forced to pay into a system.
Yeah, so I believe the collective has a better ability than I do.
It doesn't matter. Again, we go back to this.
It does matter. That's everything.
That is not everything. So I just want to be clear. Your argument is that as an individual, that moral principles of helping the less fortunate will never apply to you because as an individual, you can't solve all the problems of the world.
No, I don't expect individuals to do that. I don't have that expectation. I have
Why
expectation
should
of the
we
government
not
to-
expect individuals to live up to the moral obligations that you're saying that we should force
Because-
upon strangers?
Rob, and in order to get what we need, in order to get the resources we need to take care of the people that you claim to care about when we talk about federal help, foreign aid, in order to get the resources we need to take care of that, it needs to be the collective. I can't do it. I don't have it to do it. I can't.
It doesn't matter. You can do it back home.
I could take care of that lady one time, but I couldn't afford to pay her $200 a week so she can continuously have groceries.
Then how much
the
can
collective,
you? How much
all
can
of
you?
us could.
How much can you afford to pay her a week? And why don't you?
Some weeks I can't afford any of it. Like this week
You
when I
already
had a
admitted that you
$4,000
have
car repair.
excess. So you have excess
Sometimes,
now?
yes,
Give it to that woman.
Oftentimes I do.
Okay.
Oftentimes I do.
Do you give it
Sometimes
away
I don't.
every time?
No.
That's what I thought. You demand
But
that
this is such a stupid
It
argument,
is
Rob.
not a
I'm looking
stupid.
for
It is not.
results.
It is not
It
a stupid
is.
argument. We're talking about
Kinda.
moral principles. What's a stupid argument is to be so vapid. You assume yes, the United States could take care of all the needs of everyone around the world and its own people. That's a stupid argument. But when I ask you why that should even be the case, you make a moral claim. Your moral claim is because those with excess should pay for those that are struggling. That's your moral claim.
I'm going
correct?
to have different morals for the government than I am individuals.
Why?
Well, hey guys, this has been. I'm gonna bounce. Apparently my audio is getting really bad for my audience, so I appreciate you guys. This has been fun. I'm sorry I haven't even been participating in this, but Rob, I'm glad we've been reunited. Okay, goodbye.
So my question is, why is it if we're talking about the morality and the principle is if you have excess, you should try to give that excess to the people that are struggling? That's the moral principle, correct?
Because I think that the
yes or
government
no? Is
has
that the moral
ability. I don't think
principle?
individuals.
Is
For the
that
government,
the moral
yes.
principle?
Yes,
Why
for
is
the
it
government.
only true for the government but not the individual?
Because I don't expect individuals. The reality in which we live in, individuals don't act that way.
What is the government?
The government is the collective of the people.
And what are people? Would you call them individuals?
Sure.
So your argument is a collective of individuals should morally, if they have excess, give to those that are less fortunate, but an individual themselves, if they have excess, doesn't have a moral duty to give to those that are less fortunate.
That's
makes
why
no
I think
sense.
people.
That
That is
makes
why I
no
think
sense.
people should vote Democrat.
That makes no sense.
That is why I think people should vote Democrat.
Your
all
argument
falls
is
into
you are
place.
only-
It falls into place.
No,
perfectly.
what you want is you want to spend other people's money. In fact, I'll guarantee part of your argument is going to be this: we should have higher progressive tax rates for people that make more money, right?
Absolutely.
They should pay more taxes than you, right?
Absolutely. People
See?
who make more money than me, they should pay more taxes than me.
You're so
People-
generous.
People who make less money than me should pay less
You're so
taxes than me.
generous with other people's money. That's amazing.
People-
You're so generous.
People who
I
make
could do the
people
same.
who make more
My
money than me
moral
but have
principle-
children should pay less taxes
This
than
is
me.
ridiculous because you're an immoral person. I think you're immoral. My moral principle
fine.
is
You can think that all
liberal
you
Cluck
want,
should
Rob.
have to give all of his excess money to poor people. That's my moral principle.
That's great. That's
Well,
really
yeah.
stupid,
Why
but it's
not?
great.
Why isn't that a moral principle? That makes me
Because
a
it's
better
not going to
person.
do anything.
That
It's
makes
not
me a
going to do
better.
anything.
Of course, it will.
Rob,
to the people
I'm not even talking about. I'm not talking
to the
about what
individuals
makes
it benefits.
Rob, I'm not talking about what makes a better person or not. I'm talking about what is most effective to shoring up the welfare state in order to be able to take care of the people you claim to care about when we talk about
That's
foreign
not
aid.
what we are talking about at all. You're talking.
That is what we're talking about.
That is not.
It's-
We are, in fact, we are specifically talking about the claim that we owe an obligation to people that aren't citizens of this country.
Rob, I started this conversation by
That is
asking if
not-
we were to bring
that
all
is-
of the money in.
Literally, the way we
From
got on
foreign
this,
aid.
I said, why should we care about providing for people in Somalia? And you
Because
said,
we can.
well, the reason is this, because we have enough extra. We're so wealthy, we have enough that we owe it. It's a moral obligation, basically. That
As
we
a
should-
nation, yes.
Okay, why wouldn't it be the case as individual? If a nation's just a collective of individuals, and you say here is a moral standard that a collection of individuals should be held to, why wouldn't that same moral standard be held at a smaller scale on the individual level?
Rob, I'm going to say this one more time, and you can write it down if you would like, because it's not effective to try and hold
It
this
is
standard on the
effective.
individual
What
level.
if, what
It's
if
not.
300 million people all accepted my principle that yes, as an individual, and 300 million people did this? Would that be effective?
Then we wouldn't need taxes.
Okay, so that would be effective.
But that's not the reality we live
Would
in,
that be
Rob.
would that be a simple yes or no? Would
Sure.
that be effective?
In your fantasy
Okay.
world, yes.
How would we get to the point where that would happen? Would it start with
Taxation.
Would it start with each of us as individuals living up to what we want other people to live up to?
I think taxation is a much easier way.
I disagree.
No.
Taxation.
Me giving my excess is not going to cause Elon Musk to give his
It
excess.
doesn't matter. You could affect change even in a small. What you're actually advocating here for is not doing anything to benefit the world as an individual, because you can't do it at a grand scale. So therefore, instead of doing things to help the world as an individual, you'll say, nah, I'll just vote to have the government force other people to do those things. And that makes me a good person.
Rob, I have other ways to help the world and as an individual.
And yet,
but
one of your
what
moral
I'm
principles
saying-
is
my
if you have
argument-
excess, you should provide for people, and you're not.
My argument is that the government is more effective at this.
It
in the
doesn't
world we
matter
live
if
in
they're
today.
more effective. Okay.
It does to me, though. It does, maybe that's where we disagree.
Okay.
I care about what's effective for
then
taking care of
real
people.
quick-
You don't.
So real quick, then, other wealthy countries like Great Britain, they don't have to give any money to help poor people, correct?
They do.
No, wait, but they don't have to. It's not a.
But they do. Yes.
Why should they? They're not as effective as
should,
they're not
because
as,
they have it.
They're not as effective as the U.S. government.
Okay, but they're still more effective than I am as an individual.
Okay, so now there's
You're talking about a microscopic change
so now,
compared to massive
so where
worldwide
is,
change.
Where is the level? How effective do you have to be before these moral principles kick in? How effective?
You're just doing the ship of
How about
theses again.
Elon Musk himself? Should he have a moral obligation that if he has access to provide for poor people?
I think that the government has a much bigger moral obligation.
I'm asking
to
you
tax Elon Musk
specifically, does
appropriately.
Elon Musk have any moral obligation?
Probably not, no.
He doesn't. Okay, so let's say that all of these billionaires in the United States say, you know what, now that we're being taxed at a high rate because they're saying we have a moral obligation, we're all going to move to a different country. You're fine with that, right?
I don't think that would happen.
But what if it did? You're okay. Then they
That
wouldn't.
that would suck.
But then they would no
maybe that would suck. I don't even know.
Okay, then they would no longer have a moral obligation to provide for the poor, correct?
Yeah.
I mean,
because they'd be in this hypothetical, and this hypothetical that let's just clear up. I don't think would happen. Oh, they wouldn't have the country in which they're living in wouldn't be fulfilling their moral obligation to help take care of.
Okay, let me ask you this: Do you think that every country should have a moral obligation to help with the poor?
If they have the ability, yeah.
So every country that had excess, clearly not if they're like struggling themselves, but any country that is in excess.
Yeah.
Okay, you acknowledge that companies like Microsoft or Nvidia are like, if they were a country, would be like in the top 20 of wealth in the world?
Sure, that's why I want to tax them.
Okay, so why shouldn't Microsoft or Nvidia be responsible with helping poor people?
Well, the country could do that.
But your argument was it's because the countries could have more effect. But you're saying even countries that are very small that don't have a big GDP. Let me finish. You're saying that every country, including those that are very small that have a low GDP, yes, morally they should help poor. My argument would be, but they don't have that much effect. And the same reason that you shouldn't do it. You'll say yes, but they have more effect than me.
Okay, if they don't have that much of effect, then no, they don't have an obligation.
Okay, well, Nvidia has more money than them, so why shouldn't they be morally responsible? Your answer is?
Because the government should be the one doing it.
Okay, so it's not just about what's the most effective. It's something inherent about government.
The corporations have an obligation to their shareholders.
What? And you agree with that?
Actually, no, not really. I don't think
okay, then back to the question. Then why shouldn't
I think they would have obligation more? I think that they should have more obligations to their employees and such.
Okay, so the shareholders,
that's a whole
the
different.
employees,
That's a whole different
but
thing.
they don't have a moral obligation to help the poor.
Probably not.
Okay, can you explain?
Because I don't expect that.
Can you explain?
Because I don't expect that from companies.
Just wait. Can you explain to me why it's a moral obligation to their shareholders and to their workers, but not the poor? Can you explain?
Because I think that because the governments in which they reside in should be doing that. They'd be more effective at it.
So what if they don't? Then your moral obligation shirked. If I lobby
the government is shirking their moral obligation, yes.
So if I lobby the government, if I'm the CEO of Nvidia or Microsoft, and I lobby the government to say don't tax us, and then the government does it, I haven't done anything immoral. I don't owe an obligation to help poor people. You'd say the government did something immoral, but not me.
Yes, because the companies have different obligations than governments do.
Explain why. Why does the company have a different
because-
obligation? Why is it their obligation to their employees and their shareholders?
Because in order for a corporation to survive, they have to be able to bring in profits. They have to be able to take care of their employees, or else they're going to lose employees. They have different priorities. They have different.
So what?
They have different
excess.
survival
They
mechanisms.
meet all those needs and they have excess. Now aren't they obligated to help the poor?
Maybe yes, Rob. They should be
Now you've
obligated
changed
to
your
help the poor.
position totally. Now
Yes.
they're
No,
obligated.
you've convinced me. You've convinced me, Rob. Good job.
I wonder why. I wonder why you changed there.
But I mean, if they have excess, I think that excess should be taxed.
Okay.
Like,
So then why shouldn't you have a moral
shouldn't I what?
obligation? Why shouldn't you have a moral obligation? Clearly, it's not just governments. Now you're saying
Rob,
corporations.
because you're going from 1,000,000 to 1. Like I can make a 1. Yes, it does. When
the
it
difference
comes
of saying this, it's not just a matter of scale whether something's immoral or not. You saying, look, if you have excess, you have a moral obligation to help the poor, but only if you have so much money. That would be the equivalent of saying this, that you have a moral obligation not to punch people in the face. But if you're weak enough, then it won't do as much damage. Then it's okay. That obligation doesn't fit you.
no,
because you can't do that much damage.
You're talking about actively committing harm and not mitigating harm. Those are two different things.
It doesn't matter. There's no moral obligation to not mitigate harm. Is there a moral obligation for you to not mitigate harm?
It would depend. It would depend on the on.
Explain to me what is
Yes,
the moral.
it can be.
Okay,
Yes, it
explain to
can
me
be.
why it's a moral obligation to mitigate harm.
Explain to you why there's a moral obligation
Correct.
to mitigate harm.
Yes.
If you have the ability to mitigate harm in a way, I don't have a moral obligation to not tap my sister on the shoulder, which is your punching example, right?
Okay.
So your punching example doesn't even work here.
I asked you a specific question. Explain to me the moral obligation to mitigating harm.
If it doesn't cause a significant cost to you, and you can mitigate a significant harm, there's more good in the world when you mitigate that harm.
Define significant.
I don't have a definition for that.
Just give me a general argument for what you mean by significant. Common definitions would be something like of value, of material value. You agree with that?
A common definition is of material value.
Yeah, it would be like a definition of significant. You're the
Maybe.
one who used
I don't
the
know.
term significant. Why should it be that I have a moral obligation to mitigate harm of significant value, or of a significant harm, as opposed to in a less significant way? Why it's not the moral obligation to mitigate harm in general, as opposed to significant?
Rob,
Why is the word
because-
significant included?
Because the world is a complicated place with lots of variables and nuances.
I totally get it. So why is significant important to this equation?
Because if I'm trying to come up with a system that's going to work in every single possible thing you could give to me, I've got to hedge a lot.
No, it's quite simple. The easiest proclamation here is to say simple moral precept. If you have excess, you have an obligation to help.
But
the
I don't
poor.
think that moral precepts like that can apply in every single situation you could ever come up with.
Of course.
I think that's a fool's errand.
Wait. No, morality should be morality. We have moral principles like don't lie, don't cheat, don't murder, don't steal, right? Those are moral precepts. Of course, there are times when you can say there could be other things.
So,
that
Rob,
we
what if
evaluate
I'm not
that-
even talking about morals here? Because you're the one that brought up the idea of morals.
Okay, then why is it that we have an obligation to help poor people in other countries? If it's not a moral question, then what is it?
Because it's good to help other people.
What is good indicating there? A moral value, correct?
I guess, but it's not like a thing that you're going to be able to apply universally to every single situation that you could ever possibly run into. That's
No one's
that's
suggesting that, but
you are, because you're
that's-
trying to apply this moral value that I have for governments to every single
You
situation.
just said it wasn't
that
a
I could
moral
come
value.
into.
You just said it wasn't a moral
Okay,
value.
you're trying to apply this value that I have for government. This thing I want the government to do. You're trying to apply this thing at this government I want the government to do to every single possible situation that I could run into, including whether to punch or not punch somebody.
That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is this. You're making simple claims. It's good to help people that need help. That's basically your premise, right? Why is that not true on an individual level? Why is that only true for government?
It is good for individuals to help people.
Okay, so why don't you?
I do.
Not to the extent of excess? No, you don't.
But I don't even expect governments to take away all of the excess.
Okay, so then if we're spending trillions of
dollars, I don't have an exact number.
If we're spending trillions of dollars more back home to provide for the people here, how much money is left over to provide for poor people around the world?
I don't have the exact number on that.
I think that you're making a claim that almost every economist and any person that has any rational capability of thinking whatsoever would be like, no, the United States does not have the ability to provide all the necessities to all of their citizens back home, plus have enough left over to provide for everyone in the world. They do not have that.
I think that we have the ability to provide for all the necessities of everyone that can't provide for themselves at home, and also provide something to people around the world.
All right, how much is something?
I don't have a number, Rob.
So then the importance should be placed on the people back home and not the people of Somalia. It only is the people of Somalia if we have enough extra to give them.
Yes. If it turns out that we can't actually provide for all the people at home, then yes, I would say that we should probably cut back on foreign aid.
Are we providing for all the people back home now?
But it's not because of a lack of ability, Rob.
That's not true. You have no evidence. Okay. Nonetheless, then let's say you work for somewhere.
Wait, you even said earlier today you don't believe that I asked you, do you believe that America doesn't have the ability to provide for all of its citizens? You said no to that question.
I said it depends on what you're talking about providing. I don't think it's the duty of the government to provide housing for every citizen of the country. I don't think it's the duty of the government.
Everyone that can't provide for themselves, right?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe it's the duty of and define everyone that won't provide for themselves.
No,
all of these things are going to have different meanings of how we accept that. For example, there's going to be an awful lot of people that you say would fall into that category that I would say, no, these are able-bodied adults that are refusing to work. They could provide for themselves and they're choosing not to. What I'm trying to tell you is if we look at this through a microcosm of what you're suggesting, let's say that you work for a charity and the charity has $1 million to give out, right? But they're greedy. Instead, they're only going to allow you, the person that's supposed to divvy out this money for the best causes, they're only going to give you $200,000. And you protest this. You say, this is bullshit. You bought new furniture for the boardroom. You guys are flying first class to Malibu, and you're doing all this shit and you're partying. Yet, nonetheless, despite all of your frustrations, all you gets $200,000 to give out. Are you prioritizing that $200,000 be spent on people back home? Or are you saying, well, because there is a potential to spend $800,000 more, I'll say that potential means that I would be able to provide for everyone back home, plus people around the world. So I'm going to continue to help provide for people around the world as opposed to the people back home.
A charity is going to have different obligations than a country and an individual, Rob.
All right. So as a country, same question as a country.
So the question is that if we're not taking care of the people back home,
yes,
but we can take care of the people,
yes,
and also we could take care of the other stuff.
It's a bullshit scenario, but yes, let's assume that's the case for the sake of argument. Yes, we have enough to provide for everyone in the world, but because of corruption, because those goddamn Republicans, the noble Democrats want to do it. And the resources are there. We can provide for everyone in the United States and everyone around the world. But those damn Republicans, they're stopping them. So now those great, awesome Democrats, they only have a small piece of the pie that they otherwise had. And so now, should they give it to the people back home? And still there won't be enough to provide for everyone back home, even if they give all of it. Or should they say, well, because there's a potential to provide for all the people back home, but those damn evil Republicans won't let us, we're going to continue to give money to Somalians.
So in this world,
the status quo, what you believe.
Wait, if we take the money from the Somalians, would that go to the people in America? Which is a position but it's a position that you don't hold because you wouldn't want that. You would want.
Why would I hold? What about you?
I'm making that clear. I'm making that clear for the audience.
Sure,
this is not the position.
Yes, you're right.
Sure. if it's the case that we cannot, for whatever reason,
Mhm.
get rid of the Republican power,
Sure.
and the Republicans are saying, actually, we will provide for people back at home.
No,
but
they're
we're
not
gonna
saying
take
that. That's nothing to do with this hypothetical. Nope.
So
Democrats had the House, they had the Senate, they had
yeah,
the
if we're not going to
presidency.
provide for the people at home anyways, then yes, I would want the money to still go overseas.
But they are. The Democrats have the ability, instead of pushing to send this money overseas, they could instead increase programs back home.
Okay, and the Republicans are going to let that happen.
Sure.
And in this hypothetical, the Democrats cannot do both because the Republicans will stop both.
Yep, that's what you believe is occurring, correct?
Yes, the Republicans generally stop programs that would help Americans.
Okay, so there's enough
And
to
they
provide
also-
for the entire world, but the damn Republicans, through their
I think-
greed
I
and
think there's-
evilness, won't
I
leave
think
the
there's enough.
big-hearted
I think there's enough to
Democrats.
provide. I think there's enough to provide for everyone who needs in America, and also something overseas. I don't know what those
and
numbers
it's
are.
just the evil Republicans that won't allow that to occur.
For the most part, there's probably Democrats that
Okay,
also
so
don't allow
now
it to
the
occur
Democrats,
too.
now you have a choice to say, okay, given that, here's the amount of money we could spend because those evil Republicans,
You're
and
asking
that
me if
amount
it's,
of money in totality still won't be enough to provide everything you want for the people back home. Should we send any of that money overseas?
so in your scenario, we just don't have enough.
No. Once more, I'm outlining a hypothetical scenario.
Yes, I know. I'm trying to understand the scenario.
In my scenario, two things true. No, we clearly don't have enough money to provide for the poor around the world and for every necessity of the people in the United
Then
States.
yeah,
And
bring it back home.
secondly, we do not have a moral obligation. It is not moral to steal money from one group of people to give to another. That is not morality. That's what you believe. And it is
Well,
evidence that you're immoral.
Even without all of that, I would say if we didn't have enough to actually take care of the people back home, then bring the money back home.
Okay, so you're against the Democrats.
And use it to take care of the people
So you're
back
against
home,
the
not
Democrats.
just, huh?
You're against the Democrats.
Well, no, because I believe that we do have enough.
But they're not advocating for that. They're not saying, "Well, we do have enough," but because the evil
Yes, they
Republicans,
are.
this is what you would have to believe the Democrats are doing. We have enough to take care of the people around the world and all of the needs of everyone in the United States. We have enough to do that. Democrats say that. Then they say, "But the Republicans won't let us. They're only giving us a small budget that we could work with." Okay. Then they're saying, so given that, we are only going to prioritize the people back home because given the small budget that we've been given, even this amount of money, if we spend it entirely of the budget we've been given back home, it still won't be enough to provide. No, Democrats aren't doing that. No, they're not. They're spending money overseas as well.
So you're saying that the Republicans will not allow us to
This is your belief.
to extend our welfare systems and help people back home unless we bring it back.
No,
money
that's
back
not what I'm saying.
from
I'm
overseas.
saying that there would, if you're saying that the greedy fucking Republicans won't let you spend more, right? So then you have a budget that you can spend, and large portions of those budgets, supported by Democrats, are sending to people around the world. That's what I'm saying. They could instead say, look, if this is all the money we're given, clearly not one red cent to people around the world. Instead, we're going to prioritize it all to the people back home. Why aren't they doing that?
Because the Republicans won't let us expand the things at home.
That is outrageous. That is outrageous. You're not even.
But you yourself say you don't support that.
You're not even pushing it. You're not even pushing it.
We are pushing for
Show me
extending
once that a
welfare.
Democrat said, fine. If
We
you won't
push
leave
for
us-
the public option, Rob. That's why I brought it
Did
up.
they push for the public option and say, we promise we won't spend any money on NGOs overseas if you give us the public option? Did they do that?
No, but I'm sure that if that.
so then
No,
they
wait, hold on.
haven't done
Did the
that.
Republicans
Right.
say we'll give you the public option if we stop spending so much money on
No,
overseas?
It's not my.
So neither party is trying to do that.
What? My argument.
But,
So then
but
you
that's
don't.
because we can do
I'm
both.
saying-
That's because we can do both,
We
Rob.
can't-
That's why
we
the
can't do
Democrats
both.
aren't doing that.
That's bullshit. We can't do both. We can't. And secondly, even if we could, the Democrats are not pushing you. You're the one claiming we're already conceding in your
They're not going to push
We're
to cut
already,
the cuts.
we're
Rob,
already
they're not going
conceding.
to push
Here's the
cuts to
difference.
foreign aid because they're not going to get the welfare expansions.
Here's the difference. Your argument is Republicans evil, Democrats good. Republicans know that there's enough money to provide for everyone around the world. Democrats know that as well. But Republicans are evil and won't allow that to occur.
Republicans
so they'll only
want
spend
tax
they'll
cuts,
only
yes.
spend a small amount of money. They'll only spend
Republicans,
a small amount of money.
Republicans
So
want tax cuts. They
Democrats,
don't give a
yes,
fuck about poor
I
people.
concede.
Yes.
Well, in your hypothetical, we've already conceded Republicans are evil fucking monsters. Great. So you saying, when I say, but wait a minute, doesn't this mean that the Democrats are fucking up too? Because instead of saying, look, then we're not going to focus on sending any money overseas. We have to spend all of our focus in helping our own people. And they don't do that. You go, yeah, but neither are Republicans. Right? We've already agreed Republicans
Rob,
are evil, bloodthirsty fucking monsters.
Rob, no, what I'm saying is that even if they wanted to do that, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Yet they could push to get more done here.
They do
don't.
push to get more done
No,
here.
they don't.
The infrastructure bill was literally getting more done here.
Did they say we want an increase in infrastructure because we promised not to spend more money overseas?
But they didn't need to. They got that passed without doing that.
Oh, so then the infrastructure bill solved all the problems back home.
No, but it was something.
Okay, so did they say
it was a whole hell of a lot more than
did they
Republicans
say
have
we
done?
would like to spend more?
It was a whole hell of a lot. It was every during Trump's first administration. Every week was infrastructure.
What did the infrastructure bill do that was so good?
Oh my gosh, that's something that I would have to look up, Rob.
So would you say in general, while the Democrats were there during the Biden years, that things
rural internet is a thing that the infrastructure bill was
almost
putting
none
money
of it
towards.
got built. We are aware. It was a huge waste of money. Yep. How many rural internet places were connected by the time Biden left?
My guess would be there was probably some, and my guess would also be that these projects take time.
Oh, how much time?
I'm not a fucking internet infrastructure expert.
You just said it was a good thing, so surely you've seen the benefits.
Wait, do you think that investing in rural internet is a good thing?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I think that the government, the difference between me and you is you say if the government signs a check and says it's for something, that's a good thing. For example, the California government signed tons of checks about high-speed rail in California. How'd that work out? And yet people you would have said, this is a good thing. Look at how great they've done. But it didn't do anything.
You can cherry pick lots of government programs.
I'm taking a program that you just brought up.
But Rob, also, there's many program infrastructure and other government programs that succeed and do a lot of good in America.
How much you just brought up one specifically, the rural internet. Tell me about it.
Mm-hmm. So the bipartisan infrastructure bill allocated massive $42.5 billion for the broadband equity access and deployment of BEAD program, plus significant funds through the USDA Reconnect, aiming to connect rural areas to high-speed internet. While states have received funds and plans are in place, the rollout has been slow, with most new connections expecting from 2026 onward.
Okay, how many people do they expect will be connected?
Let me see if I can ask a follow-up.
And then I want you to give me of their predictions of how many people they assumed would already be connected, so we can see if these predictions are accurate.
Well, my guess would be if you're trying to connect rural areas, that number is going to be significantly smaller than ones that are already connected, because most of the places that are already connected are cities and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you spent $42 billion in change, correct?
Yeah.
How many people have been connected so far?
So far, or expected to be connected? Which one of those two?
How many been connected so far? $65 billion is what they spent.
Okay.
How many people have been connected so far?
So this is what this says. The bipartisan infrastructure bill has helped millions of people access affordable internet, but primary infrastructure program BEAD has not connected significant numbers of homes to new physical infrastructure yet.
So the BEAD,
as construction is just beginning.
BEAD, okay, so $42.45 billion for BEAD, and it's basically no one been connected. Construction's just beginning. So this bill passed in 2021. So we're about, 5 years on, and no one's been connected yet. 5 years later.
Well, it says enrolled about 23 million households across the U.S.
Read that, what you said about BEAD. Read that again.
BEAD hasn't connected. BEAD is just now rolling out.
Okay, so BEAD right now hasn't really connected anyone of significance, correct?
This program has provided new connections to lower internet costs for more than 45,000 tribal homes so far. Broadband infrastructure program BIP. There's different programs in this.
BEAD's total funding was $42.45 billion.
It's in planning and the state approval phase, and as of late 2024, early 2025, it has connected effective. Okay, so 0 people, yes.
Okay, so we're about 4 to 5 years on, and so far 0 people connected, and we spent $42 billion, and this is a success to you.
How many of those people would be even hopeful to getting rural internet if it wasn't for this program?
Okay, so then if Trump signs $10 billion for the providing for trans students and then takes all that money and embezzles it, we'd say, well, at least those trans students were hopeful.
Hold on. I don't support embezzlement. You'd have to prove to me that this funds are just being embezzled, though.
It doesn't matter. I'm not saying they were embezzled here.
It does matter because
if you would listen to me in that scenario, all I'm saying is objectively something bad happened with those funds. But could I still say, as a response to that, when you say that's bad, they embezzled, I say, hey, at least those trans youths had hope. At least they had hope. They would have had no hope if the building passed.
The difference in what you're saying and what I'm saying is that in my world, in my mind, this program is going to be connecting people. Whereas in your mind, that those funds were embezzled. Those trans people aren't getting whatever it is you think.
The same sort of promises were given about high-speed rail. How many people did it? How many people got to ride high-speed rail after billions of dollars spent?
I think that program was a complete failure so far.
Why did it fail?
I have no idea.
What do you mean you have no idea?
I don't know.
What happens is this is
no. You tell me. You're making the claim.
Yes, I will tell you because of corruption, because of incompetence, because of fraud.
That's possible. Yes.
Okay. What you're doing is you're saying they passed a bill. They spent $42 billion. See, it's a good thing. See, look at how much that'll benefit people. And I'm like, but no one's benefited. But I trust that they will.
Yes, I do believe that this is going to connect people to the internet. I could be wrong. I'm trying to predict the future.
How could you say this is a good thing when you have no idea? I'll bet if I talked to you in 2021, and hell, I may have talked to you back then, and you were like, Biden's infrastructure bill, it's great. Rural internet, it's going to connect people to rural internet. You'll see, within a couple years here, it's going to be so much better. And now that we're beyond that, you're making the same argument. But I trust it'll still pan out. I trust it.
I probably wouldn't have given you a solid time projection.
What was their projection?
I have no idea, Rob.
Why would you, of all the programs, you say there's so many great programs, why would you cite this one?
Well, this is just the first one that came to mind. I mean, so rural areas wouldn't have had electricity if it wasn't for the government.
And?
So that's an example of the government successfully.
The government spent money on good things once, so therefore, when the government spends money, it's always good.
There's telephone lines that the government had to spend infrastructure on, roads.
Okay.
Schools.
Yeah, we can see when the government got more involved in education, it became precipitously poor. Yes, true.
I don't think that's true. I think that America's education level has gone up over the years.
It's not true. When you look at our status vis-a-vis other countries, we've been going down.
So other countries, which probably, I'm guessing you're comparing to other countries that invest more significantly per capita into their education through governments, are doing better than us.
Do you know that?
That's my guess. Yes. I'm fairly. Which countries are you comparing us to?
I don't know, but the United States used
to
be.
Brought it up!
America is the United States used to be like number one in a lot of metrics, and now it's fallen. It's fallen much lower.
Behind all these countries that are just doing private schooling.
I don't know if they're just doing private schooling, but I'm not sure that your claim's correct that they're spending much more money per capita per student.
So what are they doing different, Rob?
Well, probably all kinds of things. For one, they probably are doing things like prioritizing actually testing, not just this everybody wins thing. They're probably not indoctrinating their children to critical race theory, DEI principles, indoctrinating children into sexual education and trans issues and things like that. Instead, they're prioritizing things like arithmetic, reading, civics, things like that. So that probably leads them having higher reading scores, math scores, etc.
Yep. I didn't hear anything about like they're not spending government funds.
Did I say that? Did I say that there are countries?
So it seems to me like you're under the impression that the government can't do any of this shit right.
No, what I'm saying is you're making an argument. You're saying that the government has so much, they're doing so great that they could just afford to provide for. I'm sorry.
I think there are a lot of areas they are doing great in.
Your argument, they could just provide for everyone. They could just provide for everyone, right? And what I'm trying to tell you is, like, that's not the case. And we're going back and forth with this. I brought up the Biden administration, right? Do you think the Biden administration, especially when he controlled the House, the Senate, and the presidency, were they meeting the needs of the people back home? You said, yes, rural broadband, which did nothing. Okay?
Well, first of all, the infrastructure plan was more than just rural broadband. Secondly, they're still rolling it out. So I
5
don't
years
even,
later, give me an estimate when you think we'll start to see fruit.
20 years.
20 years from now, we'll see.
Yes.
Okay.
Contact me in 20 years.
Listen, so then I don't want to hear you talk about Trump's tax cuts being a failure. Maybe 50 years from now, we'll find out it was a success. Fair enough?
Maybe, possibly.
Okay,
We'll
so
see.
then don't criticize it, right?
But right now, it's increasing the deficit. I don't want to hear any deficit hawks. People who care about deficit
Just like
talk about.
Just like $42 billion that did nothing.
Maybe
for
the
rural
deficit will be
broadband.
great in 20 years.
Right. Okay, so
Yeah,
then you're not going to
so I don't wanna
complain.
hear that
Then I
either.
don't want to hear you complain about the moral failings of these evil Republicans that won't spend more. Maybe that'll all work out 50 years from now, right?
Maybe. We'll see, Rob.
Okay, so then why do you criticize it?
Criticize the moral failings because right now I see
don't-
a party that just doesn't
Right
seem to
now,
give
I see a
shit about
party in
poor
the
people.
Democrats, right, that their policies that you presumably, do you think that the policies of providing more back home during the Biden administration was much better than during Trump administration 1 or 2?
You asked me, do I think that the policies of providing more back home
Yes.
under the
Presumably
Biden
you believe the Biden administration and Democrats were doing that?
that they were providing more back home?
Correct.
I believe that they want to provide more back home.
Okay, when I asked you this previously, you said, like, the infrastructure bill. That was
It
great.
was, it was the thing that they were able to pass on a bipartisan
So
basis.
were they
yes.
doing more than the Trump administration?
Probably.
Okay. Can you explain how real wage growth went down under Biden and it's gone up under both of Trump administrations?
COVID.
What does that have anything to do with anything?
Real wage growth is going to go down under COVID. Yes.
How so? What about COVID caused real wage growth to go down?
The inflation.
And
The
what about
inflation
COVID?
that COVID caused?
What about COVID did inflation caused inflation?
Supply chain issues, for one.
And why were there supply chain issues caused by COVID?
Because the companies were shutting down?
Because lockdowns. And which party endorsed those more?
Both.
No.
Oh, more?
Yes.
Oh, probably the Democrats, but both parties definitely did it.
That's true. And to the great dismay. But yes, absolutely the
But-
Democrats were worse. The Democrats
Hold on,
wanted to
but
spend more.
you're-
The
you're-
Democrats embraced more lockdowns.
Yeah, they did brace more lockdowns. Do you
Mm-hmm.
know what the goal of lockdowns were?
You tell me.
To mitigate deaths.
Did they?
Yes.
Show me.
I mean, I can show you estimates, but you're not going to believe them.
What would the estimates be comparing? How would you even come
It,
to an
it,
estimate?
it would be comparing a hypothetical world where there were no lockdowns.
So how would you know what that hypothetical world would look like?
For me, I'm just going to believe the experts that are doing these estimates.
So just trust the experts.
But when you look at the logic behind why lockdowns mitigate deaths, you can also come to that conclusion. The logic is sound. And
How about this? Would we maybe
valid.
do something like this?
You can also compare other countries that did lockdowns.
Very good. You're right. There. That's what I was getting to. Or
You're about to bring up what's that
wait,
one?
wait.
Scandinavian country, Switzerland.
Or can we compare states? Ones that had harsher lockdowns versus those that had less lockdowns? Could we compare them?
To a certain extent, yes.
What do you mean to a certain extent? Because once I provide the evidence,
well, some states got hit with COVID earlier than other states. Some states had weather that was inducive of people going outside instead of being inside. So it would be different for different states. Yes.
okay, so it doesn't matter if I could provide you evidence right now that a state that did the least amount of lockdowns did the best with COVID deaths, and the one that did the hardest lockdowns did the worst, you'd say, well, it doesn't matter because of variables, correct?
There are variables. I'm not going to say.
So
that.
then
I
there's no
wouldn't say
need to
it
go
wouldn't
through the
matter.
data because you're just going to say variables.
So where are these two states, Rob?
Like,
Florida,
how do we
and
compare?
California?
How about Florida and New York? New York had probably
Florida
the
and
hardest lockdowns.
New York, one of the wasn't that the second state hit? The cold state of it? Yeah, yes. There probably are variables that went into that. Also,
has-
Florida locked down.
Yes, and it had one of the least lockdowns. That's what I said.
Sure, but they still locked down. So
And it had
which
one of the
would be-
least lockdowns. Yes.
Okay.
And so if lockdowns saved lives, then we would expect lockdowns that lasted longer while COVID was still going on to save a decent amount more
Or what
lives.
also saves lives is people being outside instead of inside.
So lockdowns would have caused the opposite effect, right?
And what also save lives is no public places, Rob. We're talking about public places. If
I
you're
just want to
locked
be
down
clear.
with-
What you just said was, you know what also saved lives? People going outdoors. Yes, so locking them down indoors.
I'm talking
was
about
bad.
public. Wait,
Right,
Rob,
that's
but you're
my
you're
argument.
purposely
Yes.
ignoring what I'm adding to that. Public places. Being outside in public places is better than being inside in public places.
Okay, so being inside at home is better than being outside in a public place, which is better than being inside at a public place. That's your argument?
If you're staying inside at home and not going anywhere, yes.
Okay, so then we would expect, like, for example, if we saw kids that were inside at home, they would be less likely to get COVID than kids that were inside at school, a public place, correct?
Kids that stayed inside at home would be less likely to get COVID than kids at school.
Correct. That's what we would expect if
they weren't going out to other public places, yes. And their parents were going out to other public places.
Yeah, the data shows that's not true.
Okay, show me the data.
Okay.
You don't have to do it now, but you can do it now if you want to.
Mm-hmm. I gotta check.
You could just send me something from AI if you want.
Based on extensive studies, yes, children were generally more likely to acquire COVID infections at home than at school. This conclusion holds across multiple analysis of transmission patterns, especially when schools implemented mitigation measures like masking, distancing, and ventilation. So the more strict the policies at school, right?
Hold on. I want to point something out to you real quick. Florida had a death rate of approximately 404 deaths per 100,000 people. And New York had approximately 397 deaths per 100,000 people.
So they're basically very similar, correct?
Sure.
Okay. One had what we were said was.
But your claim was they had less.
That's
what
what
you said, significantly less.
I don't know that I said less. If I did, I misspeak. Here's what I was trying to say. We were told on one hand that COVID would ravage Florida. It would be the forever purge, that bodies would be piling up on the streets. And with New York, who had the strictest lockdown, the thing would have been very good. And basically, they ended up being very similar. I think if I remember, it's like New York was like 23rd and Florida was like 26th or something when it came to how well they did as a state using most of these metrics.
Sure.
So if the lockdowns were that good and that, because you're admitting the lockdowns caused horrible economic pain. So if they were that effective that it was worth it, why wouldn't we expect to see, New York would have did so much better and Florida would have did so much worse?
So for one, I think you're overstating the amount in which the Florida lockdowns were more strict than the New York lockdowns were more strict than Florida lockdowns.
Oh my goodness!
And two, there probably were some lockdown policies in New York that didn't do jack shit.
What a rewriting of it! I just want to be clear. Your argument is that Florida's
you probably are.
Florida's lockdowns, which Democrats campaigned on how absurd it was that they lifted lockdowns and how bad they were and how evil it wasn't to lock down, were about the same as New York's lockdowns. That's your argument.
Well, it's not just timeline, it's like policies and such.
Okay, so your argument is, wait, why wouldn't timeline matter if COVID's still ravaging?
I said it's not just, I didn't say timeline didn't matter. I said,
I mean, my God, this is pretty bad. This is one of the lowest points I've seen someone make this argument. I have yet to hear someone. I can only imagine. I'll have to go back. We debated back in that area like 2020, didn't we?
October, December, January, February.
Didn't we debate back in there?
Yeah.
And so I might be interested to go back and look. You're telling me if we debated back then, you would have never been making claims like, oh my God, what's Florida doing? You'd have been like, yep, they're basically in line with New York. Basically the same thing. And you were calling out Democrats that were saying how bad Florida was. You were like, what are you talking about? It's basically the same lockdown as California and New York. I mean, New York was pushing for vaccine passports to shop at grocery stores.
So Florida experienced a significant increase in COVID-19 cases and deaths after lifting the restrictions. Isn't that like the purest Isn't that like the purest?
How can that be? They didn't lift restrictions. They basically had the same ones as New York. Make up your mind. You're making two opposite
No, well,
arguments.
I'm sure New York experience increases after they lifted restrictions too.
You're making two opposite arguments.
What do you mean?
Did Florida experience it? So your argument is that you're still maintaining that both Florida and New
Hold
York.
on.
I just want to be clear.
If you're actually interested in answering the question, did lockdowns work? Wouldn't the purest comparison be the same state before and after restrictions are lifted?
No,
Why?
because what we can see is that the states, regardless of their restrictions, it turned out in certain seasons they were more likely to experience COVID. For example, you were more likely to get COVID when you were indoors. So in the north, when it was cold out, you were actually more likely to get COVID. In the south, you were actually more likely to get it in the summer when it was hot. And the reason is because you're indoor with air conditioning that's spreading around this stuff. So if we see that at the exact time that the restrictions were lifted coincided when other states that maintained those restrictions were also that were geographically close also had an uptick, then we would expect to see that it wasn't so much as the lockdowns being restricted as it was the actual season that it was there.
So, Florida.
Also, the data that you're looking at, let me finish real quick. The data you're looking at, does it say they saw an uptick in cases or an uptick in deaths?
Both.
Okay, how many more deaths?
I don't have the exact numbers. I'm
Where are you getting this
from? Hold on. Let me see what the source is. I'm doing all this on AI, Rob.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not, but I'm just asking.
National Institute of Health, Nature, and Frontiers is the sources.
Okay, and what's the exact?
Okay. What? Maybe. The second phase of COVID-19 Florida following rising political opposition COVID-19 began early 2021, resulting in substantial population vulnerability to COVID-19. The 5 months of Delta variant wave from July to November 2021 took brutal toll on Floridians. Almost 2/3 as many people died during the period, over 16 months before the Florida had one of the highest actual per capita death rates in the country during this time. By the end of Delta variant wave, Florida rose to 10th in cases and deaths per capita, reflecting the fact that Florida's COVID-19 death rate had continued in excess of the rest of the United States. Florida now ranks 8th death per capita.
What's New York? Just to be clear, just so we're on the same timeline, first off, Florida never did a full-on lockdown, right? They did what was called safer at home, but it wasn't a full lockdown. You agree?
Mm-hmm. I don't know the specifics of their policies.
And when did that end?
According to AI, it says it ended. New York ended in June, which was summertime, which
Florida.
makes sense because you would want
Florida.
September, which kind of takes the wind out of your weather argument because that was cold times.
What did the safer at home order ended on April 30th, 2020?
So it says that Florida's official full session of all COVID-19 related lockdowns and business restrictions occurred in September 2020 when the state entered phase 3 of its reopening plan.
What it did was you were allowed to go out, but they had restrictions on buildings to a certain percentage capacity. By May 4th, you were allowed out in public. You were allowed to go to restaurants, you're allowed to go to bars, you're allowed to go to stores, right? 25% capacities. Oh, I'm sorry. Bars and gyms remain closed. All other stores were open. Phase 2 was included bars, gyms, etc. Then that was May 18th. June 5th, everything was allowed open at 50%.
Okay. Statewide, outside New York. All right, so bars and restaurants outside of New York City were allowed to open for indoor seating, including bar seating, in phase 3 of the state's reopening plan, which began most regions mid-late June 2020. So it looks like they started their reopening around the same time.
So what we see is the worst months for COVID were like January 2021. So for everyone, not just Florida. So the idea that it was once Florida reopened, right? Because the months where Florida had the strictest lockdown were the months where almost no one was getting COVID anyways. It was the start of it.
Yeah, well, that would go to my point. But if it that is true, it probably went up for everyone. But Florida rose in the ranks during that time.
Right, and then they declined in the ranks after that.
Well, they're now like 8th.
What's New York?
I hold on. Where? So I think New York is number 2, but it stayed that way for most of it. COVID-19.
Okay,
because of the early onset.
So New York did worse than Florida, is what you're suggesting?
Yeah, but okay. So if I ask you, when
I don't think
ask
that's
you,
true,
what,
by the way. I
wait,
think
hold
you're
on,
looking at the data wrong.
I might
Everything
be.
I'm looking at saying New York did slightly better.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know
but,
what you're
but
looking at. We
but the
should
thing is,
trust the
Rob,
data
Rob,
you're looking at.
maybe. Rob, when I asked you why is it that when Florida reopened, the death rate's gone up, you went into other externalities. I don't understand why you don't accept that there could be other externalities as to why New York would do worse, even despite harsher
Because if
lockdown.
we accept those other externalities, then we'll never be able to see whether or not the lockdowns were effective, because we'd always be able to say that there were these externalities. Clearly, there are externalities that we would accept, saying things like, well, COVID season, more people were indoors, outdoors. These are things that we should view. But the problem is when I provide you data, it's not. The variables would make sense when it comes to nuance and little points of the margin. It wouldn't make sense given the grandiose things that we were told. We were told not just that, you know what, lockdown, this is how lockdowns were sold to us. We're all going to fucking die. Bodies are going to pile up. It is going to be a disaster. They won't be able to. If Florida lifts the lockdown, there will be bodies laying on the street. It'll be the forever purge. It's going to be hell on earth. And a place like New York, they're going to do so much better because they did these lockdowns. And then we end up saying, they're about the same. Very close.
I don't think that that's the way it was sold. I think that what was sold was that more people are going to die when Florida releases their lockdowns. And that's what happened.
Okay, so if one more person died, you'd say, fair enough, that was true.
Well, it wasn't just one more.
Okay, but your claim is as long as they said more would die, then if even one more died, they would have technically been correct. That's how it was billed?
I mean, technically, yeah, but I'm not trying to get you on a technicality like that.
What I'm telling you is what was sold was that do you think that it was easy to predict if we had these lockdowns that would crush the global economy and the United States economy for a long time?
I don't think, no, I don't think that's what a lot of people were saying at the time.
That's right. They weren't saying it. Even though it was easy to predict that would be the case.
I don't think so.
Okay. What was the deadliest month for Florida?
But I also don't think that the lockdowns are the only reason why we had economic troubles.
What were the other reasons?
Just people not wanting to go out and spend money because of COVID.
No, that's not true. It was because they weren't able to and because of the fear mongering that was unnecessary that convinced people to basically be hermits. When was the worst death month for COVID for Florida?
I don't know.
You're reading the research that says once they lifted, things got worse, correct?
But I don't know what the worst month was. And my guess would be the worst month was when they probably first got the
when they first started to lift the lockdowns. So in April.
No. What I'm saying is that I think because when they lifted the lockdowns, we had like medical interventions that were starting to work. My guess would be it was when we first started dealing with COVID was when the highest rates of death were.
So you would guess then like April 2020.
Yeah.
It's August 2021.
Oh, well,
months, and then
that's because of Delta, right?
Months and months and months and months
wait,
after they lifted. But wait a minute. Months and months and months and months after they lifted lockdowns.
Sure.
So I thought that the lifting of lockdowns was the reason for the increase.
But was it increasing after the lockdown? Was it on an upward trajectory?
You tell me.
You're looking at the data right now. I'm not. Looking at the data.
You're the one who made the claim. So
wait, hold on, Rob. What I'm interested in is getting to a fact of the matter. If you've got the data in front of you, why can't you just tell me?
Because I don't know if the data I have in front of me is going to match up with the data you're suggesting. Here's what I have. August 2021, approximate deaths, 8,900 to 10,000. September 2021, high, similar overlapping. High 30 days. Shut the fuck up. Full Delta wave, July to November 2021, 24,000 remote deaths. Summer 2020 wave, 13,000 to 14,000 multi-month. Winter 2020 to 2021, 16,000 to 20,000 multi-month. Okay, there. Answer your question?
No,
Oh, it doesn't, because you're a fucking idiot and you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I couldn't
You're the
follow
one
it.
making the claim, and then you're incapable of defending the claim. Now,
But-
if you're
no, I
right
couldn't follow what you said.
that the lockdowns were so important because when we lifted the lockdowns, we saw terrible COVID deaths in Florida, and yet it doesn't seem that's the case whatsoever. We would expect to see then, given that this was Florida's schedule, April 30th, they ended their most significant lockdown. We don't see the month of, after April, we don't see that was in May, a high death. May 4th, they went to phase 1 to opening most state. We don't see that as one of the highest. Second, May 18th was when they lifted. We don't see that as one of the highest. Then we had September 2020, where it was basically released almost everything else. September 25th, 2020. So you would expect, then we're going to see that the worst dates would be October, November 2020. Nope, we had bad in December 2020. But that's more like to all sorts of things that were going on, the winter months, etc.
In Florida?
Yes.
No, the Florida winter months are mild.
People are more, it's mild, but still, that's when the virus was spreading around the country.
For states that had cold weather, but you said earlier that the hot summer days were the ones that were spreading.
There was
more
different times where there were different times where there were waves that were going on. So what happened was, while it may be true, because this is what the data is not taking into account, right? Yes, it's true that more people got infections if they weren't locked down, but this helped build herd immunity, and then you were less likely to get infections later. The problem was when we had the lockdowns and you eventually ended them, yes, you're going to see that more people are likely to get sick after that. But that was always inevitable unless you're going to lock down in perpetuity forever. So the lockdowns themselves didn't really prevent.
So you're admitting that the lockdowns did keep people from getting sick.
I can't believe that I have to repeat this. Did the lockdowns also keep people from?
Did
the lockdowns keep people from getting in car wrecks?
Probably.
All right, let's lock down right now, motherfucker. Right?
No, because
why not? So you want people to die? That's what you want. You want people to die.
Because getting in a car and driving it has a lot of positive externalities.
What we're talking about specifically was, did the lockdowns as a policy, now that we're looking at it, were they beneficial to the country? Did they prevent deaths? Not did they prevent deaths in the moment, but then cause more deaths later so that we could see the places that locked down had the same total deaths as the places that didn't, but you could say, but while they were locked down, they didn't. We would say the lockdowns as a policy in totality.
Well, yeah, I think that if you had kept the lockdowns until we got herd immunity through vaccines, then we would have.
So how long should we have kept
less? I don't know. It depends on.
So
how
you
long
would have recommended that.
vaccines
You would. That's how we should have did.
Through herd immunity, it depends on if you value the lives of the people that
I'm
otherwise
asking
would
you.
have died.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think that we could have done that.
So you would have went for more destruction of the global economy.
Maybe slightly.
Slightly.
Because Rob, I don't even think the lockdowns were like the thing that even the main thing that caused the global economy to come tumbling
So then
down.
what was it?
I think that it was just a general fear of COVID.
So people just general fear of COVID. Everyone. I mean, I don't know what to say. You're delusional. It's just absolute delusion. I'm not going to say that there weren't some amount of people that wouldn't have went to work because they were fearful. Absolutely true. But the bulk of what was going on of why productivity stopped was because we forced lockdowns on people.
I mean, maybe that is the bulk.
Okay.
Oh.
And you wanted that to continue.
Yeah, to save lives because it was a significant amount of lives, Rob.
Okay. How many lives did lockdown save?
I know how many lives that we lost. And it was a lot.
What was the average age of death of the person that died of COVID?
Does that matter?
Yes.
I care about the old people.
Okay, so then flu season's coming. If I could tell you, I predict flu season will kill 50,000 elderly people. Should we lock down?
50,000 has been a number of flu elderly people that we have lost
So you
historically.
you accept that you
We're
don't care
talking the
about
difference
them.
between 50,000 and hundreds and thousands to a million.
Okay.
A million in 2 years. A million in 2
Okay,
years.
so you don't give a fuck about those 50,000 people. You're greedy. You don't care about them.
No, I think that there is a certain amount that we have just come to accept as a society.
Okay, so then what's the amount? What is the amount when we would say, nope, that's too many, we have to lock down?
When it's over your typical flu season, which is
Okay, so if it's 70,000, if the flu's going to kill 70,000 this year, that's over the typical flu season according to you, so we should lock down?
It's possible.
You think we should lock down for that?
Maybe.
How many people died as a result of the lockdowns from the economic depression that occurred?
How many? I don't know. This is going to be your
right. It's going to be very
area.
hard to calculate. We see that incalculable damage was done, particularly to young people. We saw people died of things like general economy going down, which led to poor health outcomes.
To answer your earlier question, I don't have a specific number. I just know that a million in 2 years, 500,000 a year is enough to justify lockdown.
All right. So what it is post hoc. What the number was justified my poor decision making.
Well, it was the predictions that were being made by the expertise that we made these decisions based around.
And how did those predictions come out?
It came out accurate.
They did. Show me.
Yes.
Show me.
Well, I can't. We lost a million people. What else am I supposed to in 2 years? What am I supposed to show you?
That's what the predictions were saying.
The predictions were saying more if we don't lock down.
Mm-hmm. The amount of COVID deaths is 1.2 million as of December 2025.
Yeah, because eventually the COVID deaths slowed down significantly.
Okay, so then that's exactly what the predictions were.
That the COVID deaths would slow down significantly?
No, of course people assume that.
Yeah.
Point I'm trying to make is, what we did was we ruined the lives of young people, particularly children, through lockdowns, which harmed their economic viability in the future, harmed their education, harmed their psychological well-being in a litany of ways that we could see, in order to prioritize elderly people. Simultaneously, many of the states ran by Democrats literally forced COVID patients into nursing homes with elderly people. The average age of
stupid policy.
The average age
it costs people elections.
Who?
Cuomo. Didn't he lose his election because of that shit?
It didn't really cost the Democrats, though. And actually, the scandal that was worse for him was he apparently pinched someone's ass. That's what they went with.
Oh.
Average age of COVID death in the United States, 78 years old.
Yeah.
The average life expectancy in the United States. $78 years old. Ah, wait, 79. It's gone up. Wait.
Since we stopped dying of COVID?
No, it's 78. 78.4. Males at 75, females it's 81. So how was locking down a healthy population helping to prevent elderly population from getting COVID?
Because the healthy population interacts with the elderly population all the time.
Why wouldn't we just say you can't interact with the elderly population? It's
because the elderly people need people to interact with them. Otherwise, they can't get things done.
Okay, so then how did they survive after?
And some of the elderly people, and also the average age was 78. That wasn't the only people that were died of COVID.
No, of course we didn't say that. That means there were people older than 78 that died, and people that were younger.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's your point?
Some of these 78-year-olds were the sole caretaker of children. Some of these 78-year-olds had jobs. Some of these
just curious. How many 78-year-olds? Give me a ballpark. How many are the sole caretaker of children? And then how many are employed? Go ahead. Give me a general estimate.
No, but do you agree that some of them aren't?
Some of them aren't?
Do you agree that some of them are?
Sure.
Yeah.
And what's that have to do? That a very small fraction of a percentage might have been some. And what's the point? That justifies lockdowns? Well, you know what? We got to collapse the world economy because Larry over here is 79 and is the sole caretaker of a child. So there you go. That's what you're trying to say?
It's not Larry over here. It's a portion of the population.
Okay. What percentage of 78-year-olds in USA are sole caretaker of a child? Less than 0.1%.
All right, so 18 to 19-year-olds, we had 6,965 deaths. 30 to 39-year-olds, there were 19,000 deaths, and 40 to 49-year-olds, there were 46,000 deaths from COVID. I don't know what the range of this is, because this is because when they add in the older people, 85 and older, it's only 307,000. But that's 40 to 49-year-olds. That's 46,000 deaths.
All right,
that's almost a flu season, an entire flu season, just in that one age range. Those people are taking care of children.
Whoa. Calm down. So from 40 to 49, since the pandemic started, how many have died of COVID?
Says 46,000.
46,000. How many in that group die per year of flu?
Way less than 46,000.
Okay, how many? Like 5 times less? I have an estimate of about, we'll say 800 a year. Okay, so over 5 years, 800 a year, that's how many? 4,000?
Something like that.
Okay, and how many are you saying died?
46,000.
46,000.
COVID.
Okay,
Yes.
so we'll say if we accept the data, 10 times more lethal than flu for someone. 46,000. How many people a year do you think die of other causes? Do you think we should lock down to prevent 46,000 deaths in 5 years? Less than 10,000 a year?
From a novel threat, the lockdowns could reasonably save some of those people. Yes.
Okay, so
because that number would have been higher without lockdowns. You understand that, right?
So just to be clear, how much higher would it have been?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that
Schrodinger's
question,
lockdown.
Rob.
We have no idea.
Rob, when I asked you, I forgot what question I asked you, but you were just like, we can't know the answer to that question. Most of the questions you ask me are similar. Yes.
The difference is this. We're talking about the restricting of people that will cause absolutely known harms. So we're intentionally restricting people's First Amendment rights to peaceably assemble, correct? Constitution says we have the right to go out and do things. We're allowed to assemble. We're allowed to gather with friends, right? First Amendment.
Well, I mean, most places allowed assembly as long as it was outside.
Okay, so they limited our assembly to certain things.
They did.
Actually, not true. There were a lot of people that said that you couldn't assemble outside, or they put restrictions on the type of assembly you could do outside. Nonetheless, so the imposition would be on you to prove your case if you're trying to argue that you need to take away these people's rights, especially, let me finish, especially when you know it's going to cause harms to things like mental health, to things like people's physical health in other ways, to things like economic health. So the impetus would be on you to prove your case, correct?
Rob, but your whole case is that we don't care that these more older people are going to die.
That is not my whole case.
That is exactly what it is.
That is not my whole case. I
Okay,
care deeply.
So yes.
I care deeply.
Rob, yes.
What state do you live in? Do you mind telling me?
Virginia.
You live in Virginia. Okay. I don't know much
Yes.
about how it handled the pandemic. I can't speak to that. But I'll bet you weren't suggesting to remove Democrat incumbents that were running for office that forced COVID patients into nursing homes.
I don't know that the Democrats forced COVID patients into
Tom
nursing
Wolf
homes
did.
in Virginia.
Cuomo did. The Jersey governor did.
Okay, are those Virginia?
No. And yet you don't comment on politics outside your own state? You don't
Sure,
have feelings on it?
I think that Cuomo's decision and Tom Wolf or whoever the other person was stupid. And
so you advocated against voting for them, right?
Probably not against a Republican.
Right. That's right. You didn't.
But and a primary, sure.
So you didn't care about those old people that died.
No, but I think
that's your whole thing. You didn't care about the old people that died. Why didn't you care about grandma? Why didn't you care about
Republicans would have
sent Republicans would have sent COVID
more
patients.
People to die.
Republicans would have sent COVID patients into nursing homes.
I think that Republicans would have caused more people
to die. Would they have sent COVID patients into nursing homes? Can you show me an example?
I don't know.
If you can't find an example, will you admit that that's bullshit? Now, the point that I'm trying to make is we were sold a bill of goods with COVID that was based on a lie. It was based on the fact that we were going to have all these people that were dying on the street, et cetera, et cetera. Things would be catastrophic if we didn't do these lockdowns. Then we saw countries and states that didn't do the lockdowns, and it wasn't catastrophic. In fact, we're just comparing Florida to New York. If we want to compare other countries, you could compare the country of Sweden that never did lockdowns to the other countries in the region. It turned out in many aspects, Sweden fared far better than those countries that were in a geographically similar location than the countries that did lockdown, right? So if the lockdowns were so effective, why did that occur? I'm even willing to accept that maybe the lockdown saved some portion of lives. The problem was it wasn't how it was sold to us. We weren't sold that, hey, maybe you'll be able to save an extra like 0.2% of lives if you do these lockdowns. Because people would have said, no, we can't accept that because you're going to predictably crush the economy. You're going to harm people's mental health. Hell, more people may die in the future because of the disastrous impacts of these lockdowns. That could happen cumulatively over time. We wouldn't have accepted that deal. Right? So when you are like, oh, you didn't care about these old people that died. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm using it to highlight the fact that these were people that probably their general life expectancy shows would have died in a year or two anyways. It's tragic when anybody's life is lost, but we don't say that we punish particularly young people in order to save a chance of people dying that are in their 80s. We don't do that. That's bad. That's bad policy. If we did, it would justify locking down almost every flu season, where tens of thousands of old people die. You even said to save 40,000.
You're talking about tens of thousands versus a million. These are huge differences.
We're not.
So wait, if we had a crystal ball and we could know for sure that we would have had double the COVID deaths, so 2 million in first 2 years, unless we locked down. Would you say the lockdowns were a good idea?
I don't know if it would have saved 1 million people.
Yeah,
possibly it was a good idea.
Okay, so that's pretty.
Did you support the Patriot Act?
I was young. I wasn't.
Do you support the Patriot Act?
I don't know much about the Patriot Act.
Do you support surveying people and the government spying on them based on their religious orientation, their ethnicity, etc., in order to prevent terrorism, violating their Fourth Amendment?
That sounds bad, Rob.
But what if I could tell you that it prevented 5 million deaths from a WMD?
Then probably I would say the Patriot Act is acceptable.
Oh, so you like the Patriot Act? Great.
Maybe. Did it prevent 5 million deaths from
I think
WMD?
so. Sure. That's what the experts say.
Okay, but is that what the experts? Because what I'm saying, the experts actually were saying.
And what else did the experts say? The experts told us that it didn't come from a lab in China. Turns out that's
which is still the consensus. Yes.
Define consensus.
The majority of the people who are looking into this says it didn't come in from a lab in China.
That's not a consensus. The majority of people thinking things. So 51% of people believe something. That's the consensus.
No, the majority of the people, the experts who are looking into this.
So if 51% of the experts looks into something, it's a consensus?
It would probably be more consistent than that. But that'd be more of a contested thing. I don't think it's just 51%.
When you say experts, are you talking just scientists?
Okay, Rob.
No. Just to give you an idea, I want you to prove your claim that the consensus of people, experts looking into this, say that it didn't come from a lab in China. Go ahead.
So how can I do that?
You made the claim. Tell me.
But see, the thing is, any proof that I'm going to give to you, you're just going to be like, I don't believe this.
That might not be true. Let's see what you have.
What is?
You clearly read this somewhere. Who would you qualify as experts? Give me the types of people.
Scientists that study this kind of thing.
Just scientists. No one else.
Viruses and shit.
Just scientists.
Probably.
No one else.
I don't know. Well, give me an expert that you would want me to add to my list.
How about the intel agencies?
Some of them, sure.
Okay. And they have a consensus that it didn't come from a lab. Just to be clear.
All of the intel agencies.
That's what you're claiming.
Most of the intel agencies say that. So what I'm reading is U.S. intel agency is split. The National Intelligence Council and
no, that can't be. There's a consensus. There's a consensus. That's what you said. That can't be a split. You said there's a consensus.
A joint WHO-China report concluded, and in 2021 concluded that natural zoonotic spillover possibly through intermediate animal hosts was likely, very likely, while laboratory incident was extremely unlikely. Multiple genomic and epidemiological studies traced the earliest known clusters of human cases in the Houston food market in December 2019. Environmental swabs from specific sections of the market where live wild animals like raccoons, dogs were sold. The natural zoonic or zoonic origins, overwhelming scientific consensus. The prevailing theory among international scientific community is that the virus evolved from nature and jumped from an animal host to humans.
CIA says it was from a lab.
Okay.
FBI says it was from a lab. Department of Energy says it was from a lab. National Intelligence Council says low confidence it was from a zoo. National Geospatial Agency
What was
says
the
it was from a
confidence
zoo.
in those first three? What was the first
The highest confidence is the FBI that has moderate confidence that it came from
Okay,
a lab.
what's the other one two? What's the other two? Okay, so you mentioned low confidence when somebody said zoo, and you didn't mention low confidence for the first two that support. I'm just pointing that out.
Because one said moderate and one said low.
Okay.
So we can see that the agency with the most confidence says that it came from a lab.
Okay. Sure, you got, but the scientific consensus overwhelmingly supports natural origin.
The scientific consensus is bullshit.
So I told you that's what you would do. I would give you my evidence.
No, I want you to prove that there's a consensus. That's what I want. There's also a scientific consensus.
You don't think there's a scientific consensus on
this? No. What does define consensus?
I don't know what their metric for consensus is, Rob.
I guess if we define it, if a consensus doesn't mean everyone agrees, I guess if you said that more than 50% think.
Well, I would even say that if it's close to 50%, it would still be generally contested.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Like if it's 55%, then it's still there's still a contested. It's still somewhat contested. It's not as strong as like 50-50 or 45-50 on the other way, but it's still contested. But if it's like 60 to 70%, then probably it's getting to that point where I'm like, oh yeah, there's a consensus.
Saga report says zoonotic best supported lab leak possible, but can't make a determination until China gives data. Let's see. 21% in this study, scientists say it was from a lab leak.
Okay, so agencies that favor lab leak, there's 3. Agencies that favor natural origin, there's 5, and undecided, there's 3. So
the intel agencies?
Yes.
Okay, which one has the highest confidence level?
You went through that. I'm going to go ahead and assume that if there was another one higher, you wouldn't have just hid that from me. If there was a high confidence level for the natural origin, you wouldn't have hid that from me, right, Rob?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that there's one agency that has what was it?
Moderate.
What was the level? Moderate. Okay. Which. Okay. So we got one agency that has a moderate. Everyone else is low on their assumptions.
Correct.
Okay, and we have a scientific consensus of natural origin based off of things like studying the virus itself and figuring out like if this was even possible. And
I'll tell you right now, I don't believe the scientist.
That's fine. I knew
I don't
you would
believe
do
him.
that.
The scientist also said 51 of them signed off and said it was debunked from the get-go in Nature magazine. Then it turned out that the letter that they signed off to was written by a man by the name of Peter Daszak. Peter Daszak himself literally was responsible for gain-of-function technology at the Wuhan virus lab of technology, right? So it turned out that the one guy that may be responsible for it wrote a paper that all these scientists signed off, and that's what we were told there was a consensus, because they all said that it couldn't have came from a lab, and it turned out that that was absolute bullshit, what they said.
Yeah, I would have to read that paper, but
So
the
point is,
the international scientists.
The point is,
yeah.
what we were told by the experts that we had to do over COVID was bullshit. Originally, the
Okay,
experts.
but has the intel community ever given us bullshit?
Yes.
So why would you believe them over the scientists?
Because, well, it's not just that I'm believing them over the scientists, right? I'm saying that the idea that there was a consensus when the people that are looking into this from a actual have evidence of the lab are giving us a different conclusion would at least say that it's not as clear as what you're suggesting. And common sense tells us, or not common sense, the circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly tells us it came from the lab. This happened to break out at the exact point where there was a lab that was studying these exact type of things.
Mm-hmm.
So
was there more to that?
No, that's the point that I'm making. You just saying that there was an absolute consensus. The point I'm trying to make
Well,
is
I'm saying that the scientific community
the mod
doesn't
trusts the science, and you're like, I just trust the science on these things, so I assume lockdowns were good and we should have locked down, is nonsensical, right? We need to see evidence, because we could see definitely during the pandemic that many of the times what we were told there was a scientific consensus about was absolute utter bullshit. For example, there was a scientific consensus that you could get COVID if you went to a Trump rally, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
And yet they said that the contract tracing showed over and over again that people weren't contracting COVID when it came to going to Black Lives Matter rallies, right? That's something they said.
Wait, was one rally wearing masks and the other one not?
Show me the scientific consensus that wearing masks outdoors prevents transmission of COVID.
I'm sure that if it's a big crowd where people are close together, it probably does.
I just want to be clear. Your argument is cloth masks.
I don't know what the science says on that, Rob. I'm going by what you're saying.
Cloth masks are so effective that even outdoors, they eliminate the possibility of getting COVID. Fair enough. I accept it.
Nobody
said
eliminate.
I just said that they said you couldn't get COVID at the Black Lives Matter rallies. You said
No,
because they're wearing masks.
Wait, the consensus was that there was 0 chance of getting COVID at Black Lives Matter.
They were saying, the scientists were saying that, yes, you couldn't contract it if you were at Black Lives Matter. The contact tracing showed that people weren't spreading it. That's right. I also didn't believe it, and it was bullshit.
Well, I don't believe that's what the scientists were saying. I think that they probably said something like these weren't mass spread events.
Okay. Let's assume that there was a group of scientists that said that. And why would it be more mass spread at a Trump rally than a Black Lives Matter rally?
Because there's always a risk of spreading, even outdoors. The risk is significantly lower, sure. And wearing a mask is going to lower that even further. And Trump rallies, generally, you didn't wear a mask at.
Let's see. Scientists and major health organizations, CDC, World Health, did not broadly claim or recommend wearing cloth masks outdoors significantly prevented COVID-19 spread. Try again.
What about medical masks?
So I just want to be clear. Your argument is you think at a Black Lives Matter rally, people were all wearing N95 masks? That's your argument now?
It wouldn't be N95 masks. It was the surgical masks that most people
Those are called cloth
having.
masks. Correct.
No, cloth masks are the ones that are made of cotton. Surgical masks are different, Rob.
Okay.
The N95 masks were made to protect you from getting COVID. The cloth masks were made for you to keep you from spreading COVID.
No, scientists and major health organizations did not broadly claim that wearing non-N95 surgical masks outdoors significantly prevented COVID-19 spread in outdoor settings. Outdoor transmission risk was consistently deemed very low due to rapid air dilution of particles, making surgical mask use outdoors unnecessary. Surgical masks were recommended primarily for source control from expelling droplets and wear protection in high-risk situations indoors. Try again?
Okay, well then that might not be the. I don't know why they're like. I would have to. Whatever you're talking about, where they were like, "Oh yeah, Black Lives Matter rallies, they're good. Trump rallies, they're bad." I would have to see the reasoning behind that before I would make any judgment on that.
Right. Mm-hmm. But there was a
But
consensus.
I gave you a guess. I don't even know that there was a consensus.
Mm-hmm. The trust the science shit is done. We don't buy it. Your argument to trust the science is done. Like the idea
I think that trusting the science is going to get you to the right answer more often than trusting whatever it is that you try to.
No, I disagree. I think that looking at overwhelming evidence, particularly when we see circumstantial evidence and things that we could see using our logic and common sense, sometimes shows that the science is bullshit. For example, if a bunch of scientists say that biological men could be women, that doesn't mean that we accept that because that's what the scientists are suggesting. Correct?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
If a bunch of scientists tell us that biological males can be women, we don't accept that because even though scientists may say that, we know that to be incorrect.
But wait, can be women or females?
Can be women.
Okay, so we got to separate the social aspect of gender in this and the biological aspect. I don't think that there's a consensus of scientists that says that biological males can be biological females.
Do scientists say biological males could be female? Or biological males could be men?
Biological males can be men?
Or biological males could be women?
Well, are you talking about like biologically women?
Yes.
Are they saying that biological males
do
can
they
be
do
biological
things like
women?
suggest mammograms for women and things like that are biological men? Or biological males that call themselves women?
Are they suggesting? Wait, that's a different question. Are they suggesting for trans women to get mammograms? Is that the question you're asking?
Yes.
Oh, maybe there is something about taking estrogen and having your boobs come out more from the estrogen that makes you at risk of breast cancer.
One second. Looking for an article. I can't find the article. I have it in my trans shit here somewhere. There's certainly a lot on the trans issue that doctors have said and scientists have said that is absolute bullshit when it comes to the trans issue.
Maybe. I mean, we can have that discussion another time. Rob,
So
I do appreciate.
why would we trust them just on faith then?
Well, you would have to show me these things. And are these scientific consensus, or are you finding like a small group of scientists, or like a scientist here and there that's saying a bunch of bullshit? Because you can find a scientist that's going to say bullshit anywhere about anything. I can find you a flat earther scientist, I'm sure.
Well, for example, we see that there is a lot of people in the medical industry that pushes all sorts of things about the trans community that we know is bullshit. For example, hormone blockers for underagers, for children.
What is the bullshit aspect of that?
That it's very bad and it's something that we shouldn't do and that it's harmful medically to children.
So are the scientists, is the scientists consensus that there is no negative side effects for...
No, the consensus would be that we could give these hormone blockers.
Maybe. If I had to guess, the consensus would be that in children who are experiencing such high levels of gender dysphoria that it's causing significant mental distress to them, hormone blockers could be an avenue to helping with that. That would probably be my guess as to how that's how that goes within the scientific community.
I don't know that that's true. I don't know that they would be against it for people that they said wasn't causing significant stress. Just to be clear, are there ever times that you could think of when scientific consensus has been wrong?
Oh, of course.
Okay, give me an example.
I mean, not that I can think of at the top of my head right now, but I do know generally that the scientific consensus has been
So
wrong
then
on
when we
things.
see that there's clearly political motivations and we can see through circumstantial evidence that the scientists were most likely wrong, why should we just believe them on face value? Particularly given everything that we see that they were wrong about under
Because
COVID.
I think that despite the times that they've been wrong, and despite any anecdotes that you have on like political corruption or whatever, the scientific consensus is still going to be the best tool we have to try and figure out the world.
Even if we can see that they're routinely wrong when it benefits themselves. For example,
Well,
if the scientific consensus is global warming and they make a lot of money with it, right? Is that something that we should take into effect? Is there still a scientific consensus on global warming?
yes.
And what's that consensus?
The climate is changing, it's warming, and that it's going to cause lots of problems for the world.
Okay, could you say that any time in history?
Say what?
The climate
That
is
the
changing and
climate
it's
was-
going to cause lots of problems.
Not to the extent that we are seeing right now, and it's not in history. It wasn't connected to human activity the way it is now.
Okay, so then we're seeing the worst time in history that the climate's changing and it's causing terrible problems.
Not the worst time that we have caused climate change.
So there is a consensus that right now climate is changing. It's because humans, and it's the worst that we've ever seen caused by humans.
I don't know if that last one is a consensus. Oh, caused by humans? Yes, probably. That would be
Okay,
my
the
guess.
climate is changing and it's caused by humans.
Yes.
Okay,
And that it's the worst human caused climate change. that we've ever
okay.
seen,
So then,
probably.
what's the consensus? How long do we have before the disasters?
I have no idea. We're already starting to see.
We're already seeing it.
More powerful storms and such.
Okay, so like hurricanes,
Stronger hurricanes
Okay.
and
more
and
hurricanes.
probably, I would imagine.
You imagine? Okay, so let's see if we can find that real quick.
Yeah.
1 second. How do I do this? Oh, I have to do it over here.
Oh, so apparently scientists largely agree that we are not seeing an increase in the total number of hurricanes globally compared to the pre-industrial era. In fact, research suggests a slight decrease in the global frequency. However, hurricanes that do form are becoming more dangerous and intense due to human caused climate change.
That's not true
the
at all.
consensus.
So you were incorrect about the top when it came to the frequency, as you can see in the top. Yes, you're right.
Well,
that
I
they've
said,
let
wait,
me
I said
finish.
I would
Yes,
guess. I said I
so
would guess.
So you can see they actually decreased. However, the second chart actually shows the energy behind those, and
Oh,
you
you
can
said it.
actually see that no, it's not really increased either. You were saying
The industrial revolution. What do you mean it's not increased? That these peaks are all post-industrial revolution.
beware anyone claiming that we're seeing more intense hurricane. The number of major hurricanes per year varies by year, but the overall trend has been constant since 1980. They actually reached a 40-year historical low in 2020-2022. What about intensity? The best metric to assess this is accumulated cyclone energy index developed by Colorado State's Bill Gray. The index sums the variety of VMAX over every 6-hour interval. So the stronger the winds and or the storm duration, the higher the ACE. Each individual storm's generated ACE is then summed to find the total season annual total. If hurricanes were to becoming stronger, then ACE would be trending upward. And while there's a lot of interannual variation, the multi-decadal trend line is flat over the last 43 years. And similar to the number of major hurricanes, ACE has reached under a 40-year historic low in 2020-2021. So if it's true that we would expect climate change, CO2, etc., and you say things are getting worse, there's a consensus that things are getting worse, why are we seeing actually both the frequency and the energy actually being very low compared to historical trends?
I would guess that guy is probably leaving out some massive information that
Okay,
that
show
I
me.
just don't have on.
Okay.
I don't have it on top. Rob, I don't have the information. Like we could do a climate change debate if you want. But that's going to have to be something that I'm going to have to prepare for.
Well, let's check it out. No increase in frequency.
Yeah, I've already said that that's the scientific
I'm
consensus.
looking. I'm just reading.
Okay.
There are groups that say that the intensity is increasing, but it's not really giving me a specific of what they're doing to look at that.
Do you disagree that the oceans are warming?
I don't know.
Okay.
And I don't know how much humans would have to do with it. I know that the doom and
Well,
gloom. I know this. I know that climate change is a scam because the policies are designed to enrich the very people that are saying that the climate is changing. And it's resulted in billions upon billions of dollars fleeing hands from productive people, and particularly poor and working class people, to a bunch of wealthy people that are happy to engage in this scam so that they can enrich themselves. And the disastrous predictions that they often say, such as Al Gore saying that the ice caps will be melted by this year or that year, we end up seeing that that doesn't happen. And they say,
scientist.
okay, Al Gore was presumably using metrics that said this, right? We could see that scientists were saying in the 70s or 80s that we were entering a global cooling age. Nature magazine, for example, something that you cited, just retracted a famous paper they had on climate change the other day. Bill Gates, who is to some degree,
Yeah, when more information comes, that's a beautiful thing about science is that when more information comes out, they do change their positions.
Okay.
Like they're always trying to disprove themselves and update their findings.
Great. So then the consensus isn't an end all be all whatsoever. Authors retract Nature paper projecting high cost of climate change. The authors of a highly publicized study predicting climate change would cost $38 trillion a year by 2049 have retracted their paper following criticism of the data methodology, including the estimate.
Great.
Bill Gates and others are now that have trumpeted this.
But you're leaving the realm of scientific consensus, and you're talking about a paper that was contested and retracted by the scientific community.
The point that I'm trying to make is, although I agree there's a consensus the climate is changing, and I agree that there's a consensus that humans have some level, that's where the consensus ends. I don't think there's really a consensus what the level that humans have. There's a consensus of how disastrous the climate change will be, how out of the normal it is. All of those things, I don't think that we really see a consensus.
That might be true. I don't exactly know the nitty-gritty of what the consensus is among the scientific community.
So the point I'm trying to make is... the point I'm trying to make is when it comes to these arguments about COVID, just saying, well, hey, there's a consensus and this is the way it is. The consensus said do lockdowns. Lockdowns were a disaster. The consensus said that we needed to lock down schools.
Well, I think lockdowns did save lives, though.
But it didn't save as many as the damage that it caused through the economic collapse and fallout.
Maybe, but the consensus was that lockdowns were going to save lives.
Can you explain if lockdowns saved lives, why Sweden that didn't lock down did so good?
Well, Sweden did lock down.
Okay, when?
Oh my gosh, I don't want to go through this with you. Do you at least accept they did lock down?
No.
Okay.
They may have, but I don't think they did. Internet shit in the bed here.
Yeah, you really
no. Sweden did not impose a strict nationwide lockdown like most countries during the pandemic. Instead, it focused on voluntary measures. No general lockdown. Schools for children under 16, shops, restaurants, bars, gyms, most businesses remained open. Primary schools never closed. Can you show me your evidence that they locked down?
So the core of the Swedish government's response was guided by public health agencies, relied on soft measures and individual exercising common sense. Voluntary guidelines. Citizens were strongly recommended to work from home if possible, limit non-essential travel, practice their hygiene, and stay at home if they had any symptoms. Open society. Most businesses, including restaurants, bars with seating requirements, shops, gyms, and primary schools, children up to age 16, remained open throughout the pandemic. Targeted restrictions. The government did implement a few legal restrictions, such as a ban on public gatherings of more than 50 people, later lowered to 8. A ban on private visits to elderly care homes, a temporary closure of secondary schools and universities for distance learning, restrictions on alcohol sale times, no mask mandates. Face masks were generally not recommended, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they did have bans on these kind of things.
They didn't have lockdowns. They restricted.
They didn't have it to the level that we did.
Mm-hmm. So you would expect them to did terrible, right?
I would expect them to do well. It would depend on when exactly they even got COVID and if they had medical interventions to be able to.
So, for example, then if we looked at Sweden's excess deaths, here's what you saw: 20 compared to Finland, and we'll compare it to Finland, which had more lockdowns, right? 2020 excess deaths per 100,000. You had 75, right? Finland had 15, remarkably better in 2020, right? 2021,
Okay.
Sweden had 17, Finland 45. 2022, Sweden had 25, Finland 130.
So what I'm getting is that comparison to Nordic neighbors, Sweden's death rates were significantly higher than immediate neighbors who implemented stricter lockdowns. Norway had 696 deaths per million. Denmark had 1,164 deaths per million. And Finland had 962 deaths per million. Where's Sweden at? Comparison lockdowns. While Sweden had higher initial mortality than its Nordic neighbors, its overall excess mortality, total deaths from all causes above historical averages throughout the entire pandemic, was lower than many other European countries with strict lockdowns. The higher number of deaths early in the pandemic was largely concentrated in elderly care facilities, which independent commission identified. For more current data comparisons, you can result in the figures available. We can compare Sweden's excess mortality rate to countries like United Kingdom or Spain. See, oh, that's advertisement. Hold on a second.
So far, what you've read is Sweden did better when it came to overall excess mortality than the majority of countries that locked down more. Correct?
Hold on a second.
That's what you've read so far. Correct?
Yeah, so far. Oh well, no. They came up to out even, right?
No, read again the sentence you just read.
They had higher initial mortality than its Nordic neighbors. Its overall excess mortality, total deaths from all causes, above historical average throughout the entire pandemic. Oh, it was lower than many European countries with strict lockdowns.
Yep.
There are significant differences in how the countries, different jurisdictions within the counted reported COVID-19 deaths. These variations make the direct international comparisons, raw death rates difficult. Confirmed versus suspected cases. Some countries, like the UK, daily figures initially only counted deaths where individuals had confirmed positive COVID tests. Hold on a second. What?
So am I correct that now that the data went against the scientific consensus about lockdown saving lives, so far now that the data is, now you're desperately searching, is what you're doing, since what you just read, your own source, says that the consensus was wrong?
Rob, maybe this one country had lower death rates.
Because why?
I don't know. I'm about to ask.
Could it be that because the lockdowns killed people in other ways? That's why even though they had more COVID deaths, they had less excess deaths?
You find that one and I'll look at it.
Yes, I am finding it. That data you just looked at.
No, you find like how the lockdowns killed people and
sure, all kinds of reasons. I don't have to find why.
And the numbers.
Okay, I can have the numbers. You just read them.
So Sweden's population is generally healthier than the EU average, with higher life expectancy and lower obesity rates, which is a key risk factor of COVID-19 outcomes. Voluntary adherence. This was one thing that I read back in the day. Sweden relied on a high degree of public trust in government and sense of civic duty, leading to high levels of voluntary compliance with social distancing recommendations. The sustained voluntary behavior may have been more effective and sustainable long term than sudden mandatory lockdowns in other nations that face public backlash. Which that's a good argument against lockdowns, I think. Maybe it is the case that like if we didn't have lockdowns, people would just voluntarily lock down out of civic duty. I don't know that would happen in America, but in Sweden it seemed to work. Timing of mortality. Sweden experienced most of its deaths early in the pandemic, particularly in 2020. Its mortality displacement meant that the frail older individuals who might have died later in 2021 died early on. Other countries through lockdowns, delays, deaths, which then occurred during later waves when restrictions eased. Demographics. Sweden's proportion of people ages over 80 was slightly lower than the average of the rest of the EU, which may have contributed to lower overall deaths than other European nations.
So
reasons for go ahead.
So and if lockdowns were so effective, because we're admitting that lockdowns caused a lot of damage, we would have expected. Now we're seeing not only did the place that didn't do the lockdown, probably more than anywhere else in the world, at least in the developed world, had markedly better outcomes than almost all the other countries in the geographic region. Now it's like, yeah, but there's some variables. However, the point I'm trying to make is it's not just about those variables would be on the margins. Like maybe it would affect things like 1% to 2%. What we were sold was that the lockdowns were so important. They were such a good thing. And there was a scientific consensus on it, as you've agreed, that we had to do it, even though it predictably meant we would crush the economy, we would crush people's mental health, we would crush people's physical health in other ways.
Rob, lockdowns weren't just the policies put in place. Lockdowns were the aspect of locking down, and Sweden did that voluntarily without policies.
Doesn't matter. My argument was...
It does matter.
That's not true. My argument was I was against the government forcing you to lock down. If you chose to stay at home yourself, that's fine. We are talking about forced government lockdowns. Were they effective?
Okay. Oh. Do you think that America would have voluntarily locked down the same way Sweden did?
Probably no country would have voluntarily locked down the same way that any other country in the world would have. And?
Do you think that we would have, do you think that without the policies, we would have had less or more deaths?
Probably more.
Okay, so that's my point.
I'm sorry, probably, you worded it as sort of like a negative. I think we would, by the end of it...
I said less or more.
By the end of it, we would have had less policies or less deaths without lockdowns. Once you factor in the amount of people that died because of a mental health crisis, substance abuse, economic catastrophe, which caused people to die, I think you'll find that the answer
numbers, Rob.
Okay, I just showed you them.
Not right now.
Under
Not
Sweden,
right now,
we just saw that's the case with Sweden. So we just saw that. So we took the country that did the least.
But they voluntarily locked down.
Okay,
Rob.
maybe the United States would have voluntarily locked down in similar ways.
I don't think we would have.
So show me the proof show me how they voluntarily locked down that was in ways that was much significance in the United States.
They voluntarily stayed home.
Show me the proof. Show me the proof.
I mean, I'm just reading it from AI. It was.
Now what we have is the data. We have that, and now it's like, well, they must have operated so much differently than Americans would have.
But I'm just telling you what I'm reading. Well, when I asked AI why was Sweden so low, this is what they gave me.
We also have other things like we had doctors, etc., that came out in the UK and admitted that they were unethically fear-mongering about this to try to get people to comply with lockdowns and shit like that. That probably was very bad and unethical.
Yeah, I don't agree with purposefully lying to the public in order to get them to comply with public policy. That's a bad thing.
You said that what we should do is compare countries that had lockdowns versus those that didn't. We did that, and we saw that the country that didn't lock down did better than most of the countries that did lock down. Now you're making excuses and saying, well, that was because of other factors, and that wouldn't have worked here in the United States.
What about South Korea? What about South Korea?
What about them?
They had incredibly low rates, and they had lockdowns.
Okay. And?
So it seems like lockdowns worked.
No. Again, what I'm trying to say is this. We have a baseline. COVID would have affected different countries in different ways. For example, we know it's going to affect people that are more obese. We know it's going to affect older people. We know it's going to affect people in different ways slightly differently. However, if lockdowns work, what we would expect to see, given the known terrible cost of lockdowns, that it was going to devastate the economy, that it was a restriction on people's rights, that it was going to cause a mental health crisis, that it was going to cause other physical ailments to increase, that it was going to cause substance abuse, that was going to cause increased domestic violence, that it was going to cause lack of education opportunities for children. Given all of that, that we had to be sold not just that it was a little wee itsy bitsy better, we had to be sold that it was going to be massively important to do those things. And it doesn't seem that that's the case. When we compare Florida to a place like New York, we can see that there wasn't a huge, massive difference, right? We were sold the bill of goods that Florida was about to be a hellscape. Never was. Didn't do marginally worse than what other states that had more stringent lockdowns did. We were told that places like Sweden would be a hellscape. Didn't happen. In fact, Sweden did better than the majority of the countries that did the lockdowns. Now, there was a scientific consensus that we should lock down, according to you, but it seems that that was a disaster. That the data doesn't bear out that that was what we should have done. Oh, screwed something up there. When we take Sweden with the countries that are geographically similar to it, like Finland, Norway, they still did better.
So, in the first wave of the pandemic, countries that implemented early strict lockdowns generally experienced lower death rates than in that specific period compared to countries like Sweden, which had higher initial death rates than its Nordic neighbors. Long-term excess mortality over the entire pandemic period, when using more reliable metrics of excess mortality, deaths above, we know what that is, the difference becomes less stark and even reversed. Sweden, no full lockdown, had among the lowest cumulative excess mortality rates in Europe. Countries, strict lockdown like Spain and UK, had significantly higher cumulative excess mortality risk. So would you accept this one? At the beginning of the pandemic, lockdowns were probably a good idea, but
No.
we may have, but that's what this data seems
That's
to say.
not what it says. It's not. What you're suggesting is, it would be like this. It would be like if I said, people that take steroids get way stronger and are healthier for 6 months, but then it shows that their health precipitously declines versus other people that don't take steroids. Would you say, well, then it makes sense to take steroids for 6 months? It's a good thing for 6 months. No, you would say, once you took it, then it leads to all these worse outcomes that you're going to experience down the road. That's what happened. The countries that locked down, yes, it may have prevented the initial spread of COVID, but eventually when they lifted the lockdowns, they're probably going to see a spread of COVID, and the more lockdowns you had, the more excess death you had of other things, such as alcoholism, addiction. You had people that weren't, because of lockdowns, they weren't being treated for other illnesses that they ended time with. You had people that were depressed. You had economic factors that when the economy dies, we've seen this over and over. The data shows when the economy goes down, more people die. So it was predictable that when you did something that was going to harm people's mental health, that was going to help harm people's economic fortunes, that more of them would die on the back end. The game you would try to play is to say, will we say enough in the short term that would justify the people that will die of the lockdown itself in the long run? I say no. There was never evidence to suggest that that's something we should do. And now we get into this because as we were talking about your belief and how much moral and better the Biden administration was trying to pay for things, I said, but look, you could see that real wage growth, inflation, etc. was crazy under Biden. You said because of COVID. I said, no, it was primarily because of the lockdowns during COVID. You said those lockdowns were good. I'm showing you that now it's not just about the people that died, it's also about their quality of life. Now we had to look at the fact that people were desperate because their purchasing power went down so terribly during the Biden years because of policies that you endorsed. You yourself, in the name of being moral and virtuous. That's the
Yes,
point.
I still hold that lockdowns saved lives. I do think that the individual countries, if lockdowns, when I say lockdowns, I mean people isolating, people not going to work, whether it's voluntary like Sweden or
I mean,
by
it
law
just
like America.
so look,
Which, by the way,
just to be clear, when it comes to the lockdowns, like they had something called the average stringency index, which came from Oxford, which it rates on a 0 to 100 scale how strict you are. 100 would be the hardest strictness, right? 0 would be you get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Okay, so cumulative excess deaths from 2020 to 2022 only, right? So that's not even looking
Mhm.
after that. United States 380. That's really bad. Right? I think that's in 100,000. So 380,000, right? Stringency index 45. Okay? Canada 140. Way better than the United States. Stringency index 55. Okay, makes sense. More strict. Then we have the United Kingdom 340. Higher yet, stringency index 60. So far that's the highest one, and they had the highest index. Second highest excess deaths behind the United States, but they had the highest index. Germany 140, stringency 60. France 250, stringency 60. Italy 370, stringency 65.
Could you send me what you're looking for?
It's just I searched it on AI like you.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Japan 80. Stringency index amongst the lowest so far, 45. And it had the lowest. So, I mean, it seems, at the very least, seeing as how those numbers are so varied, there's not solid evidence that it was worth it. That's just excess deaths to 2022. If we take it out to excess deaths to 2045.
Well, I mean, COVID was pretty much over by 2023, wasn't it?
Yes, but we would say that people died of the disastrous lockdown policies for other reasons that could stretch out beyond 2023.
Yeah, and I would be interested to see the studies on that.
So we would look at excess that we just read it for Sweden.
No, it would be, you would have to scientifically tie the excess deaths to the COVID lockdowns. Because maybe there have been studies at this point to say, oh yeah, no, the lockdowns did cause all these deaths compared to how many lives we estimate they saved. It wasn't worth it. And if I were to see those studies, then I would change my mind. It's not like
You just read a study that showed that when it came to excess deaths, we did better. What do you think, other than one did lockdowns and the other didn't? What do you think the metrics were?
Because I don't know that looking at one country is going to tell us a full story.
But again,
and also,
would it be worth to save 1% of lives? Would it have been worth to do lockdowns? If you knew that it was going to take away people's rights, it was going to depress people, it was going to harm the economy significantly, would it be worth it for 1%?
If it was 1% of the world, maybe.
If it was 1% of the people that die a year.
It depends on what the numbers of the people that get depressed. How long are they depressed? Is this a permanent thing for them? Are they dying? Are they committing suicide at higher rates because of the lockdowns? Like, maybe.
Final question. If I was to tell you, scientists suggest there's going to be a new airborne virus next year, what is the amount of deaths that they would predict that would justify lockdowns for you?
Probably that would justify lockdowns, like government policy lockdowns.
Correct.
Probably 500. If we could say 500,000 people
over the time of a year.
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear,
that's just a number of a question I never really thought about.
Right, and no one's holding you to an exact number. That's basically what we had under COVID, 500,000 a year.
Well, yeah, that's how many we had deaths, but how many were they predicting?
Well, I don't know. It depends on what you looked at. I think
what was the range?
Peter Daz, or was it? Neil Ferguson said 2.2 million in a quote do nothing scenario, which made no sense.
Why does that make no sense?
Because they define do nothing scenario as no one would change their behavior whatsoever, which would be
So
impossible.
is your argument that like it would have been, we would have gotten enough compliance for a non-government policy lockdown? Like we could have went through COVID without the government policies, government enforcing lockdown, and we wouldn't have. There would be enough people doing the responsible thing that we wouldn't have saved too many more lives.
I'm saying when it comes to the impact that we saw from the lockdown and how many lives it could save versus the damage it caused, it is clear that it wasn't worth it.
So what is the number for you that would make it worth it?
It would have
we
to
could
be
see a crystal ball.
It would have to be. They would have to answer a bunch of questions in addition to just having a number. Hypothetically, I would say when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, million people potentially dying, you could justify temporary restrictive measures. However, the following questions would need to be answered by the government before this sort of thing would be justified. One, what is the methodology they used and what is the number of people they think would be infected and died? That is their best guess. How did they come to that conclusion? Second, why are lockdowns the policy that we should use as opposed to other types of policies? Third, what are other mitigation strategies that we could use and how many lives do we think would be the difference that would be saved between those and between the lockdowns? Fourth, how many people do we expect will die as a result of the lockdowns? How many economic catastrophes do we expect? What do we expect GDP would go down, etc.? Fifth, how do we know when the lockdown should be lifted? What's the number of people that they would predict would be okay to then be people that they think could be affected before they would lift the lockdowns? All of those things would need to be explained before I would justify the government taking away our rights. The fact is the government in the United States did none of those and instead swarmily replied, "What do you want grandma to die?" As many of the same people that were saying that forced COVID patients into nursing homes with grandma, thereby causing her to die.
But you do understand why that's the response when of the other side, right?
Yes, because they're authoritarians that wanted to control us, and it
No,
resulted
no,
in one of the
because I'm not an
and it
I'm not an
resulted
authoritarian
and
that
it
wants to
resulted
control
in
you.
one of the largest transfers of wealth in history from the poor and working class to the upper class. So yes,
No,
I understand their
why,
motivation.
the reason why we say that is because whenever we bring up the amount of people that die, you bring up the age of the people that die.
You were
As
saying
if that
this.
makes
You
the
were
number
saying
not
this
matter.
before people significantly died. So to
What do
say,
you mean?
well, the reason we said things like that when we did the lockdowns in like April of 2020 was we knew later that when we brought up deaths, you would bring up the age. No, I refuse to accept that you were clairvoyant and lied to
No,
us.
I don't.
And we're flipping.
I think that the age was brought up like that. That was just the natural response to y'all bringing up
That
the
was
age.
not the natural response. My argument is this, that the government should have answered these questions, and instead they flippantly said, "What do you want grandma to die?" They didn't know that
Sure.
people would later say, well, the average age of COVID death was 78. That has nothing to do with what their response was. Their response, the reason they gave that response was, shut the fuck up. We don't owe you any answers. We know what's best for you. Don't ask questions. That's why they said,
Wait,
what do you want grandma to die?
Who said, "What do you want grandma to die"?
That was the response that was given when people said, wait a minute, why are we doing these
Do
lockdowns?
you remember anyone specifically saying that?
Yes, I remember that was the narrative that went around.
So this is like a general because the narrative is that if we don't lock down, then grandma will die.
Yes.
Like there will be older people that will die.
Yes. You're agreeing that was the narrative.
The narrative on the other side was it doesn't matter if these people die. We need
Dr.
to not lock
Deborah
down.
Birx, April 2020. We're trying to save grandma when talking about the lockdowns. Don Lemon reference, we have to save grandma to justify extended lockdowns in April of 2020. Governor Cuomo said in press conferences, we're not going to let grandma die alone, explaining this. Boris Johnson, Australian health officials both said we need to protect the vulnerable like grandmas.
Yeah, but like,
yes. So instead of
what
answering,
is wrong with wanting to protect older people?
What's
Grandmas?
wrong is when that's your response, instead of answering the questions that you should answer that I said would be necessary for the government to answer before they take away our First Amendment rights, they said, well, we need to save grandma. That's what's wrong.
Were those people you just read out Were those people you read out asked those questions, and that was their response?
They should not have to be asked those questions in order to answer those questions to justify stripping us of our rights. It is incumbent on the person that wants to. If I said to you, listen, trust me, liberal Cluck, for your own good, I have to lock you in your house and weld the door shut for the next year. We'll side sandwiches under the door. You'd be like, wait, what the fuck? And I'd say, shut up. Do you want to die? You'd be like, wait, before you restrict my rights like this, it's incumbent on you to be as transparent as possible for the reasons for this. I shouldn't have to ask for them to do that.
They gave us estimates of how many people would die in a do nothing
give me
scenario,
the estimate.
right?
So you endorsed the lockdowns, correct?
You already gave me the estimates. They had estimates.
You endorsed the lockdowns, correct?
I think they saved lives.
Did you endorse the lockdowns in real time?
Rob, I'll admit that now that I've re-looked into all this under you, I'm starting to think that maybe there could have been better.
My question to you though is, did you endorse the lockdowns in real time?
Yes.
What was the evidence? What was the evidence that you were looking at?
It was the idea that there would be more people dying without the lockdowns.
What was the evidence that you looked at?
It was the scientific community talking to us about it.
What exactly where? Who in the scientific community?
I never looked at it that deep.
So you said that you wanted the government through force to restrict people's First Amendment.
Because Rob, I didn't know that COVID was a thing. I knew about how easily it was to spread. I knew about how deadly it was to people, especially older people and the vulnerable. And I knew what the numbers were month to month.
So wait a minute. So when did you start to endorse lockdowns?
When I don't remember.
When the government started to? When different governments in the United States started to? Different state governments?
I have no idea if that was like explicitly when I started endorsing lockdowns.
Lockdowns occurred. When they initially occurred, did you support them or not?
March 12th, 2020 was when state of emergency was declared in Virginia.
Did you support it?
Probably state of emergency.
Okay, and the reason you did that was because you were looking at the total COVID deaths in places like Virginia up until that point?
Rob, I don't remember. Like I didn't
just said the reason you endorsed lockdowns is because you were looking at the numbers of deaths. So now you're saying yes, you did support the March
over the span of COVID. Yes,
at some
but like
point,
in that moment in March 2020,
yes.
I don't know what I was thinking.
But did you endorse the lockdowns when they started?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Because I remember when I first heard about COVID, I was on the it's probably just going to be a flu bandwagon.
Let me see something real quick.
I remember when I heard Boo of the Fifth Column talking about buying masks, I was like, I don't need to do that shit.
Let's see. When did Virginia start their lockdowns?
It looks like it was March 2020.
March 23rd, 2020.
Yeah.
So you don't know. You can't remember if you endorsed that at the time, if you thought that was a good idea.
No, not in March.
How about April?
My feeling is maybe. My feeling is that I started really getting scared and on the bandwagon of we got to do something about this when the numbers started going up.
If Trump would lock down people tomorrow, is that something that would pique your interest?
Yeah, I would definitely want to know why he's doing it.
But you didn't feel that way when Virginia did that during COVID. Didn't really pique your interest.
I'm sure I was like, why are they doing it during COVID?
What's that?
Hell, I might have even been like, why are we locking down? I don't remember.
So when do you think you started to say, yep, it's a good idea?
The way that I remember is when the numbers started going up.
Okay, when did the numbers start going up?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Rob, you're asking about 5 years ago.
What I'm asking is this: if I want to support authoritarian policies that tell people they literally can't go to their job, or they can't do things like go visit their grandparents in a nursing home, or they can't send their kid to school, I damn well would be fucking certain that I was doing research before I endorsed that sort of thing. You seem to be very flippant about it. Ah, well, easy come, easy go. We told millions of people that they couldn't leave their home. No biggie. I think it's incumbent on you, before you want to push for something grotesquely authoritarian like that, to do your due diligence to say, look, I think that this is the best possible solution because I've looked into this to the best of my ability. It is incumbent on the people that are enforcing it to say, we are going to be as transparent as possible and answer as many questions as possible, because it's terrible to lock people down. And we know there's going to be negative consequences. We're going to do our best to explain the exact scenario why this is necessary and what it's going to look like. And instead, we got none of that. Neither from the people that were in charge.
Are you sure we didn't get any of that, or we
Correct.
just weren't paying attention at the time?
I'm absolutely sure, because I was looking to the best of my ability and all of these questions went unanswered. For example, show me anywhere, anyone, Fauci, any of the state governments, etc., where they estimated how much the economy would be impacted by the lockdowns, or they estimated how many people would die as a result of the lockdowns. Or where they said, here's the number of people we expect to die that justifies us doing something like a lockdown. I've looked for it then in real time. I've looked for it since then. Haven't found one person ever tried to answer those.
They, as a result of the lockdown, I don't know that they had that. Fauci isn't an economist. He's probably not going to tell you. I'm sure there were probably economic estimates as to the effects of the lockdown. Estimates of what the effects of the lockdown would have. Again, I don't think the lockdowns were the only things that caused the economy to crash. It was probably a big one. It was definitely a big one.
Yes.
But I don't know about vast, but
what percentage do you think?
I would give it 65.
Okay, that's
just off the top of my head.
That's the vast bulk, I would say. 65%. Doesn't matter how we term the term. I don't give a shit about the term vast bulk. 65%, great. 65% of the economic decline was because of lockdowns. Great, awesome. And you're absolutely right, though. You're kind of coming to a half-truth, which is, yes, of course, if you leave it to epidemiologists and they're only looking at the lens through one thing, they'll say, there's a virus, we want to stop the spread. Everybody just stay in your house. Let's lock everyone in their home. There, less spread of a virus. Problem is, that doesn't look at other negative consequences that will have effects on health and other things. So it should have been that the leaders that are pushing these sort of things were getting a full picture, that they were trying to be like, okay, my scientists are saying, here's how many people might die, right? Here's what our possible options are to mitigate that. Here's why lockdowns are the best option we have. Here's when we feel that we're justified for lockdowns. Here's how we'll know when we could lift lockdowns to make sure, because this is an odious violation of people's rights. And so we want to make sure that we're doing this as best as possible, being transparent. Here's how bad we think this might hurt the economy. Here's how many people might die of other causes because of the lockdowns. That's what we would expect responsible leaders to do.
The post hoc studies on this say that many studies suggest, and this probably isn't a consensus, many studies suggest that the desire for self-preservation drove the majority of the economic reduction in activity. Researchers from University of Chicago found that voluntary social distancing accounted for around 60% of the decline in commercial activity and consumer foot traffic. They noted that foot traffic began declining well before officials' stay-at-home orders were issued. A study published in their Review of Economic Studies found that individuals reduced their time spent outside of their homes by about 75% even before the government mandates took full effect. Analysis of credit card data shows consumer spending dropped almost identically in counties with lockdowns and those without, suggesting mandates were not the sole driver of the drop.
Sounds like that does two things. One, doesn't talk about all sorts of jobs other than people eating out and things like that. This would only be a small part of the economy, particularly when we're talking about things like supply chains. Going out to your local restaurant and deciding to have dinner or not isn't really something that's affecting supply chains. That would be more akin to things that, like, people going to jobs that are like working at factories and other places like that.
You find the study suggest otherwise.
Secondly, it seems like those studies suggest, were those talking about the United States?
Probably.
Seems like that strongly suggests we didn't need government mandated lockdowns.
It's possible. Maybe we would have voluntarily locked
all
in
right.
ourselves.
Hmm.
Well, that was a whole thing that I said when we were talking about Sweden. I was like, maybe we, but then I asked you, and you said that we probably wouldn't have. So like,
I don't think I said I don't think we would have done it in the same way Sweden did. I don't think any two countries would do it the same. I'm not even so sure how much Sweden did it. I'm just taking people at words like, oh, yes, they did this. I don't know. I remember hearing reports at the time when I was looking at it. It's like people were grossly overestimated hearing by like, I think it was like November of 2020. It was like, actually, Sweden looks very similar to what it looked like before COVID. Most people were out and about. Now, I don't know if that's true. That could have been bullshit as well. Not sure. But I'm just saying.
I heard that they put restrictions, like, and they did put restrictions. Like it wasn't as much
they did
as
almost
we did.
nothing. They were like, you can't have gatherings of 50 people or more. Okay.
Well, they changed it to 8.
Point I'm trying to make is it's clear that these lockdowns affected people in a negative way. We had all sorts of things.
I'm sure they did. Nobody's denying that.
All right. So then, was it predictable that they would?
That they would have, sure.
And yet you still supported.
But it was also predictable that we would. It was predictable that we would. It was predicted that we would lose more people if we didn't do lockdowns.
Do you think they predicted that in Sweden?
I don't know what they predicted in Sweden.
Well, they would have.
I'm not even sure that there was a scientific consensus that we needed government-mandated lockdowns at the time.
I think you're absolutely correct about that. Incorrect about that.
You think there was a scientific consensus?
Yes, I think that the majority of scientists said that we should do lockdowns. In fact, they were censoring.
I think the majority.
They were actually censoring scientists that disagreed, doctors and such.
Well, I think the majority of the scientists said that we needed to social distance. Stay 6 feet away from each other, which sounds like Sweden's voluntarily did. And there's also the aspect of many of these places that put lockdown orders in, like California, the people didn't even follow them for the most part.
In March, April 2020, there was a very strong national consensus across government, public health officials, media, and general public that some form of government-imposed lockdowns and stay-at-home orders were necessary. The consensus was near universal. Huh.
Okay.
Missed that one, huh?
I just said I'm not sure. I was open to the idea that there was a consensus there.
Yes. So the point is there was a consensus. It turns out that if they would have had those sorts of consensus in Sweden, they'd have been wrong. And the point is they supported these lockdowns and there was this supposed consensus and no one bothered to answer the most basic facts about it. At all. You supported the you would forget about the government. You yourself at one point supported the lockdowns and you can't tell me why.
Yes.
You can't tell me why.
I told you why. I saw the deaths that were happening.
When?
I don't remember.
March? April? May? June?
I don't think it was March.
Do you think it was April?
I think that when shit was locking down early on, I was hopeful that I wouldn't have to work anymore. And that didn't happen.
So when the lockdown started in Virginia, you supported them in part because you were hoping that you didn't have to work.
Yeah, I was thinking about that kind of shit.
So I just want to be clear.
Like,
how old were you back then? Do you mind me asking?
5 years ago, in my late 20s.
Oh, okay.
I don't know the
you
exact
weren't like
number.
15 or something. That's all I'm concerned about. Yeah.
No.
So I just want to be clear. You supported the mass restrictions of people's rights in part because you're like, sweet, I won't have to go to work.
Yeah, because I wasn't really thinking about that in those terms.
This is exactly the type of mindset that I'm criticizing. That's exactly the
fine.
mindset. The flippancy to just be like, yeah, fuck it, impose restrictions on other people and ruin their lives. I don't care. I won't have to go to work, which is cool. That's out of control. And you weren't a teenager. You were in your late 20s when you came to that conclusion?
Oh, yeah, I was 28 at that.
That's fucking insane.
COVID first started.
That's an insanely flippant way to live life. I mean,
maybe, but at the time, Rob, I wasn't sitting down with people and actually like talking about. I wasn't sitting down with people and talking about the lockdowns and shit. I was talking to my friends.
Okay, I can accept. I'm even more willing.
Through.
I'm even more willing to accept. I'm more willing to accept that you didn't know the exact data of how many people were dying, but you damn well knew that lockdowns would have negatively affected people's lives and very.
No, that was not even a thing that crossed my mind at the time.
Wait a minute, why not?
Because I wasn't like in these communities talking about this shit at the time.
Okay.
COVID was when I first started getting into
So wait.
politics.
I just want to I just want to be clear, right? You think it's perfectly acceptable to say, "Ha, I get to stay home from work, so I'm okay," with an authoritarian policy that literally tells people that they can't go to work, send their kid to school, etc., because I have a small personal benefit if I don't feel like going to work. And your excuses, but I wasn't in the online debate community at the time.
No,
so I didn't know.
My excuse was that I wasn't thinking about these things at the time.
Why wouldn't you?
Like I was. I don't know. It just wasn't a thing that I was worried about.
How could we be sure the next time
was...
that a politician you like supports an authoritarian policy that you won't just go along with it and say, "Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about it. I saw a small personal benefit to myself." How do we know that? What's the?
Because I'm much more informed about things. I
Are you ashamed?
No, I didn't even have internet at the time. Holy shit! I didn't even have internet at the time.
How do you need to? Okay, so I have friends without internet. If I was to say to them, "Hey, here's this guy, let's weld him into his house," you think they'd say, "Oh, okay, I don't have the internet, so I don't know if that's a good thing or not." You think that's what they would say?
We didn't weld people in their house, Rob. We didn't weld people in their house.
Oh, okay. But do you answer my hypothetical? Do you think they would say, "Oh, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing"?
Of course not, because welding somebody in their house is way different than what we did.
Okay, so then if we take the example to say, if they were going to lock everyone down and say that they couldn't leave their house, or they couldn't go to work, or couldn't send their kid to school, you think they'd say, "Oh, that sounds great. I won't have to go to work. I don't have the internet, so I don't know if restricting people's rights like that's a good thing or not."
Most people who didn't have to go to work were happy about it because they were getting paid by the government.
They may have been. In fact, that's true. I'm sure a lot of people were happy they didn't have to work. That doesn't mean that they wanted lockdowns for their personal benefit. That's a different thing entirely. For example, like if they shut down the road because it's snowing and I don't have to go to work, I might say, "Sweet, I don't have to go to work," but I'm not happy about the blizzard and say, "Good, I'm glad that it shut everything down."
But you're happy that you don't have to go to work.
Sure. You supported the lockdowns, you said first, because...
No, I didn't say I supported the lockdowns. I'm telling you what my mindset was at the time. I didn't really think about these things.
Okay, so it wasn't that you supported the lockdown because you didn't have to go to work.
That's where I said, in order to demonstrate how little I was thinking about this kind of thing, I said that I was hoping that I didn't have to go to work.
But you didn't support it because of that.
No.
Okay. So
I didn't have an opinion on the lockdowns until I started seeing the numbers go up.
When do you think that was? April?
I don't remember.
May?
Maybe it was probably summerish.
Summerish, so maybe June. Is that fair?
Maybe.
So the COVID numbers in Virginia in June of 2020 convinced you.
Wait, Rob, are you hearing what I'm saying? I said, I don't know. You're pushing me for an exact date from 5 years ago when I started caring about COVID, and I'm saying maybe June.
What I'm saying is this: before I support an
June 2020, the United States recorded a total of 125,000 COVID-19 deaths.
Okay, so that was it. That was the number you said.
Yeah, it might have been June.
Okay.
It might have been before June. It might have been after June.
What I'm saying is this: can you think of a more restrictive time in your life from government policy?
Honestly, I wasn't that restricted during COVID.
They literally told people their kids couldn't go to school, that they couldn't, some places they said people couldn't go to church. They said that you couldn't go to your job unless you were deemed an essential employee.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Has anything like that ever happened in your adult life where they literally told you can't go to school, you can't go visit?
For me personally, or for the country?
For the country.
Oh, probably not for the country. No, I don't think so.
So then I would think before I supported that, I would say I'm going to inform myself before that, before I support something like that.
Rob, that's great. 28-year-old me was not even involved in the COVID conversation until the deaths started going up. Well, it wasn't my deaths that were going up. It was other people's deaths. Sure, you can call it selfish if you want, but I don't like. That's just a stupid way of putting it.
No, it's not a stupid way of putting it.
It is a stupid way.
Okay. I just want to be clear then. You do understand this is the exact rationale for supporting the Patriot Act.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the rationale.
I'm afraid that a bunch of people will die if we don't do this, so I'm for the taking away people's rights. And if I said, well, what were you looking at? What was the evidence you were looking at that supported that? And you'd be like, I don't know. I just remember that I was thinking that. Before I come to that conclusion, right, I would say, and the Patriot Act, far less egregious, or at least, let me put it this way, maybe not egregious. The Patriot Act, far less evident and restrictive is what we saw with these lockdowns under COVID. I would just think, I don't see what's difficult to other. It's a very simple principle. I believe in like free association. I believe that people should be able to go to work. I believe that kids should be able to go to school.
I do too.
I believe that you should be able to go to church. I believe that you should be able to go visit your parents. I believe you should be able to have a wedding.
Yeah.
I believe you should be able to have
Absolutely.
a funeral. Those are all things I think are important. Before I say I'm for the government telling people they can't do those things, I'd say, hot damn, what a restrictive thing. I'm going to have to really look in and be really convinced and do my due diligence before I suggest that the government does that in mass to people. Not you, apparently.
So, 125,000 deaths by June.
120, that's what you were looking at. That's what you were looking at.
I don't know that that's what I was looking at, but that's what was happening at the time.
Okay.
So 125,000 deaths. I'm telling you that my support for the lockdowns, my involvement in the COVID conversation started when the deaths started going up. That's the thing that I was focusing on.
I don't believe you. I'll tell you straight. I think that this is post hoc justification. I think that you probably were sweet. I think you probably.
My ultimate answer is I don't remember, Rob.
I think that you told the truth when you were saying, "Oh, sweet, yes, these lockdowns are great. I think they're a great thing because I get to stay at home and I get paid money." That's what I think.
I didn't even get to stay at home. I didn't even get to stay at home for one. I was hoping I would, but yes, that was a thing that went through my mind. I fully admit
That's
that.
the truth.
I was
that
hoping.
I believe.
I was a little bitter at my friend who got to stay
And
at
I
home.
also don't
and
believe
get paid
you
for
knew
it.
the amount of deaths.
And I didn't.
I don't believe you ever looked significantly into this by the time you were supporting lockdowns. I believe you were probably just listening to what people were saying on things like TV. And you were like, oh, everyone's saying we need to lock down. Yes, that's a good idea. We do need to lock down. That's what I believe was most likely the case. And I have reason to believe that because it seems based on your reaction now that you're like, I wasn't deeply looking into it. I just thought, people were dying. So yeah, do lockdowns.
Yes, when people start dying, that's when I started looking into it.
Yeah, but I don't think you knew exactly how many people died. I don't think you thought through it. You just said, you heard people like Dr. Fauci say lockdowns, and you're like, yeah, that sounds good. People are dying. Yep. That's what happened.
That's exactly what it was, Rob.
What's that?
You got me, Rob.
Am I wrong?
No, yes, you are wrong.
So you're telling me that you knew that 100 and something thousand people died once it triggered to that moment. You were like, oh, now that 100 something thousand died.
At the point, the thing that convinced me that lockdowns were a good idea was when people were dying. Yes.
Okay. So people were dying in March.
It might have been March.
Okay.
I don't remember. I can't. When did you start caring about lockdowns?
I started
what month?
March when they started.
It was March. Okay.
Yes, and my video's up to prove it. That I thought it was outrageous. Even the 15 days to slow the spread shit, I thought was outrageous. I was right, by the way. Absolutely correct. I was correct about.
Well, first of all, we didn't participate in lockdowns the way that we should have. Even California, liberal-ass California, people still went out. They still went to restaurants. They still gathered. They still did those things.
You're absolutely right. It's something that I criticize as well. Another reason I was against lockdowns. The only reason lockdowns theoretically could have made sense and they still would have been egregious was if you had a complete and total lockdown and basically told people they couldn't leave their house except for significant emergencies or to do something very quickly like to get groceries, right? Or
So-
you could have let the virus. Here's what I was saying early and often. I was like, look, by looking into this shows that there's two types of viruses that can kill a lot of people. One, there are viruses that have a very high lethality rate. In other words, it might not infect a lot of people, but if you get this virus, oh boy, there's a good chance you're going to die, right? Like 10, 15, 20% lethality rates. The other types of viruses that kill a lot of people are viruses like the flu. And that's that they're not particularly lethal. It's just they infect so many people that even if the lethality rate's just fractions of a percentage, by infecting 5 million people, you're going to lead to a considerable amount of people dying. And it was clear that COVID was that type of virus. But the problem is lockdowns aren't effective against those types of viruses. And the reason is because you can't really do the total lockdown that would be necessary. Eventually, people are going to go out there and that virus is still going to be lingering and people are going to catch this disease. It's going to happen. So the best thing to do is to use our resources to protect the most vulnerable populations, particularly like infants that don't have a strong immune system, elderly people, people with comorbidities that are maybe like morbidly obese or have COPD or asthma or severe cases of diabetes. Do what we can to protect them, but let the rest of the people go about their life pretty much as normal. That's what we should do. And it turns out that was exactly what we should have done. Because it was not possible. The worst case was to do the half-ass lockdowns. It gets all the negative consequences for the economic consequences, the social consequences, the depression that people had, all of that shit. You get all the negative consequences, but you don't get the benefits of what the lockdown would have saved. That's the problem. So in a weird way, you're right. We didn't do the lockdowns, but everybody knew the way the lockdown policies were set up were fucking laughable. For example, in my state of Pennsylvania, we picked and chose what stores were allowed to stay open. So the local guys in the two towns near me that had a hardware store, they're out of fucking business now. Still, after COVID, because they had to shut down because they were deemed non-essential. But Home Depot was open. Now, here was the thing. Normally at the Home Depot I go to, it's a huge building. You're never really shoulder to shoulder with people in Home Depot. But you know what they did? They said, well, you can only have like 15 people at a time or 25 at a time in the Home Depot. So they made you stand in line, shoulder to shoulder, outside the building as you waited to get in. Ironically, putting you closer to the very fucking people that you wouldn't have been that near if you'd just been allowed inside the building. So there were all sorts of dumbass policies like that you were like, this doesn't make sense. Up to and including the two most severe. One, putting COVID patients in nursing homes, which was fucking laughably stupid, but we were told that's what the medical professionals say. And the other was locking down children from schools when all of the evidence suggested that that was a fucking disaster. The kids were amongst the least likely to get COVID, that they were more likely to get it at home than at school, and that it was going to significantly impact these kids in terrible ways if we did these lockdowns. And yet we did. That's what happened.
Locking down the children wasn't for their protection. It was for the protection of the people who worked at the school.
I would say that any society that intentionally harms children for the protection of the adults is fucking monstrous.
To what extent have the children been harmed by COVID policies?
Well, let's take a look. Learning deficit, key findings, average loss of 0.17 standard deviation in test scores, or half a year to a full year of learning, up to 35% of a school year lost in reading and math. In most middle income countries, 70% of 10-year-olds now unable to read, which was about 50% pre that. Income inequality lighting, remote learning exacerbated gaps, income families had less support, leading to higher dropout. Dropout engagement, absenteeism, disengagement, U.S. grade 3 math proficiency fell from 50% to 33%. Anxiety and depression, 18 to 60% of children above clinical thresholds became depressed. Depression symptoms up 11% overall. Behavioral issues, higher irritability, inattention, and hyperactivity. Suicide attempts rose. 9.8% from 2.8 pre-lockdown. That's right, 8% increase or 7% increase in suicide attempts, right? Loneliness and social isolation. Loss of peer routines led to clinginess, separations, anxiety. 64% of studies link closures to significant distress. Physical activity and obesity, 50 to 70% drop in activity. Screen time up 2 to 3 times daily. BMI increases projected 1 to 2 points per average. Nutrition and sleep, 37 million children miss school meals. Sleep disturbance in 20 to 30% of children. Irregular patterns worsened health. Developmental delays. Infants born in 2020, 2021 at higher risk for delays in language, executive functions. School readiness losses in 4-year-olds. Shall I go on?
Okay. No, I believe you.
I could then talk to you about how it affected people that I took care of that were adults with issues like autism. Lives ruined, shattered, because their social connections were so important to them. And yet, so I had people.
Okay, but what about the lives ruined, shattered from the people that died? Like you ignore that calculation when you talk about these things.
No, I'm not ignoring the calculation. What I'm saying is we have no evidence that suggested at the time or post that the people that were quote unquote saved from these lockdowns, which you admitted that we did piss poorly anyways, outweighed the consequences of these people. For example, we could see in Sweden, when it came to total excess deaths, they actually did better than contemporary countries that did the lockdowns.
Because they actually locked down themselves. America didn't.
That's not true. You have no evidence that they locked down more significantly than the United States.
That's what they said. That's
that article said that Sweden
said.
voluntarily locked themselves down worse than the states that were enforcing strict lockdowns in the United States. Can you show me that?
No, that's not what it said. They said that they voluntarily socially isolated or whatever it was called. Distance.
Did their kids keep going to school?
Yeah.
Huh.
Wait, hold on a second. So I would agree with you that the school lockdowns were a bad idea. But I'm telling you that wait, hold on. When you say that, they're a bad idea because kids weren't dying from COVID anyways, that's not the reason why the schools were locked down. Now, your argument that the harms to the kids, the harms to the teachers the harms to the kids outweigh the harms that would have been to the teachers had we gone back, then maybe that's a good argument for that. But your argument that kids weren't dying from COVID is a bad argument for that.
No, that's not true, right? One, how many teachers are there in the United States? Like roughly under 4 million. 3.7 million, we'll say, right? Actually, we'll say 4 million if you include private teachers, right? Okay, 4 million.
Yeah.
Median age, 42. How many 40-year-olds and younger died of COVID?
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
200,000 is what I think I was.
So the argument is, right? The argument is that 200,000. Well, let me check this. From 39 and under, cumulative total deaths, or 35 to 39, 7,500. 25 to 34, 12,000. So if we go from 15 up, we had 22,000. 15 to 39. 22,000.
What was that number?
22,000 in 5 years. So just to be clear, the argument is that in a population.
Wait, but that would be, 22,000 in 5 years. But that's 22,000 people that would otherwise be alive.
Okay. I just want to be clear. In other words, that's out of a population, and that's in 5 years in a population of 350 million people. So if we take that and we lower that from 350 and divide that to 4 million, because that's what we're doing. So what's 4 divided by 350? That's 0.01, about 1%, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, 350 divided by 4, right? Wait, I'm screwing up.
So you think that our argument was that children were going to die if we open the schools?
Let me finish. So we had about 1%. So if we take 1% of that 20,000 number, then we're looking at potentially, what's 1% of 20,000? We're looking at 200 deaths saved. We locked down children and had all those negative effects to save potentially 200 people.
But didn't I tell you that the argument of there weren't going to be enough deaths in the schools to justify the harms from the lockdown is a good argument, but the argument that children don't die from from COVID is a bad argument. Isn't that what I said?
I repeat.
Didn't I tell you that the argument that locking down schools in order the negative externalities that come from locking down schools because children don't get COVID and die from COVID is a bad argument?
No, that's actually a good argument because it shows that there was no protection of the children. In fact, the children were more.
Because that
let me
wasn't
finish.
the reason
The
why.
children were more likely to get COVID at home, right? So that's a good argument. It's a good argument that this had nothing to do with protecting children. In fact, it endangered children. Not only did it actually increase their odds of getting COVID, but it actually harmed children in massively predictable, significant ways, which we're now seeing. Now, children were less likely to spread COVID, far less likely than any other group, right? And so the chances the teachers being around children were probably far less likely to contract COVID.
Well, no, not contract COVID, die from COVID. Because
No. It's also true that when it came to contracting and spreading, Wiener and such in JAMA Pediatrics 2021, adolescents had a 44% lower odds of spreading infection. Children transmitted rates less overall. Over and over, it showed this.
Less, but they still could. Like there was still a possibility, and with a high spread virus like COVID, 40% less is still probably, my guess would be, just as infectious as the flu still. More so than the flu.
Teachers had lower risks of contracting COVID than other essential workers. Compared to other essentials such as healthcare, teachers had lower risk.
Of course, they had lower risk than healthcare workers. So, what was the reason? What was the reason that you remember given to shut down schools?
The reason that I heard was it was to protect children. That was the primary reason. They later said afterwards, once it was evident that the science all was bullshit, it showed that was bullshit. They were like, well, it's also to protect teachers. Let me see here. BMJ Scotland study. Teachers did have a 1.2 to 1.4 high risk of COVID after reopening, almost all mild cases, but a less than 1% cumulative incidence, meaning less than 1% of teachers got any case of COVID, most of them mild.
So the reasons that I'm given is containing the spread. Schools gather large groups of people in close proximity, making ideal environments for a respiratory virus to spread quickly. In March 2020, with limited testing capability, that was another thing. Like, you forget that we couldn't even test for COVID for a long time. And we didn't know a whole lot about COVID for a long time, too. So a lot of these policies went into place with little knowledge, with limited testing and capacity and knowledge of the virus. Closing schools was seen as necessary, blunt instrument to slow the transmission across communities. So the schools start closing at a time where we had limited testing and a time where we had limited knowledge of COVID.
First off,
protecting vulnerable.
Go ahead. Okay. Vulnerable population.
Protecting vulnerable populations. The initial focus was on flattening the curve to prevent hospitals from becoming overwhelmed. There was a concern that while children might not get very sick, they could easily bring the virus home and infect parents, grandparents, and teachers who are at higher risk of severe illness and death. Scientific uncertainty. Early data on how easily children caught and spread the virus was limited and confusing. Some early studies suggest children were not a major spreader, while later studies indicate they could transmit the virus effectively, even asymptomatically. The cautious approach led to closures. Alignment with broader lockdowns. School closures were often a part of a wider package of non-pharmaceutical interventions implemented during the general lockdowns, alongside closing non-essential businesses and mandating stay-at-home orders. Supply chain issues. In the very beginning of the pandemic, there were severe shortages of personal protective equipment, PPE, sanitation supplies, and even basic cleaning products, making it difficult to ensure safe, hygienic school environments.
The truth is that the lockdowns were being endorsed much longer than just initially in March.
Sure, but like, when did we actually have full knowledge of what we were dealing with?
Do we still?
I don't think we even had. No, not
Okay.
not full knowledge. But when did we know for sure that this wasn't going to be a big risk?
We knew for children pretty early.
Get a big risk of them spreading it to other people, and that
It didn't matter. We knew for children they were.
No, it does matter.
Okay, so when do we know for sure that this flu season isn't going to kill millions of people? When for sure do we know that?
We have a pretty good idea because we have had flu season every single year.
Doesn't matter. We have different strains every year, and there's variants.
Sure, and the mass majority of those strains kill about the same amount of people year after year.
The idea that we didn't know, so therefore the default position was to lock down children with the predictive negative consequences we see is fucking monstrous. It's monstrous.
Well, I don't even think that all of the negative externalities that we saw in children were even all that predictive at the time. I think that there were probably people who were saying, "Oh yeah, this is probably going to harm the children in this, that, and the other way," and there were probably people who were being like, "Oh, this is doing this temporarily is not going to have that big of an effect."
One second. It was predictable what would happen if you shut down children from schools. And the people that claim that they don't have an idea of it are full of shit. In April of 2020, early U.S. data showed low child severity, 0.06 to 0.07 case fatality rate, versus 5.4 if we take all ages.
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry.
0.06 to 0.07 when it came to low child severity. Case fatality rate. In international reopenings in June, that was in April and May of 2020. We knew it was very little severity for children. In June and July of 2020, let me finish. In June and July of 2020, international reopening provide first evidence. Low in-school transmission. Consensus emerges that closures harms outweigh benefits for low-risk kids. So internationally, they would open schools, and the United States continued to keep them closed in June and July of 2020, that the transmission rates at schools were low, that the harms to children outweighed. Then after that, July, August, UXS for July, reopen with mitigations. It wasn't until January of 2020 that the CDC finally formalized, quote, preponderance of evidence supports full in-person learning, low transmission risk. So when the rest of the world knew in June of 2020, June and July of 2020, it took the CDC until January of 2021. February 2021, pediatric experts, 175 agree elementary reopening safe without vaccines.
So 2021 is when the pediatric
March, April 2020. Systemic reviews confirm reopenings are not linked to surges. Show null mixed effects when it came to spreading the disease. 2021 onward, full consensus. Harms of closure, i.e. mental health, outweighed. Reopenings improve outcomes.
So June 2020 is you're giving me a lot of dates here. I'm hearing that this institution came to this conclusion in 2021. This institution came to this conclusion mid 2020. This institution. So it seems like there wasn't really a consensus until around 2021.
No, that's not true at all. There was an international consensus that showed that the data, we opened schools internationally, and it showed there were very low transmission rates. That was in June and July of 2020. In April and May of 2020, U.S. data showed that there was a low child severity. That was in April and May. By July, U.S. experts aligned. Reopening with mitigations was the way to go because there's low child contagiousness, right? By September 2020, the World Health Organization and UNICEF framework reopened safely. Evidence shows minimal child to adult transmission. That's September of 2020. Lockdowns continued. It took until January 2021 for the CDC to say, okay, it's safe to reopen, despite the fact that the World Health Organization was saying in September that there was very low child to adult transmission.
So it's like a 5-month delta?
Sure. The lockdowns of the children in the first place were outrageous. And then the fact that the lockdowns continued after all the evidence was showing the opposite. That they were harmful to kids, that it was easily predictable.
The evidence that you're citing was sporadic throughout the year.
Explain sporadic. It's all going in the same direction, and it's different groups.
Sure.
What we're talking about is this. You're like,
direction.
Let me make the case for you. The reason we had lockdowns was because the best lockdowns in school, the best available evidence suggested that was something we needed to do. Correct? That's steel manning your position.
In the beginning, yes.
Okay.
And the longer the lockdowns went on, I would say about 6 months in, it was probably not a bad idea.
The best available evidence we had in April of 2020 showed low childhood severity. The best available evidence we had in June and July of 2020, let me finish. The best available evidence we had showed that it was a low in-school transmission. A consensus emerged in June and July of 2020 based on the schools that reopened. A consensus emerged. The closures' harms outweigh benefits for low-risk kids. In other words, kids that don't have comorbidities. July and August, U.S. experts agree. Reopen with mitigations, that there's low child contagious. That's what the best available evidence. September 2020, best available evidence from the World Health Organization and UNICEF says to reopen, that there's minimal child to adult transition. October to December 2020, best available evidence says schools with safe precautions are doing fine. There's no surges from the reopenings. Best available evidence then finally allows the CDC in 2021 to say, okay, we support reopening. Now, if it's about best available evidence and each step of the way from April the whole way up, pretty much every month, we get more and more data. It's not really harming the kids. Transmission to adults is very low. The harms far outweigh the benefits. Over and over and over. Internationally, we're seeing it. That's the best available evidence. So explain to me, why didn't that occur?
It did occur. It was occurring all over the country. We all reopened at different times, and reopenings really started kicking off in 2021. So we get off of the list you just read. I would say that it was probably mid. So it would have been the winter semester of 2020 was probably a good time to reopen. Most of the schools waited till 2021, January 2021. And then some of them waited till 2022, which was definitely way too long. The CDC recommended it in 2021, early 2021.
February 12th.
They were 4 months late.
So February 12th. So here's in February 12th, 2021, under Joe Biden. Wait, did I get that right? The CDC releases. Wait. Where did I get this? The CDC revised its guidelines. Operational strategy recommends hybrid remote and high transmission areas. Effectively closing full in-person teaching for 90% of counties in the United States. That was in February 12th, 2021. What had happened was the day before that.
We got Delta.
No, listen. The day before that, so the CDC, Randy Weirgarten's organization she ran was the American Federation of Teachers, America's largest teachers union. So in January, we see pre-call notes. We're going to recommend pushing objective metric for closure and trigger. Staff email to CDC. Rochelle Walensky urges inclusion of closure thresholds. February 7th, AFT and National Education Associate request PR coordination for reopening messages. Thanks CDC for responsive to suggestions made by Randy. February 11th, a direct email from AFT, again, the teachers union. We must urge inclusion of clear closure triggers in the imminent guidance. Emphasis on needing the closure trigger. This was cited in GOP probes as evidence of influence. Walensky later testified the AFT pushed for auto closure triggers. The very next day, the CDC revises their guidelines. Operational strategy recommends hybrid remote high transmission areas, which effectively closes full in-person teaching for 90% of counties. And then that lasts until May of 2021, which it drops the stricter thresholds, supports more reopenings with masks and vaccines. Then in July of 2021, they further ease, finally, which leads to a full shift of reopening. 96% of schools then reopen. So not only do we see that the CDC's initial guidance in 2020 supported short-term closures evolving into reopenings by July 2020. The February 2021 version added closure criteria, which critics say prolonged the shutdown despite emerging evidence of low child risk. Walensky testified that the AFT pushed for these triggers, but Weingarten maintains it was collaborative feedback, not dictation. In other words, the CDC's guidance was still supporting closures all the way up until May of 2021, despite the evidence that I just read you, that there was an international consensus that way back in June of 2020.
Didn't we get the Delta variant? Didn't we get the Delta variant in 2021?
I don't know. What's the point?
The Delta was a more deadly virus. That's why you saw more deaths under the Biden administration.
Did it lead to more deadly? Do you have evidence that it was more deadly for children, more deadly for in-school transmissions, any of that?
At the time, we didn't know what that was going to be.
The best available evidence that we had showed that the consensus emerged that closures harms outweighed the benefits for kids. U.S. experts
that was
agreed.
The first variant. That was the first variant, right?
Show me evidence that they thought differently about the second variant. Go ahead.
Maybe. Let me see.
Did Europe and all the other countries in the world, the Western, lock down schools again in 2021?
I don't know. So it says Delta variant did not cause widespread return to initial full-scale first lockdown seen in March 2020. However, its high transmissibility led to significant disruptions in the 2021, 22, and 22 school years, including temporary closures and shifts back to virtual learning and in-person in certain districts.
Okay, I missed some of that.
It's according to this. It seems like the Delta variant and its high transmissibility led to significant disruptions in the 2021 to 2022 school year, including temporary closures and shifts back to virtual learning in certain districts.
Okay. I think I misheard you there because it sounded like one more time. I'm so sorry.
The Delta variant did not cause widespread returns to the initial full-scale school lockdowns seen in March 2020. However, its high transmissibility led to significant disruptions in 2021 to 2022 school year, including temporary closures and shifts back to virtual learning in certain districts.
In Europe?
No, I didn't ask about Europe. I asked because you asked me if it led to school closures, Delta.
Mm. Yeah, I know in the United States it did. That's the point.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Like they that's the reason why. Now you can say that's not a good reason, but it's not like it wasn't without reason.
What was the reason?
Delta variant. We didn't know what the hell was going on with that.
Okay,
at the
yes,
time.
I agree. The best available evidence suggested that these school closures were significantly harming children and were worse because the transmission rates, etc., for children were bad. In the United States, right, they decided, despite knowing that, we're still going to lock down schools. And this went the whole way up until, where was the date?
Because, Rob, that study that you're citing was about a whole different variant.
It doesn't matter. You would need to,
It does.
Okay, so then Omicron, did we lock down schools?
We didn't, because it was
It's a whole different variant.
less
But it's a whole different variant. But they didn't know.
Okay,
They
so we
didn't
see
know at
these.
the time.
Wait,
They
Rob,
didn't know.
Rob,
At the time, they didn't know.
we
They didn't know how bad it would be. So they were negligent in not locking down the schools, right? Because they didn't know. It was a whole different variant.
Rob,
It was a whole different variant.
Delta,
How did they know?
Delta shown itself to be more dangerous in the Asian countries and where it first emerged. Omicron did not.
They shut down schools.
Now we didn't know.
The
We didn't know specifics.
The overwhelming consensus was that it was harmful to children to lock down the schools. That's what we saw. We knew that. We knew that the transmission rates were low. You saying, yeah, but they were worried maybe the second variant would be worse. It turned out it wasn't, but they were worried. So they had to maintain lockdown guidance way into, let's see.
I'm not saying they had to. I'm telling you that this wasn't without reason.
Of course there were. Anything you do, you could say is with reason. And?
Okay.
Yes, I know what their
And
explanation was.
I think that you're not giving enough credence to how terrible the COVID was to the people that got it, to the people that lost their family members to this disease.
Why don't you give a shit?
People,
my uncle died of the flu. Why are you so callous you don't give a fuck about that? Why?
I
Tell
do
me
care.
what it
That's
is
really
why
sad.
you hated my uncle. Tell me.
You know what? I
Tell
care
me
so
that.
I care
Tell
so
me why
much
you
about
don't
that.
care.
That I think that people that are showing flu symptoms should have to wear masks in public.
Okay, and just to be clear, so you would tell all those kids of all the things that increase suicidality of kids, shut the fuck up, you little shits. Don't you care about those old people
I'm not
that were dying?
saying
That's
that.
what you would say, that right? That's what you would say.
I think that when you're looking back at it, it is very clear that both strains didn't justify a lockdown for schools. And in a time there were people that were saying that, and in a time there were people that were saying the opposite.
So, and then what we have is what we can see is that CDC recommended keeping schools open. Then America's Big Teacher Union, they're like you. They wanted to get paid to stay home. They thought that was pretty cool. So they sent an email saying, we urge these closures. And then the very next day, the CDC reverses their guidelines and said, yeah, okay, which results in the closure of 90% of schools in the counties. Then it takes them all the way to basically July to basically fully endorse a full shift to reopening. Coincidence, though. Coincidence. And it turned out they were wrong.
Wait, what is your claim again?
February 11th, America's biggest teachers union sends an email directly to Rochelle Walensky of the CDC, says we must urge inclusion of closure triggers in the imminent guidance, emphasis on needing a closure. CDC revises their guidelines the very next day. Operational strategy recommends hybrid remote in high transmission areas. This effectively closed in-person learning at 90% of counties in the country.
So you're saying that it was the teachers union that caused the shutdown,
I'm saying that the
CDC,
yes, that the CDC guidance, the CDC's initial 2020 guidance supported short-term closures, evolving to reopenings by July of 2020. The February 2021 version, influenced by the America's largest teachers union, added closure criteria, which critics say prolonged shutdowns despite emerging science on low child risk. Walensky testified in June of 2023 that AFT pushed for this. But Weirgarten, who was the head of that teachers union, said it was collaborative between her and the CDC. Nonetheless, the head of the CDC saying, yes, it was because they pushed for it.
So what I'm seeing is lobbying for closures. This is teachers union involvement. Teachers unions, such as the American Federation of Teachers, actively lobbied for schools to remain closed until specific safety precautions, ventilation improvements, mask mandates, social distancing, and later teachers' vaccinations were put into place, which is what Europe did for during Delta, by the way. Correlation with closures duration. Research by the National Bureau of Economics Research and others found that across thousands of school districts, schools were less likely to reopen for in-person instruction in areas with stronger teacher unions. These studies found a correlation is stronger predictor of school status than local COVID-19 risk levels. Influence on guidance. A U.S. House Select Subcommittee investigated later found that AFT had direct input, which is what you're talking about the email. Advocacy of member safety. Union leaders argue that they were doing their job by advocating for safety of their members, especially given that teachers were higher risk of severe illness for COVID-19 students. They contend that European schools opened sooner because safety measures were already in place and schools were prioritized over commerce. Now, I'll give you that the teacher unions had a lot to do with it. Do you give them that there were probably safety measures that should have been put in place that wasn't?
No, I don't. Like what?
No?
Give me
Okay. Well,
give me an explanation.
I gave you examples.
Okay.
Ventilation improvements,
Okay, so what would
which
that
is
look
what
like?
Europe did.
What did that mean?
I-
What did they do? Ventilation improvements. Go ahead.
I'm guessing improving the ventilation systems, which is what European schools did.
Okay, so what did they do? They put new air ducts in? That's your claim?
Maybe
No, I don't think that's
more
what they
air
did.
ducts. I'm not sure.
No, I'm sure it had to
No,
do with
hold on. That's what. Hold on, because I looked up the European approach during the Delta wave. Mitigation measures. Instead of full lockdowns, European schools implemented robust mitigation measures: masking, testing, and ventilation and social distancing. Improvements to classroom ventilation, physical distance where possible, and use of smaller pods or class sizes were common practice.
So they built new air ducts for all the buildings? Is that what happened in the United States, by the way? Eventually when they reopened? We built new air ducts?
Probably not. But I think we reopened when the vaccine became widely available. Like our full on we were reopened was when the vaccine was like.
So if we
widespread.
look at this in 2021, here's a list of Europe of what they were doing starting in January. UK 8 weeks closed, 8 to 10 weeks at the most. Germany was 3 to 5 months. Okay, Scotland less than 8 weeks. France 3 to 4 weeks. Italy 3 to 4 months. Spain less than 2 weeks. Netherlands 8 weeks. Sweden never locked down. Denmark 6 to 8 weeks. Austria less than 3 months. Poland 6 to 7 months. Czech Republic 7 months. Belgium basically it said didn't really lock down. The United States, it says, end quote. Most prolonged closures in the developed world in 2021.
Mhm.
Almost all schools fully. But October they opened. October. If we look at like a full comparison of European average total weeks of national full closure, 0 to 12 weeks. United States, 40 plus weeks. Countries that kept primary element.
That's not getting at to my question. Like it seems like they were lobbying for closures until specific safety precautions such as
I want
ventilation
you to
improvements,
show me.
mask
I want you to show me what those safety precautions were. Like we even see. By the way, they've now admitted that they were wrong. Just so you know.
Yeah. What? Hold on. I said that was wrong. I said that earlier. But what I'm saying is,
Reargarten admitted mistakes in December 25. Yes, I understand that teachers could have said. Your argument is this. Well, the fact that this irreparably harmed so many children, you have to understand that they were requesting things. These teachers' unions, they're requesting things. So the United States did the worst in the developed world. They did the worst because the teachers were requesting things. Don't you understand that, Rob? They were requesting. You do understand that, Rob? They were requesting things.
Wait, they were requesting things that the rest of the developed world was already doing.
Prove it.
I mean, I'm not going to prove it any more than looking up the AI right now.
I want you to prove what the ventilation was in a Scottish school compared to the United States.
Yes, many countries in Europe implemented official recommendations and funding initiatives to improve school ventilation during COVID-19 pandemic. However, a lot of European schools buildings, especially older ones, primarily rely on natural ventilation, open windows, rather than advanced mechanical systems. Methods of ventilation improvements. Official guidance. Public health agencies across Europe, such as German environmental agencies, issued guidelines that stressed the importance of increased outdoor fresh air supply in schools. Recommendations included maximizing outdoor intake in existing HVAC systems, implementing frequent purge ventilation by fully opening a window and doors even during colder weather, using CO2 monitors to gauge air quality, funding and installation. Some regions actively invested in new systems. For example, government of Central Italy, that wasn't the country you asked for, was it?
You said Europe.
Market region funded an installation of mechanical ventilation system in hundreds of classrooms after studies showed these systems could reduce relative risk of infection, approximately 80% compared to natural ventilation. Air filtration, the use of portable air cleaners and filtration units, such as high efficiency Now, dude, we might have invested in this.
So, for example, in Chicago in 2021-2022, the teachers union demanded HEPA units, MERV 13, and CO2 monitors, and they went on strike in January 2022, closing schools. United Teachers Los Angeles, $800 HEPA filter in every classroom, full HVAC assessment. District spent roughly $300 million and delayed full reopening until August 2021. Fairfax County, Virginia, MERV 13, a portable HEPA in every classroom, engineering study before full 5-day return. They stayed locked down until fall of 2021. Montgomery County, Maryland, same package, refused to return until ventilation.
Can we just find one that's like especially egregious, and let's just focus on that one, okay?
Sure, Virginia, your state. Kept locked
All
down
right.
until fall of 2020 because they wanted a MERV 13 and portable HEPA in every room, and an engineering study to be done before return.
Okay. So my claim that they were trying to get these things that Europe already had, doesn't that seem to be
Show me that
or was
Europe,
already getting?
show me that Europe had
I just read it.
Okay, Europe had MERV 13 and portable HEPAs in
Oh,
every
are
room.
you saying that you're saying that the Americans were asking for too much? The American Teachers Union.
I'm saying that the evidence suggested that every country, the United States was literally the worst in the developed world. Your defense is because they were demanding the things that Europe had to return. I say prove it. The things they were demanding in this case was a, quote, MERV 13 plus portable HEPA in every room, plus an engineering study before a full 5-day return. You're saying, yes, that's what all these places in Europe had. Prove it.
Well, the general thing was
opening windows,
improved ventilation.
Yeah.
Many of them opened Europe, windows. Yeah, that's what they did.
Yes.
Complete purges.
So they did things like...
Wait, many of them also improved their ventilation systems.
They put MERV 13 and portable HEPAs in every room?
Probably. I don't know what MERV 13 portable HEPAs
Well, let's see. MERV 13 filters in all HVAC systems. This would be $5,000 to $40,000 per building. That's what was demanded. The HEPA filters would be 800 times the number of classrooms. The engineering...
Yes, several regions and countries in Europe recommended the installation of filtration systems with efficiency ratings equivalent or higher than the U.S. MERV 13 standard in their schools. European systems use different standards, EN 1822, but the goal was the same, to use filter capable of trapping particulates, including viruses. The German Environmental Agency provided guidance, stressing air quality, provided companies installed portable air cleaners in over 140 schools, many equipped with HEPA 14 filters, which much more efficient than HERV 14. Oh gosh, Rob, I'm so tired.
The teachers in Europe refused to return until that was there. I don't even what's the point of this? A bunch of greedy fucking teachers wanted paid to stay home, and they ruined kids' lives, and you support it. Got it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly.
You're comparing the American lockdown to the European lockdowns. Europe reopened, but Europe also took these steps that the teachers in America were asking for.
It said some places, dude.
Yeah, I'm sure some places opened up without taking those steps.
Oh, okay. That it's an awful lot of excuses being made for the United States
So,
was the worst. The United States was the worst in the developed world. The worst. The preponderance of evidence from 2020 showed that it was bad to lock down children, worse than if they would have opened it. You continue to make excuses.
And then Delta comes.
Even after Delta, we saw the evidence. We saw the evidence from the rest of the world. So much so that even the people involved, only you, still carry the torch. Even the people involved say, we fucked up. Not you.
No, I'm saying that their decision was bad. I'm saying that if you put them in the moment, these weren't just like greedy fucking teachers that wanted to
Yes.
Yes. It does sound like they had legitimate
They
concerns.
were dudes like you that said, I want to get paid to stay at home. Like you. Yes.
Rob,
That
they had
is what
legit.
they were.
Rob,
Yes.
they had legitimate concerns. Many
Bullshit.
places in Europe took those concerns serious and actually implemented the things that the people in America were asking for.
That's absolute bullshit. Show me that most places did.
I just read it.
I saw you read that some did it.
Okay, so what am I supposed to get, like a study of the proportion of European countries that European schools that
You're the person
like,
making the claim. When I looked at it, I'm like, so this is what you're doing. You're looking at it like, wow, the United States did.
Oh wait, I want to know what portion of schools were closed in 2021?
90%.
90%? Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do. 90% of schools closed after it resulted in the closure of 90% of schools.
What percent of scientists? What percent of scientists didn't support the schools being supported?
I don't know the
open?
percentage of scientists. Now I understand.
Oh yeah, you don't know the percent. You're making a claim. You don't know the percent.
No,
like, that's what you're doing right now, Rob.
No, what I'm doing is the evidence shows quite clearly, including by the
you found.
There you go. There you go. There interrupts when I try to explain. I understand. I understand the need to bulldozer here. I'll show you. I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. The evidence, the preponderance of evidence suggests that the United States did worse than anyone else. The people that were involved admitted, yes, we did bad. We fucked up. Even the people that were involved.
Yeah.
Your argument is, but this was justified. Your argument was this was justified because all of these places in Europe did this thing that these teachers wanted, and so therefore they were justified. You're making the claim. I say, can you show that? You're like, that's ridiculous that you would ask me to show that.
I'm not even saying justified. I'm saying understandable.
Well, it would be understandable for a litany of reasons. For example, it would be understandable for it to close schools right now and say school shootings. Right?
No, it wouldn't.
Why wouldn't it? You couldn't understand
because
teachers
the amount of people who die in school. The amount of people who die in school shootings is way less than the amount of people that were dying in COVID.
Okay, tell me how many people died in COVID from school transmission.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that question.
But then how do you know what you just said? How many people have died in school shootings this year?
And we would also have to know if they knew what the number of school transmissions were at the time that they were making these requests.
You're the person who just made the claim, not me.
I'm saying it would be ridiculous to shut down schools in this moment because we know how many people die from school shootings, and we know how many people died from COVID. And we knew how many people were dying for COVID at the time. I don't know that we had how many people died from school transmissions.
That's right. We don't know. You're right. So we have 189 people that have died in shootings on schools, it looks like. 189 of 2020 to 2025. I don't know evidence of even one person. I'm sure there was some that was a teacher that claimed that they contracted COVID at school and ended up passing away. You're making a claim, though. Surely this had to be a substantial amount of people if it justified this lockdowns.
Rob. When these people were doing this, they weren't thinking, "Oh, how many transmissions are going to actually be from this?"
No, they were thinking, "I want free money to stay home."
No, they were seeing the deaths over the entirety of the United
that's
States.
not true. Did they see the deaths over that in 2020? Did they?
In summer, yes.
Okay, so in 2020, they were looking and they saw the deaths. Yet, and were the deaths scary in 2020?
Yes.
And yet the evidence suggested that there was almost none of that going on in schools, correct? So much so that
there was some evidence. Yes, there was some evidence. I'm gonna be
so much so that there was a consensus around the world that reopening schools was the way to go, correct?
As long as you've got those things that the proper mitigation
So
tactics,
show me
yes.
that they demanded that in 2020.
The proper mitigation tactics.
Correct. Show me
for
that.
COVID.
MERV standard, HIPAA filters, etc., etc.
I don't know this. Okay, Rob, I'm done with this. Actually,
You just made that. You were asking for so
many specifics that you.
No, I'm not. What I'm doing.
Yes, they wanted mitigation. You can't just give me they wanted mitigations in 2020.
Of course, they wanted mitigation. What does that mean?
So why are you asking me this? I don't know the specifics of their mitigation. The mitigation they wanted in 2020.
Well, it's clear
Rob.
that the mitigation that they wanted changed in 2021, right? We know exactly what they wanted in 2021.
Maybe it's possible.
What do you mean it's possible? If they demanded MERV standard,
Do you know what they wanted in 20? Hold on, show me what they wanted in 2020. I want to see that it's different than what in 2021.
Well, we could use logic to deduce that, right? Because if
that's what I'm trying to do with a lot of this.
Are you ready? Watch how I can do this.
Yeah,
Watch how I can do this, right? If they refused to go back and they wanted the same thing in 2020 as they did 2021, and they didn't get MERV standard filters in every classroom in 2021, so they refused to go back, logic would dictate that they also didn't have those in 2021, so the fact that they did go back seems to suggest that what they wanted was different back then. Disagree?
For a different virus, yes.
Okay, the same virus, a different variant.
Different variant,
okay,
yes.
So what I was doing is
more deadly variant.
So what I could see when there was a deadly variant in 2020, and it was deadly to the population at all, but then they could see that all the evidence suggested actually it's not that bad at schools whatsoever. We're recommending that schools reopen, and they all did. Now there's another deadly variant in 2021. There's no evidence that it would be different for schools, though. None. But let's say that they were frightened. They see that Europe opened schools markedly before them, right? They see even the schools that aren't having MERV filters, whatever, they see, yep, similar to the first variant. Once more, no reason to suspect this is any different when it comes to low transmission rates. No reason to suspect that the lockdowns now that we already knew would harm children won't harm children now. That's the point I'm trying to make. If you're like, well, they were asking for these demands because, you could understand the demands because they were looking at all the deaths, not just school-related deaths. That's the same thing they would have been doing in 2020. They weren't just looking at school deaths, they were looking at all deaths. And yet they all came to the conclusion we should go back to school.
Yes, because in 2020, they had looked at what happens when you go back to school. And they did see the transmission was low for the Alpha variant. At the beginning of the COVID, we shut down schools. People were looking at total deaths. Then we started getting studies for this one variant, and then they come back to schools. Then we get a new variant. They shut down schools again because we see the deaths, and then we get more studies, and they come back to school. And it follows. Doesn't it all follow a similar timeline too?
No.
Like they shut down early 2021, and they're back in. They shut down early 2020, back by early 2021. Shut down again early 2021, back in early 2022.
Say again.
They shut down early 2020. They're back early 2021, and then they shut down again for the Delta variant early 2021, and back early 2022. After the studies on the Delta variant.
They shut down for like 10 months in 2021. That was much more than they did in 2020.
So I thought we shut down until January. I thought the shutdowns were largely until January.
No, I don't think so. At least not the CDC guidance we already read. By the way, here's something that you might find interesting. Did European schools have similar to MERV standard? Most European schools have similar to MERV standard filters and similar high efficiency ventilation when reopening in 2020. No, most European schools did not have similar equivalency filters or advanced filtration system when they reopened in 2021. Ventilation in many schools reside heavily on natural ventilation, i.e. opening doors and windows. and simple mitigation like CO2 monitoring and fans. Upgrades to MERV 13 or HEPA equivalents were limited to newer buildings or specific pilots, not widespread. This contrasts with the U.S. union demands for stringent MERV 13 standards, which were harder to implement in Europe's older, more decentralized school infrastructure. European standards use the ISO 1890 system, which rates filters particularly, so it's different. Key evidence from 2020 reopenings, based on EU-wide assessments, national guidelines, and studies, here's a breakdown. Aspect, filter efficiency. Status in most schools of 2021 in the European Union. Low to moderate MERV equivalents are rare, less than 20% of schools. Basically only the high-ranking newer schools. Ventilation type, 60 to 70% relied purely on windows and doors. 30 to 40% had mechanical with recirculation. Very few portable HEPA units. Upgrades implemented, limited. Roughly 10 to 20% got minor retrofits via the EU Recovery Fund. So it sounds like all the teachers went back to Europe and very few of them had any of these new things. Most of them just opened doors and windows and put fans. You were saying?
I mean, I'm just reading what I researched, what I looked up, Rob. I didn't know what the actual things were until I read it in front of me, and it seems like Europe was trying to do this. They recommended it.
And
we went back without HIPAA. We went back without the MERV 13 whatever.
So 10 months later,
too. Yeah.
So for 10 months, for months, after we saw the average length of closure was like 10 to 12 weeks in Europe, for months, teachers said they went back without these things and they're doing just fine. The data shows they're doing just fine. But nope, we're going to keep insisting it. For months and months and months, they saw the data was fine. They also knew the data that suggested the children will be harmed. And yet, the official guidance of the CDC and of these teachers' union was to hold out and keep these schools closed, which caused irreparable harm to so many students. Now, it was evident when someone says, wow, the United States did worse, and they've admitted that mistakes
the
were made.
Delta variant B162, the Delta variant was first identified in India. I'm just reading this in real time, by the way. I didn't pre-read any of this. The Delta variant in India, October 2020, but the key data showing it increased impact on young people in the U.S. and Europe began to emerge around June, July 2021. While Delta variant did not appear to target young people more than other age groups in terms of susceptibility, its high transmissibility led to a surge in cases and hospitalizations among them, especially in the unvaccinated, largely because older populations had high vaccine rates. Increased cases. Data released October 2021 showed that for the first time since February of that year, the U.S. was averaging more than 124,000 new cases per day, with infections and hospitalizations increasing rapidly as the Delta spread. Among unvaccinated adults, hospitalizations between January and August of 2021, the portion of aged 18 to 49 years significantly increased from 26.9% in the pre-Delta period to 43.6% during the Delta period, a sharp rise. Studies released in October 2021 found that approximately twofold increased risk of. So it does seem like the Delta variant had a increasing risk in young people. We did see, and that's another thing, is that we're talking about deaths. Hospitalizations were still crazy among young people. Like, that was also a thing. 26% of pre-Delta was young people. We've been talking about deaths this entire time, but we haven't even been talking about hospitalizations.
So your argument is for people under the age of 18, hospitalizations were very prevalent with COVID-19 hospitalization rates for children and adolescents under 18 were consistently low, reflecting children's lower risk.
I'm not saying that children doesn't have a lower risk, but children still got hospitalized.
Of course children got hospitalized and a low risk.
Want to do that? Okay.
What does any of this have to do with what we just talked about? Originally, your stance was, well, it was reasonable for this to demand this because that's what they got in Europe. Turns out that's not what they got in Europe. We have the data. The best available data showed that without having these things that the U.S. teachers were demanding for months, for like 6 months without having them, teachers went back to school, kids went back to school, and they saw that it was relatively safe without these. And still, despite that evidence, teachers still said, nope, we're not going back. And that was what the official guidance pushed for until later in the year. Let's see. By the way, peak alpha in October 2020 to April 2021, per 100,000 hospitalization rate for people under 18 was 49.9. Delta was less than that, 49.7 for children.
Wait, you said rate?
Yes, per 100,000.
49 per 100,000.
Yes.
Wait, what is the total number of that?
I don't know how many children there are under the age of 18 in the country.
Looks like there was 189,000. 185,000.
For the year 2019 to 2020.
Since August of 2020.
From the year 2019 to 2020, want to guess how many children are hospitalized for flu per 100,000? 40. Right around the
Is
same
that
as
higher
COVID.
than what you said?
Slightly higher. That was
Okay.
from 2019 to 2020. 2022 to 23, 80 to 100. That's basically double what it was under COVID. Should we shut down schools in 2022, 2023 because of the flu?
Probably not, Rob.
But that was double the hospitalization rate for children. Double.
Wait, what was the hospitalization? I'll just look it up.
Hospitalization rate, according to what I'm looking at, in the United States, from CDCCovid.net, March 2020 to August 21st, extended trends to
Wait, hold
2020.
on. Wait, hold on. We're
You
talking about
asked the
children again, but
question,
we're
you
also
asked the
talking
question,
think
so I'm
about the
going to go ahead and
teachers.
answer it. You asked the question, so I'm going to go ahead and answer it. From October 20th to April 2021, subset 12 to 17, the list is general under 18s, 49.9 per 100,000. From Delta's peak in June to August of 2021, 49.7. Right? 49.7 per 100,000. Then, when we go to the flu from 2022 to 2023, 80 to 100 per 100,000.
Rob, the increased risk was for people who are 18 to 49, not children. For
Okay.
the Delta variant.
And yet the argument
So those
you
are
made, the argument you made, the argument that you made going into that was, it was, we're not just talking about deaths, we're talking about hospitalization. It was worse for young people. That's what you said.
Young people, 18 to 49, compared to 79-year-olds that we were talking about earlier.
Okay, so just so you know, you 100% acknowledge, right, that this was bad for kids, that the average flu is worse for kids than this.
Yeah.
Okay,
for kids.
So now we lock down because of teachers during Delta.
That was the original claim, was it not? Wasn't that the whole thing that I started?
All right,
at the
what
beginning?
percentage?
It was never because of children. It was because of the teachers. So we locked down early 2020 because we don't know what the fuck's going on. We get the studies that say that lockdowns aren't working. It's harmful to children, and it's better for us to open. We reopen. Delta comes along. It is more harmful to the teachers, and then we lock down again.
Show me it was more more harmful for teachers.
We had a doubling. I don't know if I can do the math that way, but it went from like 20% to 40% hospitalizations for Delta for 18 to 49-year-olds.
Let's see here. This data makes no sense that I'm looking at.
And by April 2021, 60% of schools were open full time. May, it was 63. June, we had 98% of schools offering some form of in-person instruction, hybrid or full time.
Yes, hybrid. There wasn't full opening until almost the end of the year.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with offering hybrid options in general. Wait, actually, can I ask you a question that sounds a little bit off topic, but it was something I wanted to ask you earlier? What is your opinion of homeschooling?
It's fine.
Should the government have anything to do with the teachers? Like, should they have some kind of standard and people looking after the homeschool.
I don't know. There should
Kids?
be there should be things that like there's curriculum measures to make sure that the kids are actually attending school to some degree.
Okay, and should there be somebody that's checking in with the kid every once in a while
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
from the government?
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
What's the relevance in this
Okay.
sense? All the like
Well,
all
the
the
reason I
downplaying,
asked-
all the down. You could make all the downplaying you want. I understand the reason you asked was because, well, then surely because you're implying that when these kids weren't at school and they had all these negative outcomes, that would imply that if people were homeschooling, that we need people checking in. Correct? That's what you're going to say.
Yeah, I actually do believe that we need people checking into the
Okay.
homeschool. I was
Nonetheless-
just wondering if you share, but you seem like you do share the.
Nonetheless, what we could see is, despite any of the equivocations you want to do, we know the following things. One, Europe didn't have these filters and stuff that the US teachers were demanding, and for roughly 4 to 6 months, they opened fully before these teachers did, right? And despite that, we saw that there wasn't mass increase in risk of these teachers, etc., and that the harms far outweighed the benefits of keeping things locked down, right? Secondly, we could see that it was remarkably safe for children, better than the normal flu season, right? And third, we can see that the outcomes were terrible for children, regardless of what you want to say afterwards. All of these things are indisputable based on what we can see from the actual data. And then lastly, we actually have the people that were relevant admitting, yeah, we fucked up, and yet still you make excuses. If this was about using the best available evidence,
Rob, I think that anybody can post hoc see that this was a bad idea. Like that's never been my claim. What I'm trying to argue is that when you put yourself in the moment, when you think about what was going on at the time, then like these decisions were understandable.
no, they weren't. If we're looking at the bet, will you acknowledge this, that by 2021, that everybody knew that locking down was harmful for children, locking down schools?
Yeah, I believe that we did think that there was.
So
harm
then
to
at that
children.
point, you should be hesitant to lock down unless you have good proof that it's necessary, right?
You should be hesitant unless you have good proof that there's going to be harms to not significant harms to not.
Okay,
Yes.
so then you should look at the best available evidence that you have, correct?
Sure.
And the best available evidence would probably be what the rest of the world was doing and what their outcomes were, right?
Not in the moment. For the first half of the pandemic, Europe going back to school could have, it didn't, but could have led to significantly more. Well, it might have actually more hospitalizations and deaths from the teachers and the people around them.
Once more, it clearly didn't do so in a significant way, or the Europeans would have stopped sending them back to school, particularly when a lot of the Europeans had stricter lockdowns than the United States. So the idea to expect that, yeah, maybe potentially they did see a bunch of horrific things happening to the teachers seems to belie the point. It's evident that they thought and were correct in retrospect that they made the right decision, that this wasn't particularly harmful for children, nor was it that particularly harmful beyond what we would expect from going to work for the teachers. Other people were back to work by that time. We hadn't locked down other businesses, and the risk of being a teacher and contracting COVID was less or equal to a bunch of other similar jobs. Except
in the beginning of Delta.
Except it had the added,
in the beginning of Delta, we don't know 100%.
Except it had the
this is
added
gonna be the
downturn
case.
of, unlike a normal job that you didn't go to work, this had guaranteed negative outcomes for children. We knew that. You could say at the beginning of Delta, then maybe I could say, yes, for the first 4 to 8 weeks, you can understand why teachers in the United States wanted lockdowns and why that happened. But after that, when we saw that the Europeans opened up and we didn't see this mass negative consequences, at that point, the best available data showed, oh, never mind, Delta is not that different. There aren't significant negative consequences to opening schools.
Why
and yet
is
they
4 to
chose
6
they
weeks?
chose in March, April, May, June, and then some of them went much further, July, August. They kept locked down. They kept it locked down. The longest lockdowns in the
Why is
developed
4
world.
to 6 weeks the metric you use? Why is 4 to 6 weeks the time frame?
Because you could say that the other countries didn't reopen then. But after they started to reopen and you saw the evidence that there weren't negative outcomes, then the best available evidence you had was, oh, already you would be skeptical. Already you would say, now wait a minute. If the first virus was deadly, right, and we think it was, but it was remarkably not deadly for schools, right, then the second variation comes. Your assumption should be it'll probably operate similar to the first one. But no, for whatever reason, you're like, nope, they shit their pants and said,
But no, because it
finish,
didn't. Because it didn't operate.
let me finish. They shit their pants and said, no, maybe this one operates differently. And so, even though we know it's harmful to children, we've already all decided that we're going to lock down again. Fine. Maybe you accept it for 4 to 8 weeks. I wouldn't, but maybe you could. But after that, they could see the evidence from Europe that already opened up. And they see, oh, this operated very similarly to Alpha when it came to schools. They've opened up. They're happy with their decision. And for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, you stay locked down. Despite the fact the best available evidence, much like, 1, you would predict it would operate similar to the verse virus, which we now know it did. And second, you could see best available evidence, again showing that it was operating similar, and they ignored it.
So studies in North Carolina and elsewhere showed that secondary attack rate, the rate in which infected person infects others in schools with universal masking, was about 2.6% during the Delta wave. This was slightly higher than the approximate 1% rate observed with ancestral and the Alpha strains, reflecting Delta's higher transmissibility. During Delta, younger people were getting sick more.
What? Read that again. How much more?
It was 2.6% compared to 1%.
Okay. Was that similar in Europe?
This was North Carolina.
Let me ask you this.
I'm sure. Why would we assume that it wasn't similar in Europe?
Okay, and yet they went back months before.
They did, but the risk was doubled. More than doubled.
Okay, and?
How do I put you in the spot of a person who could be at risk of these things? Within 6 months of us seeing that the other people were actually like dying from this at a higher rate, which and us getting the COVID vaccines, we ended up going back. Like, we were more cautious, and I don't understand why you think that like it was selfish for teachers to want to be more cautious than Europe.
Yes, it was selfish for teachers to want to be more cautious in Europe because 1, they knew that it would cause significant harm to children, and second, they could see in Europe that the risk was very low to the teachers and there wasn't mass outbreaks or anything like that, and it was absolutely worth it. So yes, it was selfish when they looked at the best available evidence. 1 second. I want you to explain to me why a bunch of other industries didn't stay shut down as long as schools.
Like private industries?
Sure. Other government or public institutions like government work, etc.
No, let me ask. So other government industries did not shut down as long as schools, primarily because they were largely classified as essential services, while schools were not initially deemed a critical infrastructure required for immediate societal function.
Huh.
Which industries are you talking about specifically?
Well, there could be any sort of industry, but you'll say they're private. But let's just do public. How about other government employees? How about other government employees? Did U.S. government workers lock down and not work in 2021? Short answer, no. U.S. federal government workers did not lock down, stopping to work. They continued to perform the duties. Some did remote and telework. This is not a cessation of work, but a pivot. So yeah,
I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine that like federal, like the army and the the federal prisons and stuff like that, they still operate it just like
Well,
the state ones
prisons
did.
prisons are a different prisons are a different matter entirely. The point I'm trying to make is the person that went and was a welder and a carpenter went back to work, and if they wouldn't have went to work, sure, there's a downside to that the work that they do, that no doubt's important, doesn't get done. But there's not the added downside of children suffer, which there were with teachers. And yet teachers were one of the only industries decided, you know what, despite the fact that the evidence shows our European counterparts show that there's not a big risk to go back, and we have already confirmed that the risks to children are significant. If we don't do this, we're still going to make that decision.
So how many children exactly suffered during lockdown?
Well, do you want me to read that data again?
Like suffer to the point that somebody who's hospitalized and from COVID would be suffering.
Well, the majority of hospitalizations of COVID weren't severe at all. The vast majority of them. I would say that killing yourself, I would say that getting depressed to the point where you kill yourself is worse than that. That's just my opinion. Maybe you disagree? What do you think? Suicide worse?
Yeah, suicide's probably worse than getting hospitalized due to COVID, Rob.
Okay, good deal. So, let's see. I'll find that again. Impact of lockdowns, learning deficit, average loss of a half to 1 year of learning, and up 35 years of school in math. 70% of 10-year-olds now unable to read versus 50. Please let me finish. Inequality widening, remote learning exacerbated gaps, lower SES families had support, leading to higher dropout risk, dropout in engagement, increased absenteeism, disengagement. U.S. grade 3 math proficiency fell from 50% to 33%, so a 22 loss of proficiency in math. Anxiety and depression, 18 to 60% of children above clinical thresholds, so up to as high as 60% more depression for children. Depressive symptoms up 11% overall, with emotional problems rising, behavioral issues, higher irritability and inattention, and hyperactivity. Suicide attempts rose 7%. Loss of peer routines led to clinging and separation. 64% of studies linked the closures to distress. Physical activity and obesity, 50 to 70% drop in activity. Screen time up. BMI increased a projected 1 to 2 points, which is devastating. Nutrition and sleep, 37 million children miss school meals. Sleep disturbances, 30%. Irregular patterns worsened health. Developmental delays. Infants born in 2020 and 2021 at higher risk for delays in language, excessive function, school readiness, losses in 4-year-olds.
So a lot of these things are like, oh, you have a year delay here, you have a year a delay in this, but that doesn't mean that these people aren't able to catch up. So at the end of this, they'll probably be, or I would guess, I don't know.
That's outrageous. When are they going to catch up? We going to hold them all back a year?
No, I would imagine they would just, if you miss a year of school, like I'm not in school right now.
Okay.
If I had missed a year, I just would have been graduating next year instead of this year.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So we hold everyone back an additional year. You would have graduated at 17. Now you graduated at 18. Do you think that's what occurred?
Them when they're ready to graduate.
You think that's what occurred? You think they just redid the school year for everyone? No.
They mostly did online learning for people.
Yes, and they fell that poorly. That's exactly the point. Yes. You're right. And they said, whatever, shove them through. So that's 1 year that they would have went. And you see that the test scores went down 20% and suicides went up 7%. And like the idea...
What's the actual number on the suicides?
2.8 to 9.8, 7%.
I know. What is the number of people?
I don't know. It didn't say the exact number of people. It talked about the rate.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it annoying when somebody asks you questions that you didn't just find it?
I gave you the percent.
I know. I've given you things before.
A 9.8% increase.
Specific.
No, what I'm asking is, here's the difference, right? We have something that's known. We know that it is terrible and it harms children. We know that the United States did the worst. We know that everyone's admitting this was a mistake. And you're saying things like this.
I'm admitting it was a mistake.
You're
I'm just saying
this is the type of things I was asking for proof of you. You're like, but what it was American teachers were just demanding what the European teachers had. I said, prove it. You were unable to prove it. And when I actually looked it up, it turned out that was exactly the opposite of the truth. So I was right to ask you to prove it. That's different than me reading, looks like suicidality went up. Well, what's the exact number? That's a different claim altogether.
Sure. So, like, if there were, first of all, there were no increases in completed suicides amongst that group, apparently. But the reason
no children committed suicide?
No increases. And completed suicides. The reason when you say suicidality, that's goodness, that's a psychological term. But what I'm saying is, if the number was like 500 and it went up by 9%, so now you have 510, and you compare that to like 1,000 people that could have been hospitalized, then maybe the trade-off is maybe that statistic isn't that significant.
Let's see. Under 18 suicide rate per 100,000, 2.4 to 2.6. From ages 10 to 14. Then 2020, 2.8. So it increased significantly, right? Then suicides were up in the 2021 at 2 to 5% higher than 2019. That was accomplished suicides. Preteens, 5 to 12, 20% increase. Double firearm deaths. Isolation, school closures, disruption linked to 11% increase in mood disorders and double the amount of self-harm. Suicidal ideation rose 14% and attempts 14 to 32% in non-clinical clinical samples. I mean, I don't know what to suggest. It's evident. It's evident that this was devastating for children in many ways, and that there was the best of
Yes,
this.
I am.
This is
Rob,
this is
Rob, I have given you that this was a mistake. What I'm saying is that there were other things we were taking into consideration at that time. It's real easy for us to look back on this and be like, oh yeah, this was really, really bad. And maybe you were even saying it at the moment, because I know that there were people that were saying this was going to be bad for children. But what I'm saying is that there's also this whole other dimension. It's
inexcusable. It's inexcusable.
Dying of COVID.
It's inexcusable.
People worried about catching COVID and passing it on to their
It's inexcusable.
high-risk
It's inexcusable, and I'll say why for a litany of reasons. One, your fear of something doesn't justify intentionally harming children. Any system,
they're not intentionally harming
yes,
children.
they are. They are making decisions.
Holy shit!
They are
making
decisions. They are absolutely making decisions that they know will cause significant harm to children. Did they not know that by 2021?
Probably not. Most of the teachers,
they didn't know.
Teachers,
would you like me to go back and read what we read earlier?
I am sure that information was available. Does everybody does everybody just look at this information all the time?
My assumption would be the people that were enforcing school closures, if they did not make themselves aware of the publicly available information of the harm that would cause to children, then no, they weren't trying their best. They were being intentionally negligent. Don't you think the very people that were enforcing the closures should have been aware of the data of what the closures do?
They were worried about very real risks that COVID presented to themselves and their loved ones, Rob.
So your argument is
Right, Rob,
I just want to be clear. Your argument is either one, they just were so worried about their friends they were unaware to even look into the possible
themselves
effects
and
on
their
children.
loved ones. Yes,
They were
I'm not saying that they were unable, and maybe some of them knew that the children.
I'm trying
would be,
to ask what the evidence.
learning.
We have evidence that was available that this was going to harm children. Your argument is one of two things. Either, yes, they knew that evidence, but still thought that their fear outweighed that evidence and it was worth it.
Well,
Or
because
second,
we're talking about a group of people that what would you say, 4 million people?
teachers, I'm talking about the people that did
Yes.
closings.
We were talking about teachers and why they were advocating for school
We're
closings.
talking about the fact
Were we
that
not?
of course, there were teachers that were advocating. What we were talking about was the people that advocated and enforced school closures.
No, this entire conversation.
Okay,
was
then
because you
if
called
that's
teachers-
what you feel, then do you at least say that the people were monstrous that actually enforced the school closures? Why did they do it?
I don't think they were monstrous. No,
Were they aware that this would harm children?
you're using the word harm children. I think that they were aware. Yes, there would be increase in harms in children. I don't think that the harms
So
in
then they
and
made
children
the
are so
decision-
irreversible.
They
They
made
thought
the
that the
decision-
harms of children were going to be irreversible and we could never undo them. They probably thought that we could just.
that it was worth harming children to protect these adults from this nebulous risk that adults face.
Do you think that not getting kids a Christmas present on Christmas is harmful to children?
I think that predictably doing things like closing down schools that leads to an 11% increase in suicidality is not the same as not getting a gift for Christmas.
Rob, do you? Oh no, it's not the same. You're absolutely right.
Correct.
But do you think it could be harmful for a child who goes to school in America to not get Christmas gifts
No,
because they go to school? And
No.
You don't think that's harmful?
I don't think that this is
No?
anywhere where I reject the nature of
You
the
don't think it
premise
could
of the.
be isolating for them at all or anything like that?
Hey, no, this makes sense. So if I were to say to you, hey, you starved that child and didn't feed him for 2 weeks, you could say, yeah, but isn't it also harmful to not give them a Christmas present? And you'd say, oh,
Rob,
yeah, fair
yes,
enough.
you're-
I guess
Rob,
that
you
we
are
shouldn't
making
have
a
a problem with
completely valid
starving the
point, but
children. I guess
Rob,
can you show me?
Rob,
Can
you're
you show
making
me?
a completely valid point
Can you?
that the levels of harm are different. Yes, that is
Mhm.
true. But what I'm saying is that you're using this word like harmful children. Like we knew at the time that it was going to be like this irreversible. They absolutely couldn't get the education from virtual or hybrid or
Let me ask you this: do you think that
we couldn't make it
America's
work.
Do you think that America's teachers union's aware of how important their work is?
Probably.
You think when they're advocating pay raises and government contracts, monies,
Yes.
they probably said we're
yes.
very important, we're very important. But now you're saying they
Mhm.
viewed themselves as so unimportant that they were like, we don't think it would be that harmful if we're just not
the
in these
teachers were
kids'
still
live teaching.
the teachers were still working. The teachers were still working during
Completely
COVID.
different.
They were working hybrid.
Okay, then let's pay them 10% of what they actually get paid and leave them stay home.
Why?
Why not? If it's not important that
They're
they
still,
be, why would we even need small
but they're still
classes?
important. They're still important.
Why would we even need small class sizes? We could just do virtual classrooms of 500. We don't need actual school buildings. Anytime teachers go on strike and demand better schools and stuff like that, you're like, why the fuck would we need any of that? After all, they assumed that they could do the same with
Who's
just
going to
virtual
teach the
teaching.
hybrid classes without the teachers?
Right,
Who's
but
gonna
we
teach
only
the
need
hybrid
like
classes?
1/10 the amount of teachers because class size no longer matters. We'll just have teachers teach class sizes of 500 so we can
Rob,
fire
none
90% of the
that-
teachers.
None of that's true, Rob. None of that. Look,
Yes.
you're advocating for a world that's like this high, and what we ended up with is a world that's like
What
this.
we ended up with was a world where
Right. Yes, it would have been ideal if all the people could have, all the children, we opened schools earlier and the children went back to school earlier. That would have been ideal, yes. But we're
it's
in
not
the
a matter.
world right
It's
here. What I'm
not
saying is that
just. It's
we
not just.
ended up in the world right here.
It's not just a matter of ideal. It is a matter of the overwhelming preponderance of evidence showed that one, children would be harmed, and that second, there wasn't significant risk to reopening the schools. And they still
Bro,
chose not to because the principle that they lived by was we must allow this harm to occur to children to protect fearful adults. Fearful adults, by the way, that people contemporaneously in the same groups in other jobs actually went back to work. So welders went back to
Rob,
work, carpenters went back to work,
Rob,
restaurant owners went back to work, secretaries
do you think
went
AI
back
is
to
going to
work.
harm children? Do you think AI is going to harm children?
Why do you abuse
This
children?
is actually much more significant.
Why do you abuse children?
Huh?
Why do you abuse children?
Do you think AI is going to harm
Do you
children?
think it's bad that you abuse children?
Do you think I don't abuse children? Do you think
Why
AI
won't you
is
answer the
gonna
question?
harm
I asked, do you
children?
think it's bad if you abuse children?
Absolutely, it's bad if you abuse children.
I think that your question about whether or not AI will harm children in any way, shape, or form is completely irrelevant to the question that we're asking about lockdowns of children.
But they're similar harms.
They're not similar harms.
On the learning, yes, it is.
There's not similar harms.
On the learning
There's
aspect
not
of it,
similar
yes, it is.
harms to locking down because we had evidence that showed that those lockdowns didn't protect teachers that much and intentionally harming children to protect adults that are at very little risk compared to contemporaneous. We saw the evidence in Europe that suggested it was bad. Everyone admits that it was bad now except you. You're the only person making excuses.
Hey, Rob, I'm admitting that it's bad. What I'm saying is we keep going around in a circle. What I'm saying is that if you look at what was going on at the time, you expect all of these people to have perfect knowledge. You expect like we had evidence that yes, the teachers weren't as high of a risk, but the risks were still higher than like pre-COVID times to teachers.
So, yes, and?
So they didn't want to take the risk, the higher risk.
I don't give a shit.
And then when Delta
They
came
knew-
along, the
They
risk
knew
got even higher.
Everyone could say, still to this day, is there a chance that my risk of getting COVID's higher now than it was pre-COVID?
Well, we have vaccines and shit now.
Nonetheless, is my risk higher?
Our risk is significantly lower to actually getting
Our risk is
hospitalized or dying
significantly
to
lower of
now
catching COVID
than it
now
was in
than it was
2021.
in 2018.
Than it was in 2021.
In 2018?
It's if you're vaccinated, it's about the same. Yes.
That's not true at all.
To get hospitalized or die of COVID?
Correct.
No, that is true. It's slightly higher. It was significantly higher in 2021 to 2020.
So your claim, just so I'm clear, is in 2018, my chance of being hospitalized with COVID
Which
is
would be
the
zero.
same,
Which would be zero.
and now it's also
But in
zero.
2018, it would be zero. No, I'm saying it's slightly higher.
Okay, let's look. For a typical infected adult in 2025, the probability of hospitalization with COVID is 1 to 2%. That's down from 5 to 10% in 2020.
So look at the difference.
You said that it's
The difference between 2020 and today is higher than it is in 2018 and today.
that would be an impressive comment to make if that was any of the points that were being argued. That wasn't the point whatsoever. You flippantly made the claim that basically the risk is the same today as it was in 2018, which is
the same.
farce.
I said
Okay, so it's
basically
not.
the same,
So is
Rob.
2% basically
It
the same
is.
as 0%?
It's based, yes, it is. And plus, there's the other aspect of it that we've pretty much got that risk as low as we're going to get it. So there's nothing to do at this point. It's became endemic.
I just want to be clear. We have had, let's see, hospitalizations of COVID in 2025 in the United States, 420,000. That's basically the same as zero, correct? Correct?
Okay, so
Yes? No, I just want to be clear. 420,000 is basically the same as zero, correct?
hold on a second.
I'm asking you a question. 420,000 hospitalizations of COVID for adults this year, basically the same as zero. Correct? No, you can't answer? You don't know if those
Wait,
two
are
numbers
these
the same?
vaccinated or unvaccinated adults, Rob?
What does it matter?
I'm trying to look
What
up
does it
shit.
matter?
Because my claim was after the vaccine, we were
Okay,
able to
we're
open
after
up.
the vaccine. And?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're an unvaccinated teacher, then yes, the race is probably going to be about the same as it was in 2020.
No one suggested.
Maybe slightly lower because
no one
those around you.
suggested. What we suggested was in 2018, before COVID, Is your risk higher today than it was then? You, if you were a good faith person,
is
would have
higher.
said, of course, Rob, of course that's the case. COVID wasn't really a thing back then. And I'd say, great. So if a
Basically the
teacher
same.
if a teacher today said, well, given that we can see hospitalizations, I want to mitigate my risk. I don't want to do in-person learning. In fact, there's a bunch of other diseases that
Hold
I
on.
can get in person.
Rob, do teachers now. Do teachers. How many teachers are getting hospitalized?
How many got
in 2025?
The exact same that got hospitalized in 2021. What was that number again?
The exact same that got hospitalized?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Show me the evidence. You told me you couldn't find it.
How many teachers? No, you find it.
Why would I need to find it?
Because when I was talking about whenever it benefits you, you want to narrow the scope, and whenever it benefits you, you want to raise the scope. So if I'm talking about people who are who are dealing with a novel pandemic and they're seeing the death numbers go up, and this is why they're probably making the decisions that they're doing, such as teachers are trying to keep schools closed. You will go, well, how many teachers actually got hospitalized? Yeah. So
You were
what I'm asking
incapable
you
of showing.
is,
You were incapable
so
of showing
how many
me.
teachers? Okay, how about this? You show me 2025, I'll show you 2021.
Okay, I don't have it. Can you show me 2021?
I don't have it.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Excellent. So then there seems to be no evidence to back up your point that there was a massive amount of teachers being hospitalized, which is why they needed to intentionally
And there's
harm
no
children.
evidence to back up that there wasn't.
So just to be clear, it's okay to harm children. So they could demand to shut down now, right? Because there's the same amount of evidence, right? You would support that. You'd say, I understand that. I understand it, right? That's what you would say.
No, because I will say get vaccinated and go to work. I would say we're in an endemic right now, and this is as low as it's going to get. But it doesn't get better than this.
Let's see. During the Delta variation, if we look at hospitalizations, what I see is it was 250 to 350 per 100,000. Fair? Is that about what you're seeing?
People?
18 to 49.
What about teachers?
I assume that was the group you were looking at with teachers.
I want to narrow it down to teachers.
I mean, I don't understand how you think this is making your point. You're right. There is zero evidence that teachers were being hospitalized, and yet you supported their decision to do shutdowns to intentionally harm children. Explain. You're admitting now you have no evidence of how many teachers were hospitalized. You don't have any evidence, and you still say they were making a good decision. They were protecting themselves with zero evidence that teachers were being hospitalized. Explain. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Because Rob, everywhere you were looking, people were getting hospitalized en masse.
Prove it.
Teachers don't just magically become immune. You just
show me
told
the
me the
data.
hospitalization
250 to 350 per 100,000.
There were 1 million deaths in 2 years.
We're not talking about deaths right now. We're talking about hospitalizations for the pulse the people.
So you would just so it's over 1 million, Rob. It's over 1 million.
Prove it.
In 2 years. Well, if there was 1 million deaths, we can deduce that there was at least 1 million hospitalizations.
Prove it. I'm giving you the actual numbers. You have zero evidence of that with teachers. What I'm giving you is I'm doing you the benefit of the doubt and saying I'm assuming you're looking at the general population of 18 to 49-year-olds. And you got smart-assed about
that. Was at one point, yes, I was.
Okay.
Yeah, at one point,
the number of those
at
the Delta during the Delta, it was the number of hospitalized was 250 to 350 per 100,000. Does that sound about right?
Maybe I wasn't looking at per 100,000. I was looking at raw numbers.
Oh.
Because when people were looking at this shit during COVID, we weren't looking at per
what was the raw numbers then? What was the raw
numbers.
numbers of the people from that age group that were hospitalized?
What was it, 18 to 49?
Yeah. During the Delta, just the Delta variant for a year.
So the only thing they got is that the proportion of young people are higher than it was in previous years.
That's it? That's what you have.
That's what the
Okay,
AI is
so then I
bringing me.
guess we should prefer my data that says per 100,000. Correct? Seems to be the only person providing
Sure.
data. All right, that was 250 to 350 per 100,000. Okay? Today, that number for 2025 is 127 per 100,000. So about half that were hospitalized with COVID this year.
And this is Rob. Then this is as low as we're going to get it.
What does that matter? Shouldn't teachers say, it doesn't matter? Shouldn't teachers say, whoa, I'm still at risk. I'm still at risk to be out
No,
there.
at a certain point, you have to accept the risk.
That's right. Yes. That's exactly the point.
You're saying that like you got some own, but what I'm saying is
that's right.
Rob, in the beginning of 2021, the risks of Delta were much more unknown than it was at the middle of 2021.
Again, you don't intentionally harm children because of an unknown. And even if we accept that, by week 8, when we saw that the contemporaries in Europe opened up and it wasn't a massive problem, then the preponderance of evidence showed that you shouldn't intentionally harm children to keep the schools locked down. You have no defense for this. You were like, yeah, but still, there were a lot of hospitalizations. Yeah, basically twice as much as now, when you literally said that this year you assumed it was close to zero. Close to zero, you said. We have over 490,000 COVID hospitalizations in the group.
For a whole year. And August 27th, 2021, we had 100,000 in just that one day.
100,000 people in the age group of 18 to 49.
It's just all, I don't have the 18 to 49 numbers. It's just all people. But that's what people were seeing, Rob. That's what I'm saying.
They weren't seeing, right? What they were seeing were
They were saying, it was on the news every day. How many people were hospitalized? How many people were dying?
Well, we assume that the data we have today incorporates that.
What do you mean?
Would we assume that the data we're looking at now incorporates the data that they were seeing back then?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and that data says that it was basically twice
It's
as bad
probably
as
more
it is
accurate. Well, it's probably more accurate today than it was back then. It's probably been refined over the years.
Right, so it's more accurate now.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the risk in 2021 was double for young people as it was in 2025, as it is in 2025.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of this, we didn't even know if it was just going to be double.
Nonetheless, despite the fact that we see you don't
But
intentionally...
Europe opened up. However, these things don't just like, oh, they opened up for a week and they're fine, so we should open up. These things don't happen like that, Rob. Remember, this started out with like 4 reported cases here and 5 reported cases there. Now we got 20 reported cases. Suddenly, after 2 years, we have 1 million.
So
deaths.
what was the data? What was the data that they finally went back then? What were they looking at?
Who? What
The teachers, when they finally decided, and the people that had shutdowns, when they finally said, okay, it's time to go back. What was the data they were looking at to suggest that?
My guess was that they were looking at higher infection rates in India.
Huh?
When Delta started,
so they
started
decided
in
to
India.
go back to school because they saw high infection rates in India.
Oh, when they went back to school.
Yes.
It was probably the data about Alpha, the original variant. It was probably the data that said that they were younger people were at lower risk.
For like 8 months, they were out during Delta. Then they go back. What was the data they looked at to decide to go back?
Oh, it was probably the data from all around the world where people were going.
Why was that data acceptable 8 months later, but it wasn't 2 months later?
Because you give it more time to produce the data.
Oh, so then Europe fucked up by going back within like 2 months. They fucked up. They should have gave it more time. They took a big risk.
They took a higher risk, and it was probably a better that they took the higher.
Can you show me the evidence that suggests that the evidence becomes good that you could go back after 8 months, but not after 2 months? Can you show me that?
8 months might be too, Rob. 8 months might be too long. Maybe 2 months would have been better.
I want to know I want to know how you excuse this, because what you're saying, you're making a fundamental truth, and that's this: was there risk to teachers? Of course, there was risk.
But
And wouldn't
there
there be less risk to teachers if they didn't have to go to work? I suppose that's true.
Rob,
possibly.
after a few months,
So then that justifies their fear. No, it doesn't. It doesn't justify. I could say that, and that was the point I was making. You could make that very argument today. You could say, yes, a teacher that shows up and teaches in person is at risk to contract some illness that may land them in the hospital. That's absolutely true. That's something that's true.
And the risk is significantly lower today.
What we would say is
the risk is half of what it was in 2021 today. Yes.
Okay, so they should lock down half as much?
No, because there's a baseline of risk in which we have to accept, because we can't create a world in which
And what is that
risk
baseline of risk? Tell me the number that we're looking at.
It's what we are right now, because we don't have
Isn't that convenient? The exact number that's the acceptable line to go back to work is what we have right now. Isn't that convenient?
Yes. Because there's not a novel virus. There's not a novel virus ravaging the world right now.
So the point that I'm trying to make, by the way,
Wait, no. Can you address that, please? Do you think that there's a significant difference in the world when there's a novel virus ravaging the world, killing people at much higher rates, and when there's not?
Yes, I think that there's a difference. Just like what we should do if it's a novel virus is look at the best available evidence.
I'm gonna do it right.
And when the best available, yes, and when the best,
of course, there's a difference.
Yes, and when the best available evidence suggests that there's not significant harm in going back, which was the evidence, is what we should do. Your excuse to that is to merely say, but there was still some risk to them, and they were unsure to trust the evidence, so they had to wait 6 to 8 months. That's what you're saying. You're saying that we had to trust. So there was some increased risk, and I said, but that's true of any time. There's also an increased risk. Yes, the level of risk could be different from different years depending what the virus is, but what we don't do is, unless we have proof that that risk would lead to terrible outcomes, we don't intentionally harm children, particularly when we have the best available evidence that shows that no, there's not a significant risk to these teachers going back to work. You're just saying, well, they felt like sitting on that evidence for 6 months.
Rob, will you please shut the fuck up and let me talk? Holy shit. You just go on and on and on and on. Rob, the best available evidence that we have at the beginning of Delta is probably not going to be the most trusted thing. Just like the beginning of Alpha. You're probably not going to trust the best available evidence, because that shit changes all the time.
Then why did Europe go back? Why was the United States the worst at this?
They took a risk.
So that was it. They took an unjustified risk.
Well, it might have been justified to them.
Did the United States...
We didn't want to take the same risk.
When the United States sent their teachers back to school, did they take a risk?
Yes, but it wasn't as high.
Okay, so then we could have mitigated that risk by holding them out another year, correct?
Sure, but the risk.
Why not then? So if teachers would have demanded it, you would have said, "Well, fair enough. You can understand, Rob. There was risk.
We had vaccines, Rob.
So what? What does that mean? They're still at risk.
That during the
What percentage of the population is vaccinated now?
During that part of COVID, well, the teachers got vaccinated before everyone else did, but the effectiveness of the vaccines were incredibly high for Alpha and Delta. If you were a vaccinated teacher, your risk was significantly lower. Lower than a unvaccinated person today, which probably makes up most of the hospitalizations that we see.
Vaccines were offered to teachers in December 14th, 2020.
Yeah.
March 2nd, 2021, Biden directs all states to prioritize teachers and school staff to make at least one dose available to every teacher, school staff member, and child care worker by the end of March 2021.
Which is also probably why you see the numbers going up around that time. Wasn't it like 63% by April?
Just to be clear,
over half.
So your argument is, once you had the vaccine, you're remarkably safe. The teachers had access to the vaccine and still chose not to go back to school.
Not every teacher was able to get the vaccine immediately. There was a rollout that people had to wait for. Do you not remember
By
that,
March
Rob?
3rd to 11th, almost all states moved K through 12 teachers and school staff in the highest priority groups.
They were in the highest priority, which means there were still teachers that didn't have vaccines. But being put in the highest priority doesn't magically put the needle in your arm.
Were the European teachers that went back vaccinated?
Probably not, or unless they had a different maybe.
All right.
Europe did
So
have a vaccine.
more bullshit claims that you're talking out your ass. By the end of April 2021, teachers in the United
Yeah, I'm
States.
guessing a lot.
By the end of April 2021, teachers that were vaccinated at 78 to 82%. That was in April.
I wasn't talking out of my ass. I said not all the teachers were vaccinated, but I think you just proved that. But also in April, were we like 63? It's like 63% open by then?
Fall of 2021, 90 to 92% vaccinated. Oh, not all of them, so they shouldn't have went back.
We were 90,
not all
we
of
were
them, so they
93%
shouldn't have went
open by
back.
then.
Wait. Only 90 to 92% were vaccinated. So
we were 90 to 92% open then.
Excuse me. When you said, well, once the vaccine was available, once everyone was vaccinated, we could open up, but they weren't. They weren't. So why did they go back? That was a risk. Only 90 to 92% were. That was a horrible risk.
We were only 90 to 92% open.
In fall of 2021.
I think so. Yes.
Okay. So then your argument was, when did we fully reopen?
It was 2022. It was early 2022, I believe.
And yeah, I'll bet not 100% of teachers were vaccinated then. Want to bet?
Probably not, but
what a risk! What a risk!
Rob, if you weren't vaccinated by then, you were making a choice not to be vaccinated.
I would say the same was true by the fall of 2020, September and October, if you were a teacher, since you were put in the highest priority group. Pretty much everyone in the country. Pretty much everyone in the country that wasn't vaccinated by the end of 2021 could have got one. And if teachers were in the highest priority group,
were vaccinated.
What's that?
When did they become 93% vaccinated?
September 2021.
Okay, so it's not because they made a choice. If that wasn't their choice. That wasn't their choice.
Your argument seems to be something like this. Even though teachers were placed at the top priority groups for months, they were unavailable to get the vaccine. They weren't. And I'm like, well, I bet still to this day there's not 100% vaccination meant for teachers. And you're like, yeah, but at this point it's a choice. And I'm like, yeah, but I basically think it was a choice by September of 2021 if you weren't vaccinated. It was certainly available to you. So
that's why we opened. That's why we opened, Rob.
Why? Not everyone was vaccinated.
You don't need everyone to be vaccinated.
Oh, so then
you need the people that are concerned about getting sick and dying to be vaccinated. That looks like 90%.
Okay, so then we could have then we could have opened schools, allowed the 82% of teachers in April that were already vaccinated to go back to work, and the percentage of teachers that didn't want the vaccine to go back as well. That's probably 95 to 98%.
So there probably was a delta of months in which we had a high level of vaccinations that before we actually the openings match the vaccination levels, but that still doesn't change the fact that like the levels in which we open tracked pretty closely to the vaccination levels, which tells me that we were closing down due to the risks that COVID posed to people.
I don't think that you're accurate. I don't think you're accurate.
Rob, how do you do this until 4 a.m.? I don't understand this.
Because I feel like it. For example, in August to September of 2021, the percentage of schools with full in-person learning were 50 to 55%. At the exact same time of that, we saw that 78 to 82% of teachers were vaccinated. Okay, you were saying? You're wrong again?
Isn't the trajectory like we get 50%, we're at 70%?
No, you said that it was almost even. 50% open, 50% vaccinated.
They track pretty closely.
That's not pretty close. That's not pretty close. 82% of teachers vaccinated, only 50% of...
You said fully open. What about the hybrid people?
And? What's the point?
What about the hybrid schools?
The hybrid schools still suffered. A lot of the schools went hybrid and the kids still suffered. We see that. And... we saw that by the end of April, 78 to 82% of teachers vaccinated. And yet from August, that was April, we saw 70 to 82%. We only had by August and September 50 to 55% open. Now, I'm no expert, but end of April, then we got April's the 4th month. Then we got May, June, July, August. 4 months later, still only 50%, despite the fact that in April we had 80% roughly of teachers vaccinated. 4 months later, and it's still lagging behind by 30%. That's not close to being 1-to-1 at all, is it?
Yes, it is, Rob. Holy shit!
Wait,
yes.
so I just want to be...
You're nitpicking this shit
Wait,
so much.
I just want to be clear. You're saying that it's close to 1-to-1, that in August and September...
it tracks. The trajectory still tracks.
No, that's absurd. You could say that about all sorts of things.
And some schools didn't start out completely opening up immediately. Some of them went hybrid first and then completely opened up. And you're not giving any credit to that whatsoever.
It does not matter. The data that talks about
because they still harm children.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is that the idea behind this was to try and mitigate risk to teachers and their loved ones. And if the amount in which these schools are opening, whether regardless if it's hybrid or not, tracks with the lessening of risk over time, then that seems to track. That seems to be a logical thing.
Would it be true that if teachers stayed home now, they would be at less of a risk to hospitalize?
Sure, but there's a baseline risk in which we as a society have to accept.
You said once the vaccine was available, then no excuse, you're safe. That's what you said.
We are as safe as we are going to get. Yes.
All right. So April 2021, 82% of teachers vaccinated. You said that it was almost 1-to-1. Then about 82% of schools would be open. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. What does hybrid have to do with it? What does hybrid have to do with it? Explain to me what that means. Explain to me what that means.
If they're going, my understanding is that they do partially online and partially in person.
Why would you do that? Wouldn't that mean that these teachers would be at risk from when they're there in person?
Sure, but if you're there in person,
so then what's the point? Why not just do
risk.
full time? So explain to me the mathematical calculation that these professors even pretended to come up with that said, I can be in front of the schools one day a week instead of 5 days a week.
I'm explaining it. Fuck's sakes, Rob. I'm explaining it. If you're in a classroom full of 20 people and there is let's just say 1% risk that you are going to catch something, every time you are in that classroom full of 20 people, that's another 1% risk, another 1% risk, another 1% risk, another 1% risk. So at some point, if you mitigate the times in which you are in that classroom, then you're going to have less of those 1% risks, which means less overall risk.
So just to be clear, the argument's now that these teachers were very scared. They didn't want to do in-person learning because they could get sick. But they could do it 1 or 2 days a week, and they weren't worried. That was a level of risk they were willing to accept.
Some places, yes, Rob.
It's great.
Why is that funny?
Because it beggars belief. It beggars belief that would be... If I'm scared that I'm going to get a horrible, crippling virus, I'm not like, but I'll expose myself to it twice a week. Sure.
Well, people who are terrified of the virus still expose themselves to go grocery shopping.
That's
still
different.
Expose themselves to go to the doctor.
You're absolutely right. Yes, that's true. What's that have to do with saying, but I'm so afraid I can't go to work?
If you're doing negotiations to try and keep yourself safe, then I am not surprised that of the 400,000 school districts that we have, that there was a portion of those that the negotiations landed on hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
Because hybrid is safer than fully in person, but it's not as safe as being at home.
I mean, I don't know what I don't even know what to suggest here. It's one of the all-time this is an all-timer.